원영님, 모니터가 올라가면은
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2020 KINU International Conference, held on the theme of seeking a peace process on the Korean Peninsula after the U.S. presidential election. My name is Han Dong-won. I will be your MC for this first session. Thank you very much for coming here despite your busy schedules. I would like to thank all of the speakers both at home and abroad. For the purposes of this conference, I would like to ask you to switch your phone to vibrate or silent mode. And also, for the purposes of containing the spread of COVID-19, I'd like to ask you to please wear your face masks at all times. We are providing Korean and English simultaneous interpretation. If you do require these interpretation services, please make use of the receivers that you would find. Korean is channel 1 and English is channel 2. This international conference is also being broadcast live in both Korean and English in our KINU YouTube channel. I'd like to ask our online participants to also be aware that you can select interpretation services in the language of your choosing. We will now begin the opening ceremony. We will hear from the president of KINU, Mr. Ko Yoo-hwan. Please give him a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ko Yoo-hwan, president of the Korea Institute for National Unification. On behalf of KINU, I would like to extend welcoming remarks to all of the participants who are here with us at the 2020 KINU International Conference celebrating the 20th anniversary of the June 15th South-North Joint Declaration of 2000 and 70th anniversary of the Korean War. I would like to express my gratitude to Park Byung-seok, Speaker of the National Assembly, and Song Kyung-yoon, Chairperson of NRC Korea, for sending us their congratulatory video messages. And I would like to thank Min Byung-deok, member of the National Assembly, who is here to deliver his congratulatory remarks in person. Also, my thanks go to all of our participants joining us via YouTube. As this year is nearing to an end amid the ongoing challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, I find it meaningful that we have this venue to hold discussions on how to foster cooperation between the Republic of Korea government and relevant stakeholders to kickstart the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. The peace process on the Korean Peninsula began in earnest with the Panmunjom Declaration and the joint statement of the U.S. and the DPRK at the Singapore summit in 2018. But it soon faced an impasse with the breakdown of the U.S.-North Korea summit in Hanoi and has remained at one ever since. Now we are confronted with the solemn reality that a process of peace in exchange for denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula has been delayed without any visible signs of resumption, and that inter-Korean relations have also entered a phase of stalemate. In this challenging time, however, I think it is all the more important to pull our wisdom together for promoting peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. What is also equally important is to pay attention to any changes in U.S. policy on the Korean Peninsula, with the upcoming new U.S. administration entering the Oval Office amidst dramatically changing circumstances over the spread of COVID-19. Against this backdrop, KINU sets out to provide a venue for discussions on how to realize a peaceful and prosperous Korean Peninsula and to learn insights from experts in a wide range of sectors. This international conference, titled Seeking a Peace Process on the Korean Peninsula after the U.S. presidential election, will comprehensively discuss the situations surrounding the Korean Peninsula, North Korea's strategy toward the U.S., inter-Korean relations after the U.S. presidential election, and the tasks that still remain ahead. In that endeavor, we would appreciate your presence and insights to jointly make this international conference an intellectual venue to lay out a direction for peace and cooperation on the Korean Peninsula by engaging experts both at home and abroad. Except for a few participants here on site, we are hosting this conference online as part of the COVID-19 prevention efforts. On a closing note, your encouragement and support for KINU would be highly appreciated for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from Park Byung-seok, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Park Byung-seok. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my congratulations to KINU, the Center of Unification Policy and Peace Studies on the Korean Peninsula. Congratulations on the opening of this international conference. I'd like to thank President Ko Yoo-han of KINU and all the organizers for working tirelessly for this international conference. Over the next 2 days, many scholars and experts from both home and abroad will be giving presentations and engaging in discussions. Thank you very much. This year was meaningful as it was the 70th anniversary of the Korean War and the 20th anniversary of the June 15 Joint Declaration. However, inter-Korean relations are at a stalemate. After Moon Jae-in took office, we've had 3 inter-Korean summits, 2 U.S. DPRK summits. And the 3 leaders of the 2 Koreas and the U.S. met at Panmunjom to open new roads leading to denuclearization and peace in the Korean Peninsula, but things have come to a stop. And I find this very unfortunate and frustrating. In this tense conflict between the U.S. and China, we've seen leadership changes in the U.S. and Japan, the COVID pandemic, and early next year, President-elect Biden will take office. And early next year, we'll also be seeing the 8th Workers' Party Congress in the DPRK. All of these developments should be used to turn the clock on the peace process. This international conference is being held at a very relevant time, and I hope that you can provide specific and constructive directions for peace and inter-Korean cooperation. The National Assembly will review your discussions to further broaden consensus on establishing peace in the Korean Peninsula and engaging in inter-Korean cooperation. We will do so in a bipartisan manner. And after I became Speaker of the National Assembly, in July, I had the opportunity to officially propose at the Constitution Day commemoration event that we should have different explorations into the possibility of congressional or parliamentary cooperation with DPRK. And I hope that that can also be explored at this international conference. The National Assembly will continue to expand our parliamentary cooperation with the US, China, Japan, Russia, and other major countries so that we can establish peace on the Korean Peninsula. And I wish you all health and success. Thank you.
네. 박병석 국회
Mr. Park Byung-seok, Speaker of the National Assembly, thank you very much for your remarks. Next, we would like to hear from Min Byung-deok, Member of the National Assembly. A big round of applause, please.
네, 반갑습니다. 네, 국회의원 민병덕입니다.
Very nice to meet you all. I'm Myung-deok, member of the National Assembly. The U.S. presidential election was held on November 3rd amid a national crisis precipitated by the spread of COVID-19. At this critical juncture, we urgently need to hold discussions on seeking and making projections of ROK-U.S. relations and neighboring countries' policies surrounding the Korean Peninsula. This is why I believe the 2020 KINU International Conference, titled Seeking a Peace Process on the Korean Peninsula After the U.S. Presidential Election, is being held in a timely manner. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Korea Institute for National Unification, or KINU, Korean Peninsula Peace and Prosperity Research Group at NRC, and the Korean Association for Public Diplomacy for having prepared this conference. My special respect goes to President of KINU, Ko Yoo-han, for providing this meaningful venue. The new U.S. administration laid out 4 policy tasks, namely response to COVID-19, economic recovery, racial equality, and climate change. The Biden administration is expected to take the lead in restoring multilateralism and setting the global order of the international community. In line with this policy direction of the U.S., the Republic of Korea, the government, needs to have a new policy review. In retrospect, the result of the U.S. presidential election will be a golden opportunity to transform the atmosphere on the Korean Peninsula that has temporarily been frozen since the U.S. Clinton administration's policy on North Korea was in line with that of the Kim Dae-jung government. On top of this, it is important to understand the current situation of North Korea. U.S.-North Korea relations are at a standstill after a no deal was reached in the second U.S.-North Korea summit in Hanoi in 2019. North Korea, in the meantime, is undergoing an unprecedented economic recession caused by the COVID-19 global pandemic. That is why I believe that each session hosted by various organizations in this conference could help disseminate new knowledge and present a direction forward for the ROK government. Many experts predict that the natural environment and social-economic global megatrends will hit humanity hard in the coming years. International coordination will become all the more important once humanity is confronted with cross-national issues such as energy resource issues, trade wars, and other pan-global issues such as COVID-19. It is my hope that in line with this trend, we could promote a peace process on the Korean Peninsula via inter-Korean coordination and exchange, and that we can align our footsteps with changing U.S.-North Korea relations. On a closing note, I would like to mention that I chose my major in university following my childhood dream of unification, and this dream, that our children will inherit a unified country, led me to my political career. With that in mind, I will continue doing my best for achieving unification on the Korean Peninsula, which is also my political calling. I am convinced that insights from a variety of experts at this conference will help enhance my understanding of world affairs and set the political direction for fulfilling the dream of unification. Thank you very much.
예, 빈병
Thank you very much. Let's give him another big round of applause for his remarks. Lastly, we would like to hear from Sung Kyung-ryung, Chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, via video. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sung Kyung-ryung. I'm the Chairperson of the NRC for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences. I'd like to extend my deepest congratulations on the opening of this international conference hosted by KINU. This conference is being held at a time right before the incoming Biden administration, and this is an important turning point when it comes to improving U.S.-DPRK relations and bring peace on the Korean Peninsula. However, when I think back to what happened in the past, inter-Korean dialogue was initiated with the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics, which led to the Inter-Korean Summit, and this was later followed by 2 U.S.-DPRK summits, which were quite significant achievements. And yet, we are currently seeing a long-running stalemate in U.S.-DPRK relations and worsening inter-Korean relations. I wonder to myself, why is this happening? Why isn't there more progress being made when there was such active dialogue between the two Koreas and between the U.S. and DPRK? I think that the leaders around the world need to explore new ways and new methods of dialogue and communication, because until now, the U.S. and North Korea have tried to keep their concessions to a minimum while making maximum demands from the other side. That's why dialogue first began with smiles all around in a very good atmosphere, but over time, because each party was not willing to give up enough and was only interested in demanding more from the other side, dialogue did not lead to good outcomes. Chairman Kim Jong-un once said how he wants there to be new calculation, and I think that we need to see a new calculation from both the DPRK and from the United States. North Korea must be able to give more than what the other party is expecting, And the U.S. must be able to provide more support than what the other party is anticipating. And that is the new calculation that we should see. The Republic of Korea must also work more actively to facilitate these changes. The new U.S. administration is right about to take office, so in these times of change, the DPRK, the U.S., and Korea must take on a new awareness to try to use this important moment to bring peace and prosperity. And I hope that we can have those important changes, the changes that we truly want, brought soon. Through this conference, I hope that many new proposals, new diagnoses will be brought forth, and that we can have a new awareness and new practices among the two Koreas and the United States. Thank you very much.
예, 성경용 이사장님.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Song Kyung-ryung, for your remarks. With that, we would like to conclude the opening ceremony of the 2020 KINU International Conference. We would like to rearrange the stage and begin session 1 at 10. Thank you.
예, 좀 바로 네, 이어서 세션을
So we will now move on into our sessions. Our first session will be held under the theme of perceptions and prospects of ROK-U.S. relations after the U.S. presidential election. If you have any questions, you can make use of the Q&A link that you see on our YouTube channel. And if you submit your questions, I will be handing them over to our moderator. Our moderator is Kim Hak-no, professor at Yeongnam University. He was also former director of the Yeongnam University's Research Institute for Unification. I will now hand over the microphone to our moderator. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 고맙습니다.
Hello. Thank you very much. The theme of this international conference is seeking a peace process on the Korean Peninsula after the U.S. presidential election. I think that this is a good representation of the interests of KINU. It underscores the importance of U.S. presidential elections. U.S. presidential elections are important not just for the people of the United States, but also for the people here at the Korean Peninsula. And I think that that is a very obvious statement, but it could also not be the case. However, we can see from this theme that that is really an underscoring of that statement. And also, it also mentions the Korean Peninsula peace process. This shows that KINU understands that it's very important to establish peace on the Korean Peninsula before unification, that peace should come before unification. It is now 10 a.m., so we will begin the session in earnest. I'm going to keep my remarks to a minimum and try to give enough time to our presenters and our discussants and to the many audience members out there who are watching this online. I'd like to give them the opportunity to speak more, and I would like to keep my remarks to a minimum. But this is the order of the proceedings. We do have 3 presenters. I'd like to give 20 minutes to each of the presenters. And 2 or 3 discussants, I'm going to give them about 10 minutes each. We are also going to open up the floor or to our participants online on YouTube. If you have any questions, you can submit the questions online, and I will hand those questions over to our speakers. If there are no questions, then the presenters will be given time to respond to what the discussants have said. First of all, we would like to hear from Lee Sang-shin, who's the Director of Unification Policy Research Division at KINU, who is going to talk about South Koreans' perceptions and prospects on ROK-U.S. relations.
예, 안녕하십니까. 방금
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Sang-shin Lee, Director of Unification Policy Studies Division at KINU. The topic of my presentation is South Koreans' perceptions and prospects on ROK-U.S. relations. Ever since the presidential elections, many institutions engaged in a debate and discussion on the prospect of ROK-U.S. relations. They were all meaningful events, but what was lacking was that it was only focused on the discourse of experts, and it lacked data. But at KINU, right after the presidential elections in the U.S., from November 10th to December 3rd, 2020, we conducted a poll against 1,005 respondents, and it consisted of 250 questions for those over the age of 18. And I would like to share the outcome, especially on the Koreans' perception towards Korean-U.S. relations pre- and post-elections. Before I go into specifics, I have something to share. KINU, starting from this year, typically when we have these polls, we would divide up the generations by decades, or by 20s, 30s, and 40s. But this was thought inappropriate. So we decided to use a different classification for the cohorts. We have the war generation born before 1950 and the industrial generation born between 1951 to 1960. As you can see here, we have a total of 6 cohorts in this survey, so please use this as a reference. First, let's look into how interested the Koreans were on the U.S. presidential elections. As you can see here, the question was, how interested are you in the U.S. presidential election? About half of the respondents said that they were somewhat interested or very interested. However, let's look at the stats by cohort. We thought that the millennials are known to be more of the globalized generation, or the cosmopolitan generation. When I say millennials, those are the ones that were born after 1991. But if you look at this cohort compared to the other generations, they had a lack of interest in the U.S. presidential election. This isn't not about their lack of knowledge in the U.S. presidential election. Rather, we can say that the nationalistic traits of this generation probably weakened or was weaker than the other generations. Another interesting question was on which candidate between Trump and Biden did you want to win in the elections. 57.4% said Biden, 8.7% said that they rooted for Trump. And if we divide up by party, by the party that they support, there wasn't much of a difference. For the supporters of the Democratic Party, 66% supported Biden, and the People's Power Party, 59.0%. But if we consider the margin of error, this isn't a significant difference. But it's true that the People Power Party, those that support the People Power Party, was noted to be more conservative, or would be skewed towards the Republican Party of the U.S., especially candidate Trump. However, this poll indicates that the Koreans do not take their political stance and use that perspective in also translating their support for a particular U.S. candidate. The next question was on why did you support that candidate? There were a number of options to choose from, which was that candidate would drive the U.S. roles well as a leader in the international community, would well overcome the global economic crisis caused by COVID-19, and would be more favorable to the South Korean government in promoting the North Korean and U.S. policy, and will solve the North Korean denuclearization problem. So for the latter, it was only 7.8%. However, 42.6% of the respondents said that they supported that candidate because they thought that that candidate would become and will play the role of a leader in the international community. As you can see here, it wasn't only about Korea's national interest. They believed that Biden was the better candidate to play that role of leader in the international community, and why Trump lost. We conducted this poll starting from November 1st, and the election took place on the 3rd. And we also had the survey after the elections. Of course, Trump did not concede at that point in time, but most of the polls indicated that candidate Biden had a higher probability of winning. So we were very cautious in our poll, but we did ask this question: how would you project the U.S.-North Korean relationship if Democratic candidate Biden is elected? As you can see here, if you look at the total respondents, 36.7% said that it will improve. And those that responded said, well, 15.5% of the respondents said that it will worsen. In other words, it was only half of that had a positive outlook. And if you look at by party, it wasn't much different between the People Power Party and the Democratic Party of Korea. Many people talk about the South-South conflict. The Koreans have political conflicts and we are divided when it comes to North Korean issues. And of course, we cannot deny that. But if we go into the specifics, we can see that the supporters of the People Power Party and the Democratic Party do not show a huge difference. Because we saw that the support for a particular candidate was not that much different amongst the parties. Next was on President Trump and Chairman Kim Jong-un, their summits and their exchange of letters, what they thought about that. 71.9% of the total respondents thought this as a positive. And once again, you can see that even the supporter of the People Power Party thought that such exchange was quite positive. It was 68.3% of the supporters of the People Power Party thought this as positive. And if you look at the Democrats, there was a slight difference, but it wasn't a significant difference. So then, the next question was, do you think President Biden must resume the US-DPRK summit again with Chairman Kim Jong-un? There were 4 options. First was must resume without conditions, must resume if North Korea makes some progress in denuclearization issues, must not resume before North Korea completely abandons the nuclear weapons, must not resume under no circumstances. So 2 was resuming, and the remaining 2 was not to resume the talks. We saw 20% of the total respondents that said must resume without conditions, and conditional resumption of the summit was 52.9%. So about 70% thought it was a positive. If there's a certain gesture from North Korea, 70% of the respondents thought that it would be desirable for President Biden to meet with Chairman Kim Jong-un. Once again, People Power Party and the Democrats, not much different. 13.7% answered must resume without conditions, and 52% of the People Power Party said that we must resume if there is some progress on the North Korean front. Next is on economic sanctions. So this was about whether we should strengthen these sanctions or whether we should ease sanctions. It was a half-to-half split. What was interesting was that even amongst the supporters of People Power Party, we were able to see that split. 22% answered that we must strengthen the sanctions, and 17.6% said that we must ease the sanctions. As I've already mentioned, if we look at by supporter of party, when we go into the specifics, there isn't a key difference. The South-South conflict is about the party and which party you support. However, when it comes to North Korean policies and unification policies, I don't think that there is that divided opinions amongst these different supporters of parties. Next, let's move on to the US-China competition. The next question was, which country do you want to have an advantage in the US-China competition? Half of the total respondents, 47.8%, said that they want US to have an advantage, and only 8.5% said they want China to gain the upper hand. And if we divide up by the supporters of parties, there wasn't much of a difference. This is quite interesting and important because the current administration or the current ruling party was noted to be pro-China, and it was criticized for that. However, if you look at the supporters of the party, based on this data, they are not pro-China at all. So the criticism that Moon administration is pro-China may be groundless up to a certain extent. In other words, it means that the supporters of Moon are against the current policy of the administration. You can see that considering democracy, the values, although we may be closer to China, geographically speaking, the values that we share as a democratic nation was probably that came into play with the support towards the US. The next question was, how do you view the importance of America's role as a world leader compared to 10 years ago? It was about whether this role is more important or less important. Once again, we saw a split. About slightly more than 50% said that it was similar, 20% more important, about 22%, responded as less important. This was also quite interesting. I put together the 3 questions in one graph. So what stance do you think the US, Chinese, and North Korean government will take when the interests between South Korea and Japan are in conflict? That US will side with Japan. 15% responded it would be the case. 11% said that the US will side with Korea, and the rest said neutral. In terms of the Chinese government, 11% thought that they will side with Japan, and 12% said that the Chinese government will side with Korea. North Korea, that was quite interesting. So when there's a conflict of interest between South Korea and Japan, 4.3% of the respondents said that North Korea will side with Japan, and 33% responded that North Korea will side with Korea. I think that this indicator shows a trait of nationalism. It's not here in the slides, but I also mentioned if North Korea and Japan were at war, who should South Korea side with? And I asked these questions 3 times, and 45% responded that South Korea should help North Korea, and only a third said that we should assist Japan. As we go to the younger generations, it's true that nationalism is weaker, but at the end of the day, we can say that the relationship between South Korea and Japan is very much centered around nationalism. This is something that's very difficult to deny. The next question was, how do you evaluate Korea-US relations over the past year? About half said that there was no difference, but 7.4% said that it got better, and 30% said that it got worse. And the next was on who was responsible. For those that answered, it got worse. So half responded that it was US's responsibility, and 8.6% said that Korea was responsible for the worsened relationship. Therefore, we can draw a conclusion that most of the respondents thought that the US was responsible for this worsened relations. If we look at the supporters of the parties, the People Power Party thought that Korea was more responsible, and the Democratic Party thought that the US was responsible. Of course, it was by a slight margin, but all in all, it wasn't a significant difference amongst the supporters of these different parties. Next was on, do you think that the US Armed Forces in Korea is needed now? We've asked this question 3 consecutive times. Last year, or rather this June, we conducted this poll, and the second poll took place in November. And in June, of course, due to the breakdown of the Hanoi summit, it was true that the numbers were lower. 93.3% of the total respondents answered that the US ROK alliance is necessary in the future. In other words, we can say that there is an overall consensus amongst the Koreans on the importance of this alliance and on the U.S. Armed Forces, the necessity. We asked this 3 times. In the June summit, you can see that the numbers dropped. However, we saw a recovery in the numbers where 90.2% of the total respondents said that the U.S. Armed Forces are necessary right now. And we need to compare this with the next question, whether the U.S. Armed Forces are necessary even after unification of Korea. If we look at the respondents, 54.3% answered yes, the armed forces are needed even after the unification of Korea. This is a jump of 13% from the June poll. I believe that the impact has to do with the election of Biden. In June, we saw the drop in numbers due to the disappointment towards the Trump administration. However, after the elections, I believe that there is this positive outlook on the relationship with the U.S., which has, of course, impacted this in a positive way. And there was a major difference between the People Power Party and the Democratic Party. 73.6% indicated that, yes, we do need, and the supporters of the Democratic Party said that only 48.4% said that we need U.S. armed forces after the unification of the Korean Peninsula. So here, even amidst the same party, there were some divided opinions and also a difference amongst the parties. This also was the third time we asked this question, which has to do with the share of defense expenses. We can basically say that the entire population is against increasing the share of defense expenses. Only 5% responded that we should increase, and the remaining said that we should maintain it as is or decrease the share. It was close to 95%. And we asked this question 3 times, and it was quite consistent. So when it comes to defense expenses, ideology, generation, party, it's irrelevant. The total population was very much against the fact that we shouldn't increase the share of defense expenses. So then we asked, how much do you think the defense cost sharing burden should be increased by? Once again, not much of a difference from the previous polls. A lot of the respondents said that we should decrease. The U.S. has indicated a 15% increase, and Korea has argued a 13% increase. And we did present a couple of options, and about 50% said that even 13% would be too much. 43.5% responded that it should be below 13%. And 83% said that it should be 13% or lower. And those that agreed to the 50% argued by the U.S. was only 4 out of 1,005, and more than 5%, only 1% out of the 1,005 respondents answered, yes, it should be higher than 50%, and we thought that this was an outlier in the statistics. We can see that Korea does have an affinity towards the U.S., but when it comes to defense cost sharing, irrespective of ideology and party, we can see that Koreans are against increasing the share. So with that, let me conclude my presentation. I went swiftly through the results, but if you do have any questions, I will be giving you some more details at the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Yes, so thank you for your presentation, and also thank you for keeping to the time. We have participants from the U.S. Also taking part in today's seminar. If I may give some more information, the People Power Party in Korea is similar to the Republicans. And the Democratic Party of Korea, indicated as Democrats on this chart, would be the Democrats of the U.S. And we do understand that there's a divide, or we are witnessing a South-to-South conflict in Korea. But between the conservative and the progressive, when it comes to North Korean issues, many people would think that there's a major conflict, especially in North Korean issues. But what's quite interesting from Director Lee's presentation was that yes, we do have a South-South conflict. However, it's not as severe as we anticipated, because if we go into the specifics, there wasn't a major divide in the opinions on these detailed topics. That, I think, was an interesting finding. So for our participants from the U.S. Connected via YouTube, yes, we have them on the screen. It's the first time to see you all. So once again, thank you very much for your participation. And let us now move on to the second presentation.
Our second presenter is Carl Friedhoff, who's a fellow at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. And we will now turn to him for the second presentation. And this is under the theme of Americans' Perceptions and Prospects on ROK-U.S. relations. Mr. Friedhoff, you can begin. Are you there?
안녕하세요.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. Just one moment. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit today about U.S. attitudes, of course, on South Korea. And first, thank you to Dr. Lee for the invitation, to KINU for organizing, and for the other panelists. It's a pleasure to see old friends once again. I'm going to break my presentation down into 3 basic parts. The first part is I'm going to touch briefly on the data itself and try to put this data into context. The second part is, of course, I'm going to look at American attitudes specifically on the Korean Peninsula, both South Korea and towards North Korea. And then finally, I'm going to turn, as Dr. Lee did as well, and talk a little bit about U.S. attitudes towards China. Because increasingly, no matter what Americans may think about South Korea or North Korea, their attitudes on China are going to be increasingly important to understand incoming administration policy towards China, and naturally that's going to perhaps catch up Korea as well. Now, I want to put these things into context, first of all, because one of the things we hear quite a bit about is that the American public is essentially tired of being caught up in the forever wars. You know, the wars in the Middle East, kind of being the world policeman. And so we see this line of thought saying that the American public is going to call essentially for a new phase of American isolationism. They want the United States to pull back from the rest of the world. But in fact, that's not what we find within our data at all. You know, in our Chicago Council survey, when we look at this, if you look at this dark blue line across the top, that is the percentage of Americans that want to take an active part in the world. They're not ready to withdraw. In fact, you know, we see in 2020, 68% of the American public wants to stay engaged in the world. Now, of course, that does not mean that they want to be out there starting new wars, but they do want to continue to play a leadership role. They want to see the United States stay open. And then when we look at that as well here, this is another example of this. This is on international trade. What the American public thinks about international trade and its role for the U.S. economy, consumers, creating jobs, and U.S. relations with other countries. And what you can see here is that the American public sees international trade as well as good for the United States. So rather than the United States, the American public wanting to pull back from the world, it looks very much like the American public wants to stay engaged in the world, whether that's on foreign policy, whether that's on international trade. So I think that helps to put it a little more into context. Now, I should also mention that both of these results, both on staying engaged in the world and support for trade, are very bipartisan. So both Republicans and Democrats take these basic positions. But there are differences between the parties on threats. Right, so when you look at these kind of at the overall numbers, the Republican numbers kind of going down in red, the Democratic numbers going down in blue, they have big differences. So the number one threat for Republicans is the development of China as a world power. For Democrats, currently, it is the pandemic. But if you look at this entire chart quickly, one thing you do not see is North Korea. North Korea is not a top 5 threat for the United States overall, for Republicans, or for Democrats. Now, in 2017, it was one of the top threats. In fact, I believe it was the top threat for the American public. But since we've seen kind of these ongoing talks, there have been very few provocations. North Korea has essentially dropped out of the news as a potential threat, and therefore it has also fallen off the radar of Americans as a potential threat. Now I want to get into the Korea part of this. And when we look at American attitudes on South Korea, that is this light blue line. The numbers are a little bigger. It's a little bit bolder. Favorability on a 0 to 100 scale of South Korea this year was at 60. That's the highest ever recording that we've had for South Korea. And of course, there are probably a number of reasons for this. First, you have to take into account that the South Korean response to COVID-19 was highly praised around the world. It got a lot of attraction here in the United States. But on top of that, you also have to look at the cultural influence that South Korea has really gained over the past several years. Of course, Parasite won the Best Picture at the Academy Awards. We have Netflix bringing in Korean dramas into American homes like they have never done before. And at a time when people are really staying home, I'm sure there are many more Americans who are watching Korean dramas than ever have before. Of course, the success of BTS being everywhere, and as well as the popularity and growing popularity of Korean food. Now, I'd also note here that one thing we see while South Korea is at an all-time high at 60, North Korea is at basically an all-time low, or tied for an all-time low at 19. So that gap between the two has never been bigger. You know, there was a time just a few years ago, and I think this is ongoing, where we discuss, well, when you ask Americans about Korea, about some place that's far off, number one, can they find it on a map? The answer to that is probably mostly no, unfortunately. But when you ask them to differentiate between the Koreas, you know, the question is, do they really know which is the good Korea, quote unquote, good Korea, and which is the quote unquote bad Korea? Increasingly, I think the answer to that is yes. And we can see this in the data. It moves how we would expect it to move based on kind of the broader context of the Koreas. The other thing that Americans think about South Korea is that it is a fair trade partner. 68% say that South Korea is a fair trade partner, and this will generally track favorability of the country. And again, this is bipartisan views. So all of the attacks from President Trump, you know, earlier on in his presidency, saying that South Korea takes advantage of the United States, not only on defense, but also on trade, really didn't seem to have any effect whatsoever on the American public. In fact, the American public moved in the opposite direction, saying that actually we think that South Korea is a fair trade partner. And you also see that move with Japan as well. So there's been an overall move towards positivity on trade rather than trying to say that trade is bad for the United States. Now, these positive attitudes on South Korea go beyond just country favorability, and they go beyond just trade. They also go into the defense realm. So each year, we have asked, sometimes multiple times in a year, if the American public is willing to defend South Korea. So if there were an attack by North Korea, would the American public favor using U.S. troops to come to the defense? And in 2020, that number was at 58%. Again, this had the support of Republicans and Democrats, but that wasn't always the case. I mean, if you look back over this trend line, you can see back in 1990, the very first time we asked this question, it was 44%. And it stayed basically in the 40s until 2015. And then in 2017, suddenly there's a 15 percentage point jump up to 62%. And of course, 2017 is the year where there were very high tensions between the United States and North Korea. Now, will this number go back down in the future if there's some kind of deal? Well, yeah, maybe it may go back down. But I think the support is relatively robust, and I expect that it's going to last for several more years. Now, the reason that I tend to think that this number is going to last is partly because when we ask the American public about long-term military bases around the world, support for bases in South Korea is very strong. When we asked this last in 2018, that number was 65%. So 65% of Americans support having long-term bases in South Korea. Now, that's not as strong, obviously, as Dr. Lee mentioned about support for the bases by the South Korean public. But for an American public, I think that's a very strong number. So before I spoke a little bit about the threat that Americans perceive from North Korea, and this tracks that data over time. So here we're looking at the dark blue line, and then we track it from 2015 through 2020. And this question is about North Korea's nuclear program. So in 2015, it's about 55%. And in 2017, of course, we get the very big spike with the very high tensions up to 75%, when it was the #1 perceived threat by the American public. But now the provocations have largely died off. It has really retreated, and the American public now sees it at 51%. But the question is, what does the American public think that the United States and the incoming Biden administration and of course the previous Trump administration, what should the United States try to do about the North Korean threat and its nuclear program? And what we've run into is essentially the American public has identified this as 3 cannots. Now, that's the 3 cannots. And the first cannot is that we can't negotiate it. There's very little confidence. The number is about 15% have confidence that negotiations will lead to nuclear disarmament. So only 15% think that that would be a success. So negotiating, perhaps it can be an option, but the American public doesn't think that that has very high hopes for success. The second cannot is that we cannot accept it. When we ask if they think we should just learn to live with a nuclear North Korea in a way that we learn to live with a nuclear Russia, a nuclear China, that number is 10%, or I believe the number is actually 11%. So about 1 in 10 say that we should just accept a nuclear North Korea without any preconditions. As a corollary to that, there is slightly higher support, about 25%. So 1 in 4 think that we should, or they would be willing to accept a nuclear freeze so that North Korea could keep its weapons with the promise not to produce any more of them. But either way, that's very low support for just accepting that North Korea will keep its nuclear weapons. The third cannot is that we can't bomb it. There's very little support, although slightly higher than for the other two options, but we're looking at about 30% support airstrikes against North Korean nuclear facilities, and that about 20 to 25% support sending in U.S. forces on the ground to attack and destroy North Korean nuclear facilities. Now, I'll go back to say that oftentimes we talk about asking Americans in public opinion questions about the Koreas, how much do they really understand? Increasingly, I think it looks like the American public has a rather broad and quite good understanding of the challenge that North Korea poses. They know that negotiations are very difficult, unlikely to be successful. They do not want to accept it, and they know that there is really no military option towards solving it. If you had asked me 10 or 15 years ago, before I started working on American public opinion, if I would expect to see this level of sophistication and understanding about North Korea, my answer, of course, would have been no. But now I think they have a fairly good grasp. Of course, we can't go into the details like Dr. Lee did, because Americans aren't paying that close attention to Korea policy in the way that the Korean public pays attention to policy towards the United States. So the final part I'll talk about is administration public views on China, because I think increasingly it's going to be very important to understand this, because if you're expecting that an incoming Biden administration is going to be easier on China than the Trump administration, I think that American public opinion will help to show you that and help to illustrate that may not necessarily be the case. In fact, when I met with Chinese colleagues 6 months ago or so, I think I had told them that primary concern was that Biden is not going to be so chaotic in his approach to China. Right? He's going to be much more organized. He's going to multilateralize the problem, and so there's going to be growing pressure on China coming from a coordinated government effort, and that's going to include, I think, greater pressure on allies, including South Korea. And so that's why I'm going to discuss China briefly. Now, but does the American public want to build a new partnership with China, or does it want to stay and continue to build strong relations with allies like South Korea and Japan? And what we see here is that 77%, up from 66% last year, want to focus on traditional allies like South Korea and Japan. Only 17% want to build a better relationship or a new partnership with China. Now, I know this is somewhat confusing. These are breakdowns by partisanship. So red is Republican, light blue is Democrat, and we have independents, and dark blue is overall. But the lesson here, and what I want you to take away from this, is if you look at the last two numbers, that the parties are moving together, right? So 67% of Republicans say that China's rise, the development of China as a world power, is a critical threat. Now, Democrats are still at 47%, but they're moving in the same direction. And I think the reason that they did not move as much was simply because this was at the doing of President Trump. Trump has been talking a lot about the threat of China, as have the Republicans. And among Democrats, there's a real distrust of Trump and the Republicans. And so that's why they didn't move as far. with the Biden administration coming in, I think there's a chance that Democrats will will begin to resemble Republicans more closely on their views of China as a threat. This shows the trend data of views of China from 1978 through 2020. And clearly you can see positive views of China. This is country favorability. I showed this before on a 0 to 100 scale is now at 32. So a 13 percentage point drop from the last time we asked this in 2018. And this also is basically a bipartisan reaction to this. It's not Republicans, it's not just Democrats. Basically, all of the American public is starting to take a much different view of China than they have in the past. When we ask if the US and China are rivals or partners, for a long time, from 2006 to 2018, it was very consistent that it was basically split. And in fact, this is one of the reasons we didn't ask this question very much during that time, because we suspected that there would be no movement. But now, over the past several years, we see a dramatic split for Americans overall, that there's now a much bigger belief that the US and China are going to be rivals. And so the question is, how does the United States deal with that? How does the American public want to pursue this? And also here's the bipartisan breakdown of that. But how does the American public want to deal with this? And increasingly, there is less and less appetite for undertaking friendly cooperation and engaging with China, right? In the past, from 2006 to 2019, about 2/3 of the American public thought that cooperation and engagement was the way forward. And now we see basically actively working to limit the growth of China's power, that is essentially containment, and undertaking cooperation are basically tied. So I really think that we're going to see a lot more pressure on South Korea from the United States in trying to confront China. And so I think this could be one of the key points under the Biden administration in moving forward. And I'll wrap up there. Thank you.
Mr. Friedhoff, 고맙습니다.
So thank you very much, Mr. Friedhoff. So we just heard from Dr. Lee about the perspectives of South Koreans on ROK-U.S. relations. And then we had the opportunity to hear from Carl, from Mr. Friedhoff, about what Americans think about ROK and ROK-U.S. relations. And he also talked about the situation of China, how Americans perceive China, and he also tried to provide some analysis within that context of the survey results. I think that these two presentations are very mutually complementary.
The last presentation for this session will be by Min Tae-eun, Research Fellow at KINU. The topic of the presentation is U.S. policy on the Korean Peninsula after the U.S. presidential election.
안녕하세요. 통일연구원의
I'm Min Tae-eun from KINU. Our previous speakers talked about the perspectives in the U.S. and ROK on one another. And in my presentation, rather than focusing on the public opinion, I would like to talk about the policy forecast with the U.S. presidential elections. And I would also like to predict or maybe anticipate the way forward for the Biden administration. So these are my personal views, and my presentation consists of 4 parts. The first would be on the foreign policy of the Biden administration. Second, predicting North Korean policy. Third, predicting U.S.-South Korea relations. And fourth, some policy recommendations. With regard to foreign policy of the Biden administration, the previous speakers and also our distinguished guests from the opening ceremony has already touched upon the direction of this administration, so I will not go into specifics. But there will be some relevance in terms of the approach and methods with the latter part of my presentation. So let me just briefly talk about that. So right now, Biden, I think we'll have to call him president-elect. But when it comes to the foreign policy of the Biden administration, we can say that it's about reversing the policy of the Trump administration. And some talk or name this as a revert back to the Obama policy, but I am not trying to talk about whether such statements are right or wrong. But what we can say for sure is that President Trump's foreign policy that had America first at the center will probably no longer stand going forward. Biden is focused on strengthening the alliance, and in addition to the strengthening of the alliance, he wants to return to the international organizations and agreements which Trump has withdrawn from. So he has announced his desire to strengthen multilateral diplomacy, and the mode of operation will be a bottom-up diplomacy of having the working level lead the process. Therefore, the North Korean policies, and when it comes to US-ROK relationship, we can say that Biden will be focused on this bottom-up approach to have the work centered on the working level officers, and especially when it comes to North Korean policies. Biden, when he was a candidate, and if we look at what was indicated in his campaign, he mentioned that there will be a lot of delegation of rights to the working level. He said that he'll be granting working level negotiators maximum authority on North Korean problems. And not only that, Biden has indicated that he will be pursuing denuclearization collectively with the allies and partners. This policy direction, when we do apply that to North Korea, what will it look like? When we reflect this in the pending issues with the North, can it be fruitful? Can it be productive and effective? And in addition to that, the basic foreign policy direction of the Biden administration, I'm not sure whether this will be applied at the fullest for North Korea. There are many pending issues right now when it comes to North Korea. It's the same case for the US and South Korea, but what's a top priority item would be the negotiations on denuclearization. And particularly, two key areas of interest exist. First is whether we can hold a US-North Korea summit. And second would be on how the negotiations will proceed. Not only North Korea, but also South Korea is very much interested in that. And with regard to lifting and easing sanctions, Biden, as a candidate, has indicated that the sanctions will remain as is. But will that be the case, or is there any possibility of easing the sanctions? Or unlike our expectations, will we be seeing a strengthening of sanctions? Well, my view is that with regard to the negotiations with North Korea, as it's here in this slide, I believe that it's unlikely to choose the realistic option of incremental denuclearization from the very beginning. This is my personal view, because the Trump administration was focused on complete denuclearization, but with the explosion of the Punggye-ri site and minimizing the joint military exercises were something that was offered. So whether it be a complete denuclearization or incremental denuclearization, we can say that the implementation process can only be a step-by-step process or a gradual process. So here, it's about what the policy goal would be. That would be the key question at hand. And how gradual should it be would be another question where we would have to find the right answers to. But I believe, my personal opinion, is that the incoming Biden administration, if I don't think they will be targeting incremental denuclearization from the very beginning. And the reason why I say this is because the Democratic Party of President-elect Biden and the foreign policy experts there have a strong mistrust towards non-democratic regimes. So in that aspect, an incremental denuclearization offering a certain strategic space to North Korea seems quite unlikely. And Biden, even before he became candidate, was very adamant about the actions of North Korea and the policies of the existing administration of this quid pro quo type of exchange of minimizing joint military exercises with the explosion of Punggye-ri site. He thought that such exchange was useless. Therefore, I believe it's unlikely for the Biden administration to choose that option of incremental denuclearization from the very beginning. But there was that article of the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, and there was an interview about such an approach and about the possibility of having such an approach. So for the Biden administration, some speculated that this incremental denuclearization option would be on the table. However, what I want to say is how gradual should it be? And my personal view is that the phase or the progress or the step is quite different in definition between the US and Korea. In other words, if you look at this approach, it could be a two-phased approach. But for Korea, I think that they want the salami type of approach rather than just a step 2 or step 1 and 2 approach. So the US's approach, can we say that we're on the same page? Do we have the same understanding when it comes to a step-by-step approach? Well, I think that there is a difference in view. So the incremental denuclearization in the eyes of North Korea and the South is not something that's quite likely in the beginning stages of the Biden administration. And I also want to say that although the Biden administration focuses on the bottom-up approach, still summit meetings are open for discussions. The reason why I say this is because there was engagement and maximum pressure, but both was ineffective. Therefore, the US do not have many options to choose from. Therefore, I believe that the summit option will still be on the table. And the working level officials may believe that the summit is necessary to build a momentum. And if that is the case, we may be seeing the summit come to fruition quicker than expected. But as we've seen in the Trump administration, will that lead to the denuclearization of North Korea? Well, we cannot guarantee that, but I still believe that this option will be and will remain on the table. And with regard to military force, I believe that it's very unlikely for the US to take any military options for denuclearization. However, Biden believes that it's important to bring about and strengthen a democratic society. Therefore, human rights issues may emerge, and the human rights issue has some relevance with regime. So there may be a possibility of the US promoting regime change softly and indirectly by raising human rights issues. Another key area of interest for North Korea would be sanctions. And I believe that it's unlikely from the perspective of continuing the Obama administration's policy of strategic patience when it comes to easing and lifting sanctions of North Korea. And it's also unlikely from the perspective of counteracting China that US expands range of sanction exemptions or ease sanctions. So once again, if we think of China in this picture, sanctions can be a handy tool for the U.S. And that is why I draw the conclusion that the U.S. will not expand the range of sanction exemptions. And also on the North Korean issues, we cannot say that there's a high probability, but I still believe that sanctions are likely to be strengthened if the U.S. chooses to strongly raise North Korean human rights issues. And in particular, North Korea is not likely to be exempt if U.S. raises China's human rights situations to pressure China. Human rights issues can become a useful method in pressuring the North as well as China. Therefore, there is a possibility of this emerging. And with regard to the U.S. and South Korean relations, there are about 5 pertaining issues when it comes to the relationship between the two countries. First is on the negotiations on defense cost sharing, joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises, withdrawal of U.S. forces in Korea, transfer of ROK-U.S, and the end-of-war declaration and transition to peace treaty. First, with regard to negotiations on defense cost sharing, it's inevitable that we will be seeing a increase in the share because the Biden administration did mention that we will be seeing a fair level of burden sharing. It's of course unclear as to what President-elect Biden considers to be fair. However, COVID-19 provides a clear rationale to minimize the burden of American taxpayers. And considering the circumstances, it's highly likely that there will be an increase. Of course, it may be slightly lower to that argued by Trump, but we believe that the U.S. will probably not be agreeing to our 13% option. And joint U.S.-South Korean military exercises. I think that these exercises will be actively used to strengthen the alliance and pressure China. However, I believe that there is a possibility that the exercises are reduced as a proportionate reward for progress made by North Korea towards denuclearization. It wouldn't be only the case with complete denuclearization. Rather, if there are any movements or actions taken by the North, I think that they will be thinking of using this card. Predictions for the withdrawal of U.S. forces. I believe it's unlikely to consider a large-scale withdrawal of troops to pressure the ally. In 2018 and 19, President-elect Biden criticized U.S. troop withdrawal from northern Syria and Germany, and he also was very much critical about the 12,000 troops to Iraq. So we believe that still there were cases where Biden supported the withdrawal from Afghanistan during the campaign. So depending on the situation, he may be looking into the efficiency and the effectiveness to engage in restructuring and redeployment, and maybe even reducing the U.S. forces in Korea. And Biden, during his campaign, has mentioned that the traditional deployment of military forces is long gone. It's not about physical presence, but it's about strengthening the cyber forces or respond to cyber attack. Therefore, it may not be a reduction for pressure's sake, but we still believe that there is some room for a reduction or at least a redeployment or restructuring of the forces. And next on the transfer of wartime OPCON. Wartime OPCON transfer, I think, will not be in the front burner, which can in some sense weaken the alliance. Particularly, the verification of a full operational capability was delayed and was postponed due to COVID-19. Therefore, our operational capability has not been tested as of yet. Therefore, I think that it's unlikely that a transfer of wartime OPCON will take place in the speed that Korea anticipates. And next is on the end of war declaration and peace treaty. I believe that we cannot expect strong support for end of war declaration and a peace treaty. And the U.S. concerns with regard to this is that it may weaken the justification of U.S. forces in Korea and the United Nations Command. So it would be very difficult to see strong support from the U.S. and Biden on the end of war declaration and peace treaty. In addition to that, Biden's administration if it does heavily favor foreign policy professionals versus North Korean experts, I believe that this particular end of war declaration and peace treaty may seem quite unlikely to receive support from the U.S. In humanitarian aid and inter-Korean dialogue and trade and many other aspects are something that is being supported. And if we look at the regime of Biden, the foreign policy professionals do have a certain mistrust because they prefer limited intervention and are strongly inclined to be mistrustful about the regime of such non-democratic states. Therefore, a peace treaty or an end-of-war declaration, I think, cannot seek the support of the U.S. But what I can say is, with the stalemate of U.S.-North Korean dialogue, we're also seeing a standstill in inter-Korean relationships. So if we do see heightened tension on the Korean Peninsula, at the end of the day, the U.S., of course, wants peace on the Korean Peninsula with denuclearization, the premise being denuclearization. So if, due to the stalemate of U.S. and North Korean relations and it heightens tension on the Korean Peninsula, the Korean government will have to take the lead to break the ice, whether it be inter-Korean dialogue or trade. And I think that Biden administration will not be against this type of action of the South. So I want to say that it's important to create the right circumstance and the justification to pursue inter-Korean relationship. And if the U.S. does see that, I don't think that they will be shedding negative light on such actions. So let me now move on to a couple of policy recommendations. And I think I have just about a minute remaining. So I cannot, of course, go through all of the policy recommendations, but I indicated a number of suggestions, so please refer to my slides. But the last point that I would like to make is that we need a shared view between the U.S. and South Korea on the alliance. The reason why I say that is because right now, experts are gathered together to forecast the policies of the Biden administration. And the reason why we're doing this is because even if there is a specific foreign policy line or stance, there are so many variables along the way, and we need to respond and also predict. But in addition to that, what's quite ironical is that the U.S., while it's emphasizing the strengthening of alliance, the policy direction of the U.S. is something that we're trying to predict as well at this venue. And I think that that's quite ironical. If we say a strong alliance, it means that it's very easy to anticipate what the ally will be doing in the future. However, although we are strengthening and we're thinking about the strengthened alliance, we're trying to predict the stance of our ally. So a strengthened alliance, the definition of this between the U.S. and Korea, I think may be different, or maybe there is, or it's not aligned. So I think that this is something that we really need to take into account. So once again, when we say we want to strengthen U.S.-Korea alliance, we need to understand what this means. It's important to make sure that both allies are on the same page and find ways to cooperate in strengthening the alliance. So I believe that such efforts are necessary going forward. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. Especially that last point that you raised and about the irony was quite interesting. And as I was listening to your presentation, it's basically that there wouldn't be much of a difference with the new Biden administration. And we are behind schedule, and you weren't able to go into your policy recommendations due to the time constraints, but at the Q&A session, I will try to give you an opportunity to note some of these suggestions. So now we do have panel discussants. So in the order indicated on the program, let us now hear from Jean Lee, Director of Korea Center at the Wilson Center. Are you with us? Yes? Hello? Yes, so I will give you 10 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to commend the host for staging this event.
진리 선생님 지금
Yes, Ms. Jean Lee, I think that we have a connection issue, but we do have other panelists. And I'm not sure whether you can hear me, Ms. Jean Lee. And I'm pretty sure you may be able to hear what I'm saying. So maybe we'll have to reorganize the order. Why don't we first hear from Ms. Jessica Lee from Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Would you like to proceed? Hello?
Thank you.
예, 토론을
Can
먼저
you hear me
부탁드릴게요. 예.
Okay, excellent. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty of my friend Jean, but I'm sure she'll be back in no time. And I want to first begin by thanking the Korea Institute for National Unification for hosting this conference. I visited Seoul last September to speak at this very conference, and very much enjoyed the opportunity to meet with many distinguished scholars as well as policymakers. I also want to say a few words about my think tank because it is very new. And many of you may not have heard of the Quincy Institute. The Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft was founded last December and is named after then Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, who famously warned in 1821 that America should not go abroad in search of monsters to destroy. Doing so would risk losing America's democratic soul and our essence. John Quincy Adams was not an isolationist, and neither is the Quincy Institute. We oppose wars of choice that put lives of our troops needlessly at risk. We believe in a foreign policy of restraint, using force only sparingly and as a last resort. Energetic and creative diplomacy must be the centerpiece of American statecraft. In about a month, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next American president, and the 117th US Congress will begin. Together, the Biden administration, the Democrat-controlled House, and the Republican-controlled Senate will need to address a wide range of urgent and interconnected challenges. The COVID pandemic has taken nearly 300,000 American lives away, which is more than 7 times the number of Americans who died during the Korean War. The US government's mishandling of the pandemic has ushered a heated debate in Washington about American government's capabilities as well as opportunity cost of global leadership at a time of acute needs at home. In terms of foreign policy, Biden has pledged to strengthen alliances and multilateral diplomacy, as Min Tae-eun reminded us in her presentation. On Biden administration's North Korea policy, I agree with Dr. Min that we'll likely see a bottom-up approach where negotiators have more latitude to do the work of diplomacy. My hope is that this does not mean a policy of de facto non-engagement until North Korea unilaterally disarms. If we have learned anything in the past 3 years, US-North Korea relations will not improve unless leaders are willing to take some risk and build trust. As former US Secretary of Labor, Treasury, and State, George Shultz, wrote last Friday in the Washington Post, trust is the coin of the realm. When trust is in the room, whatever room that is, family room, school room, locker room, office room, government room, or military room, good things happen. When trust is not in the room, good things do not happen. Everything else is details, he said. Indeed, my hope is that the Biden administration will consult with a broad array of stakeholders and policy experts on this issue, including those who have been engaging with North Koreans through Track 2 channels and third parties and have built trust over the years. As Dr. Min Dae-eun also noted in her presentation, it is hard to know precisely what President-elect Biden means by working more closely with allies. There is a great deal of tension in seeking to both restore American leadership abroad at a time when democratic norms are eroding, particularly for Asian Americans. There's also a great deal of confusion about what constitutes US interests in terms of dealing with, say, China or North Korea. Clearly, on the issue of China, the United States and China have many shared interests and have successfully worked together before, whether it is the Iran nuclear deal or the Paris Climate Accord. So to say that the United States will only work with allies seems highly problematic and unrealistic. In terms of Carl Friedhoff's presentation, which was excellent, a few things stood out to me. First, his survey found that most Americans want the United States to be actively engaged in the world. This is important and is also the reason the Quincy Institute was founded. We want the United States to be engaged in productive ways and to avoid using the military to solve every global problem. Trade is a big part of ensuring American presence in the world. However, it was interesting to see American respondents in the survey score creating jobs in the US category the lowest compared to all the other benefits of international trade. This is an area that deserves greater scrutiny by American policymakers. Some have pointed to the loss of millions of jobs in the industrial Midwest due to international trade as a key driver in populism that eventually led to Trump's presidency. Incoming National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has written extensively about this, and others in the Biden administration have underscored the need for more inclusive economic growth at home. In terms of foreign policy threats, the Chicago Council survey also found that Republicans consider China to be a top threat, whereas Democrats viewed pandemics and climate change to be the highest priority. It will be interesting to see how President Biden and the US Congress reconcile this partisan divide, since the United States and China have no choice but to work together on a host of urgent issues. The Chicago Council survey finding on defending South Korea was also very interesting, as he already noted. Around 60% of Americans support defending South Korea against North's invasion, while 40% of the respondents supported defending Taiwan against Chinese invasion. A related question would be, what length of time is acceptable for Americans to intervene militarily, and at what cost? Once we talk in concrete terms, what sacrifice will need to be made, and for how long? Negotiating with North Korea and strengthening South Korea's indigenous defense capabilities over the long term to make it less dependent on the overextended US military become much more attractive. The critical threats section of the Chicago Council survey was also very instructive. Those who follow the debates in Washington won't be surprised that China has eclipsed North Korea as a major threat for the United States, especially since the COVID pandemic broke out. The Trump administration and his allies have effectively weaponized anti-Chinese sentiments in order to advance an anti-China foreign policy. Such a polarizing outlook on China is harmful to American interests. It prevents the United States from crafting effective and nuanced strategy toward East Asia, while exaggerating the threat from China with inflammatory language which feeds into militarism and anti-Asian racism in the United States. The fact is, East Asia is not necessarily headed toward Chinese domination. Many other major powers in the region will retain significant power and influence. The United States continues to be an important economic partner for many East Asian nations, despite its underperformance in this regard, and its military capabilities in the region will remain formidable. Finally, I'd like to say a few words about Dr. Sang-Shin Lee's presentation on South Korean attitudes on the state of US-South Korea relations. As we all know, the KINU survey was taken between November 10th and December 3rd, so it offers a very recent snapshot of South Korean views post-presidential election. What stood out to me was the positive disposition of South Koreans to President Trump's unconventional outreach to North Korea. Nearly 70% of South Koreans of all political orientations supported summits and exchange of letters, which might signal fatigue with the non-engagement approach of the past. Though Trump did not succeed in ultimately ending North Korea's nuclear weapons program, President Trump diffused tensions on the Korean Peninsula and created space for dialogue. Another finding that Dr. Lee presented was on the question of whether or not the US forces Korea would be needed even after unification. Respondents were split, with about half saying yes and half saying no. This is understandable, given the lack of progress on OPCON transition and other security-related questions that have yet to be addressed. Over the long term, Washington should support the emergence of a unified, non-nuclear Korean Peninsula free from foreign military forces. That would promote regional stability and reduce the need for US military far more than trying to assert control from 6,000 miles away, which is what Washington is trying to do. But to get there, the United States and South Korea have to be willing to have honest conversations about a way forward that is not destabilizing, but adequately addresses the evolving nature of the alliance. As Dr. Min emphasized during her remarks, I agree with her that more clarity on what strengthening the alliance means is needed, because we may not be saying the same thing. In conclusion, I am grateful for the research by the three presenters. My hope is that Americans will take the concerns of South Koreans seriously, and that more Americans will critically examine American policies that shape US engagement in East Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica Lee, for your comments, and thank you for your understanding in switching the order. Thank you so much also for keeping to the time, and let us go back to Ms. Jean Lee. We lost you, but I hope you're back now. Yes, so yes, your comments, please.
Thank you for your patience, and hopefully I can get through this without any more technical difficulties. I wanted to start by saying it's such a pleasure to see so many friends and colleagues despite this distance. I'm actually here in South Korea, but in quarantine, but I look forward to having the chance to meet some of you in person soon. These were three truly excellent presentations that could not be more timely, coming after 4 years of a tumultuous US presidency, equally dramatic events on the Korean Peninsula in terms of diplomacy with North Korea, this devastating coronavirus pandemic, and debate in both our countries about the rise of China. I want to note that this pandemic heightens the importance of taking pause and assessing the state of relationships, because at this time we can't meet or travel to each other's countries freely, and it can be very hard to assess where relationships stand. And we know that all too keenly with North Korea, which routinely limits access, which makes it very hard for us to divine where their relationships stand, not to mention making it difficult for us to know the state of their politics, their economy, and public health. Overall, I think these presentations show that the relationship between the United States and South Korea, and between South Koreans and Americans, that these relationships endure and remain strong despite the drama of the last 4 years. As President Ko mentioned in the opening remarks, this year is the 70th anniversary of the start of the Korean War and the start of a military alliance that remains essential to peace and security today. But the relationship between the United States and South Korea has evolved so much since then, in large part due to South Korea's growth. I think a lot of thanks are due to the United States for that. I think it's important to put the relationship into context, and this milestone Korean War anniversary provides that opportunity to think about the depth of the relationship, the shared objectives on peace and prosperity, and each country's changing needs and priorities. You know, there was so much nuance in each of these three presentations and in the responses to the questions in the surveys that really help us understand where potential fault lines lie and to help us map the way forward. The results did raise questions in my mind about the impact and influence of internal government messaging in both countries. Some might call that propaganda, which I think would be a valuable course of study, especially at a time when we have less international interaction because of the global pandemic. You know, I hope that one day we're able to conduct a similar survey among the North Korean people and that we're able to receive candid answers. I know all too well, having worked in North Korea, how difficult it is when you're inside the country to get a candid response. And I know intimately how an official response given to me as an American can change with a shift of the official political relationship. And so we should recognize what a privilege it is to be able to answer the questions posed by two of our speakers that were as part of these questionnaires and to answer them candidly. That is an absolute freedom that the North Koreans do not enjoy today. And we should recognize that the basic difference that separates us from the North Koreans is this freedom of expression, the freedom of speech, and the freedom of self-determination. And Carl, I challenge you to try to carry out the survey and extend it to the people of North Korea, because their voice is one that we just don't have clear sightlines into. I just have a few observations for each and perhaps a question. Dr. Lee, it's good to see you again. The first thing that your presentation did was to break down those you surveyed by cohort, and I found that so incredibly invaluable. It really, for us in the United States, prevents us from looking at South Koreans as a monolith. And just looking at the breakdown, we can see how each generation's point of view might be shaped by internal and external change. And nowhere has this change been more dramatic than South Korea, which went from a GDP, I looked it up, per capita GDP of $158 in 1960 to more than $31,000 per year per capita in 2018. And this is according to the World Bank. Absolutely stunning. This is a different country in 2020 in terms of economic, political, and international clout than it was in 1950, 70 years ago. And I would say policymakers in both countries need to recognize that each generation is shaped by different values and factors and be mindful of the implication of those different points of view. And I think that your results reflect that, even as we note some of the convergence and similarities among people of different parties when it comes to looking at the United States and the U.S. ROK alliance. I was fascinated by the gap between, and I'm looking at slide number 4, maybe this is too specific, but I was fascinated by the gap between those who were somewhat interested, and that was the highest reply coming from the 386 generation, which is the generation in power in the Blue House now. And that the generation that scored lowest on that somewhat interested in the US political election was their children. I was also interested in slide 19 and the question, do you think that the US armed forces in Korea will be needed even after the unification of Korea? And that figure, if I understand correctly, overall was 54% said yes. And I must admit, I was surprised by how low this figure is. I would be curious to know how this statistic might compare to a similar question posed in 2010 or 2011 after the attacks on the Cheongnam and on Yeonpyeong-do Island, or even as recent as 2015. Because I imagine that when we have consistent North Korean provocations aimed at South Korea, there might be greater awareness of the threat of conflict, the protective and preventative role of the US troops in South Korea, and the need to constantly guard or gird against North Korean provocation. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. While the survey doesn't ask the participants for the reasoning, I'd be curious to dig into the rationale behind the answers to this question, because perhaps they could reveal the effect that government messaging is having on South Korean points of view. The figure suggests significant trust among half those surveyed that the North Koreans will abide by international inter-Korean agreements despite violations to those agreements even since the Pyongyang Declaration of 2018. And perhaps some trust that the South Korean military alone would be able to defend against any future North Korean aggression. So with Carl, you open with a slide that illustrates support in the United States for international engagement, and it's both interesting and reassuring to see that the percentage of those surveyed in the US calling for active engagement is about the same in 2020 as it was in 1974. So I think this helps settle questions and concerns many of us in the US have about America's diminishing international clout and stature during the Trump years. In contrast, you illustrate a significant improvement since the 1970s in how Americans see South Korea and Japan, as well as a dip in how Americans see China and North Korea. As a child growing up in the United States in the 1970s and 1980s, I can certainly vouch for the difference in perception since my own childhood, when being Korean garnered mostly negative connotations related to a war that many Americans wanted to forget, if they knew where Korea was at all. And likewise, I would say there was very little understanding of the difference between South Korea and North Korea, a distinction that most Americans are now aware of, and so that is reassuring. I would, in addition to South Korea's handling of the pandemic in the improvement in how Americans see South Korea, I would add Samsung, Hyundai, LG, which are all now household names. You know, we used to pack our suitcase with American products when we would visit South Korea, and now my family says, don't bother bringing anything. We have everything here, which shows the power of South Korea's ability to produce its own high quality goods, as well as its ability to maintain strong trade relationships. And yes, with BTS and Parasite, as Carl mentioned, Netflix introducing South Korean content, and the growing popularity of Korean food, which I think we can thank Korean American chefs for, South Korea has earned its place as a bona fide cultural powerhouse. But as you note, US interest in South Korea largely stopped there. There's less interest in some of the deeper issues. And I know as a journalist that it's often hard to convince American editors to scratch beneath the surface when it comes to South Korea. But I think this is changing. I think you make a good point when you note that South Korean and US thinking may diverge when it comes to North Korea. And I think what you share about the US public and their thinking is very important. I'm pleased that there's awareness of the nuclear issue and its implications, but I'm concerned by the correlation between the figures showing that the American public pays closer attention during times of provocation. That is a formula that North Korea is very aware of. And this is precisely why we are concerned about North Korean calculation to perhaps raise its position as a foreign policy priority as the Biden-Harris administration takes power. And thank you for addressing the rise of China. The jump in the number of respondents who say they are mostly rivals is dramatic, notably coinciding with the Trump administration. And then to see a dramatic dip in the views on undertaking friendly cooperation does raise the question of the factors contributing to this drastic change. I would ask you what you think the factors are for changing US perception on the US-China relationship, internal messaging from the Trump administration or actions taken by China. And very quickly, as I realize I'm running out of time, Dr. Min, it's so good to see you again. I think on foreign policy, you're absolutely right. The Biden-Harris administration will be preoccupied with the COVID pandemic and economic recovery. And as I mentioned earlier, this should be a concern since we're well aware that North Korea recognizes the effectiveness of using provocation to get Washington's attention. However, I do believe that investment in restoring America's credibility abroad and focusing on strengthening alliances, as well as returning to bottom-up diplomacy, should pay off in the long run when it comes to negotiation with North Korea. Since North Korea tends to play its neighbors off one another, a multilateral strategy will make it harder for Pyongyang to employ that tactic. And the difference between the US and South Korea on a negotiation approach, you mentioned salami style versus step-by-step, is very important to note, and I think will be a key task for negotiators to discuss and find convergence on. The other factor I wanted to have you address is North Korea's isolation. We still do not know what factors Kim Jong-un is considering as he deliberates the country's reemergence from self-imposed isolation. I would be curious to hear what you think we should be looking for. And finally, I would very much like to hear what your policy recommendations are. That is my question for you, and I hope that you'll address that in the Q&A. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Professor Seo Jong-gun from Kyunghee University. He is our expert in U.S. relations, and of course I can introduce, and I would like to introduce him because he has such a remarkable career, but let us move right on to your comments. Hello everyone, I am Seo Jong-gun from Kyunghee University. It would be great to see you in person, Professor Kim, but unfortunately, I'll have to join online. And I would like to extend my gratitude to President Go Yuan of KINU, as well as the organizers for providing this opportunity. There's so much that I would like to say, but I only have 10 minutes. And then I'll just turn off my mic. I do know that there are many good questions that you would have to respond to. So an overall comment and some details. First, on the overview, our two presenters talked about the perspectives based on the poll with regard to U.S. foreign policy, elections-based and public opinion-based foreign policy was, I think, a brand new attempt of President Trump. So the foreign policy and the domestic policy, we've seen the correlation increase in the current administration. That is the political context of the U.S. So then in the Biden administration, under the Biden administration, how will this change? Well, we need to think through. But what's interesting is that this U.S. elections, due to, of course, COVID-19, but foreign policy issues were not in the front burner throughout the campaign. There was, of course, China bashing, where President Trump tried to differentiate himself, but Biden, of course, was quite critical towards China, and Trump, at the end of the day, did not really mention China in the process of the campaign, which is quite interesting. So foreign policy issues were not brought up at all during the overall campaign, and it's quite interesting because it may become a limitation of what the Biden administration can do or cannot do. So I would like to understand how this will come into play. And as mentioned, we talked about the perceptions and prospects of Americans and South Koreans. And there was some invaluable findings from KINU, and Dr. Freefoot had also given us, and Dr. Min has given us many suggestible policy recommendations. And it would be great to understand the implications of these findings. Dr. Lee talked about the burden sharing of how Koreans are against this view that we should decrease the share of Korea, and this change in public opinion shows that when Korea and U.S. engages in negotiations, the Korean government will it be able to utilize this public poll as a leverage? Are these separate, or are they in line, or can it be used in any manner? Is something that we have to look into further. And let me jump into a couple of details. Dr. Lee and Dr. Friedhoff, I would like to ask a common question to both of you. With regard to the findings of this poll, you've been looking into the trends for a very long period of time. So it's very different from us, so that just find these stats interesting. But I would like to understand, was there a very surprising finding based on your observations up till now? Could you share that with us? And Dr. Lee also talked about Koreans' interest in the presidential elections, which was half and half. If you look at the findings of 2016 from Gallup, it conducted a survey for 40 countries on the impact of the U.S. presidential elections on national interest, and Korea was #1 on the list in 2016 with Trump, as he talked about burden sharing and other Korean-U.S. security issues. There was, of course, a lot of discussions on that, but for this election there wasn't much about Korea. So I would like to understand, did that have an impact in this interest going down from 2016? And then the millennials, as a professor that teach the millennial generation, this was quite disappointing to see their lack of interest. And those in their 20s, it seems like they are not much interested in relationships with North Korea and the US or China. So how will they understand these circumstances? What kind of knowledge will they be accumulating to respond is something that I would be keen to be seeing in the future. And last but not least, although I do want to offer more comments, but last but not least, Dr. Shin, it's about, the snapshot results are of course interesting, but at the results in time series or the trending is also something that's critical. Public opinion, of course, impacts policy, and it's about the response towards the established policies. Therefore, depending on the leadership style of the president, the perspective towards China and the U.S. May fluctuate. So I would like to understand: did you see a fluctuation? Or is it that the response towards the U.S. and China, irrespective of the administration, does it stay stagnant? And Dr. Friedhoff, your presentation was also very interesting, and I enjoyed it very much. And my question is, from the Chicago Council, the results of the poll, I tend to really read and focus on the poll, but there may be an internationalistic tendency to a certain extent. In other words, the Fox News viewers, how similar it is to the viewers of Fox, how it's different. I think that for those in KINU and other participants to better their understanding, I think that it would be great if you can make some comparison to better our understanding. And also what was interesting was the Democrats and the Republicans in terms of the top issues, how it's different. There was no single common ground. So does this really make sense? The supporters of the Republican Party talked about terrorism as well as China, but what was interesting was that in the amongst the Democrats, is this COVID-19, of course, climate change is included, and racial inequality, economic inequality, these issues. Is it because the Democrats perceive the international issues as domestic issues, or is it that they are no longer interested in the international issues? Is something that I was quite curious about. And the three cannots. I would like to ask you to observe this further because it's quite interesting. It can be stated as a trilemma, the three cannots. So out of the three cannots, what it tops the list amongst the Americans? Because out of the trilemma, we of course have to find a breakthrough, and to do that, we'll have to focus on the weaker link. The weaker cannot take the initiative there to devise our policies to break this trilemma. So what is your view on that? What would top the list in terms of the cannots? And then the threat towards China. 67 from the Republican side, and from the Democratic side, 47%. So there's about a 20% difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. So I would like to understand, in Biden's stance towards China, would this be enough room for flexibility for this new administration? That's my question to you. And because I don't have time for Dr. Min, just a couple of comments. With the new administration, in 4 to 8 years, we do this. We try to forecast the policy of the U.S. administration, but it's not like that it just happens to be that there's this new administration. We've been doing this for the past 4 or 8 years, and we've been monitoring and observing the trends. So I'd like to understand, were these predictions correct or were they not? And if they were incorrect, what was the reason? This is also something to look into. Trending for the polls, the public opinion is of course important as well. So once again, the predictions of the policies of the administration, if we can have some accumulated studies on this, on the trending of whether we were correct or incorrect and the reasons why. And you talked about the step-by-step approach, and you've talked about some very interesting things. The Biden administration, I don't know when, but they are going to devise a North Korean policy. And is it possible to anticipate the title or the grand scheme of the North Korean policy? As you know, North Korean-U.S. relations have to do with rhetoric, and the nuance is quite important. The Bush Doctrine or strategic patience, maximum pressure, CVR were some of the examples. So unlike these schemes, what would be the language that would be set forth by the Biden administration? And okay, I don't think I have a lot of time, but the Biden administration, I think it's realistic to say that they have just 1 year. With the inauguration, we always talk about the following 4 years, but as a person invested in U.S. politics, a new president, especially if we consider the special circumstances of this right now, the general elections will take place in 2021 and 2023. We will have the candidates that will be engaging in the individual primaries, and then we'll have the presidential elections. So in other words, I think that for the Biden administration, 2021 would be a critical year where they can do what they wanted to do. So will we be seeing a lot of progress? So I think I've went beyond my time by a minute, but once again, thank you very much for your attention.
한 20분 남았습니다.
I think we have about 20 minutes left, and I'm wondering if there are any questions or comments from the floor. So if not, why don't we proceed in this order? Carl, you're still with us, correct? So I'm going to give you the chance to respond first to the different questions and comments that have been raised, and we have to take into account that there might be some technical difficulties here. But however, before that, I think we do have a question from YouTube. So if you would allow me, I'm going to give you this question that we have on YouTube. So if can you tell us when you conducted this survey, how many people, and exactly who conducted this survey? So this is a question to you, Mr. Friedhoff. So we will ask Mr. Friedhoff to respond first for about 5 minutes. I'll give 5 minutes to Dr. Lee, and maybe about the rest to Dr. Min. Mr. Friedhoff, will you please?
Yeah, thank you. And that's an important question from YouTube on the survey methodology. I neglected to include that, so my apologies for that. This was conducted in June of 2020. There were about 2,000 respondents, and it was conducted by Ipsos. And the survey is, of course, nationally representative. So that takes care of that. Now, there's a long list of questions. I'm going to try to cram them all into the 5 minutes that I have. The first one I'll address is the question from Jean on the factors contributing to the negative views of China, since we've seen those views kind of collapse so sharply in a condensed period of time. The real Trump approach towards China kicked off, I think, October 4th, a couple of years ago, when Mike Pence gave a speech at Hudson that really started to lay out the administration line. And that was the same day that there was a very big news story about China planting microchips within motherboards and other computer hardware that were being used in U.S. components. Those two things happened on the same day. But we didn't see a sharp collapse in views over the next couple months. We actually had a poll in the field, I think, in January, and literally there was no change. So it took quite a bit of time for views really to start to take a sharp turn negatively on China. And so, but eventually the Trump administration kept pushing this line out there, pushing it out there, and eventually attitudes did turn. So a lot of it is due to messaging, but at the same time, Chinese actions have not helped themselves, right? That, you look at what they've done in Hong Kong, what has happened in Xinjiang, and basically it looks like China has taken most of its soft power and set it on fire. For all intents and purposes, and that's something that the American public can pay attention to, even on kind of the most macro scale. So I think it's a somewhat of maybe not an equal mix. I think government messaging is more important on that, but China's own actions certainly contribute to that. A really interesting question from Professor Saw on the top issues and the threats among Republicans and Democrats. You're right, there's a very clear differentiation between them. And I think what drives that is that Republicans, they look very much at the traditional security threats, things that can be responded to with force, if it comes to that. Things that are more macro in scale, things that require global cooperation, the Republicans aren't so much interested in. But that's where the Democrats are interested. So they want to cooperate with the United Nations, the WTO, the WHO. That's all very much a Democratic kind of game plan and something the Republicans don't go for. So I think that's partly why we see that divide. But also you have to look at just the diversity within the Democratic Party. A Republican Party is something like 85 to 90% white. And it's been like that for several decades. But the Democratic Party at the same time has undergone an incredible diversification, where it used to be something like it used to be something of a 80% white. It's now, I think, 47 to 50% white. Right, so it's just this diversification, and I think that's also driving some of the factors about racial diversity being a problem, economic inequality being a problem. So that's present there, and that helps to explain why they're different on some of these threats. The three cannots, the weakest link, I think the place where we could exploit is probably on the nuclear freeze. That there's a growing part of the American public that will say that if North Korea will freeze its program and not produce more weapons, that's something that right now it's about 30 to 33% would accept that. I think that number would grow. And we have a growing number of elites in America starting to look at that more seriously and see that as the way forward. So I think that's probably the best and weakest link. Finally, the question on Biden's flexibility on China. I think he does have quite a bit of room to be flexible here because, as you noted, there wasn't much foreign policy in the campaign or in the debates. So President-elect Biden was never really nailed down. He wasn't really kind of attached to one position or the other. And so I think he will have a little more flexibility to move. And keeping in mind, in the last minute that I have, that, what Trump has done is his kind of hard line on China. He's put a lot of chips out on the table through sanctions, through all kinds of other options. And I think that actually works quite well potentially for a Biden administration because now they have chips to take off the table as well. So they can kind of seen in some ways playing the good cop to Trump's kind of bad, chaotic cop. And that may, whether or not he'll do that, I don't know. But I think that's one potential for flexibility. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 자, 이상승 선생님 지금.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Before you answer the question, we have a question from YouTube. Those in the that were born in the 80s, why are they noted as the IMF cohort? Because the university students and those that just came out of college, those in their those that were born in the 70s were those greatly impacted by the Asian financial crisis. So I would like to understand why this cohort was set forth as such. And I was born in the 60s, but for those that were born in the 60s or 1959, those in the I think that those that stand in between, it's very difficult to encompass their views. Yes, first let me talk about the cohorts. The classification of the cohorts. We had we looked into the literature of cohorts, about 14 papers, and they divided the cohorts by every 10 years. And I utilized the titles that were mostly used by these literature pieces. So why did I call this cohort the IMF generation? Well, it's because it's named as such in the other literature. A cohort is a very difficult statistical tool. APC also talks about the period, the cohort, and the age impact, and a lot of statistical data and difficult and sophisticated techniques have to come into play. But KINU, the data that we have in next year or the following year, maybe we'll have enough data to do these sophisticated statistical analysis. So when the time comes, we'll be doing that. But right now, we just had to use the APC analysis and we thought that it would be a bit too early to divide up the perspectives on North Korea and unification issues just by the cohorts. And about the millennials, the fact that they do not have a lot of interest in the US presidential elections, well, I don't think that it's about their lack of interest. Rather, the millennials, compared to other generations, they're quite cosmopolitan in nature, and I think that that had an impact. The reason why we're interested in the US elections is because we sometimes want to be positively assessed by the US. How do the Americans think about us? Of course, we heard from Dr. Friedhoff, but we were very much interested in the outcome of the role of that survey. So whether it comes to the economy or politically speaking, the US was like our role model. So that's why we were very much interested in their take and their situation. But Korea, as now it's an advanced nation with remarkable economic growth, it's not that we have to be too much obsessed about the positions of others. And I think that the millennial generation, well, you know that for those that have self-confidence, tend to look at themselves in the mirror. And I think that the millennials are now a proud generation, and they're not swayed by what others think about them. And I think that this is confident. I think this is positive. And Professor Seo has asked about some surprising finding. I asked their knowledge on the U.S. I asked whether they know the capital of the U.S., do you know the term of the president in the U.S., and the population of African Americans, and the name of the Secretary of State. So 2 questions difficult, 2 questions easy. But on average, the 2.5 questions they were right about. In other words, 67% of the Koreans knew the name of the Secretary of State, the State's Secretary Pompeo, which was quite interesting, because this indicates that Koreans are very well versed on the U.S. Political situation. When we asked about whether do you support Trump or Biden, in order to make this a valid question, you do need a certain amount of knowledge on the U.S., and only then can they answer this question. But if we look at the level of knowledge of Koreans, I was able to understand that they can, and they were able to, well, choose between the two. And of course, I did not think that that really had a policy implication, so I did not include that in the presentation. But for me, that was quite surprising and an interesting outcome. And I think there was a similar question from Ms. Jessica Lee on Korea's position on North Korea and their view. And irrespective of the ideology or their political orientation, we were able to see that Koreans opt for dialogue and a peaceful resolution. And it was the same when we had a very conservative administration. And depending on the questions and depending on the fluctuations in inter-Korean relations, it can be impacted. But we can say that the basic approach towards North Korea for most of the Koreans is that it's about dialogue and engagement rather than maximum pressure. Thank you.
여기 추가 질문이
Thank you very much. I think we do have an additional question regarding the cohorts again. So perhaps I can ask Dr. Lee to respond to that later on individually. So lastly, to Dr. Min, I would like to hand you the microphone.
여러 가지 이제 굉장히 많은
you covered a lot of ground in the presentation, and there were a lot of questions posed. And of course, many of the panelists wanted to hear from you your policy suggestions. So I think I cannot give you 10 minutes, but just 8 minutes, if that is okay with you. In my presentation material, I classified the policy recommendations in different topics, but if I may just select two, it has to do with finding the right way forward for the U.S. and Korea and its cooperation. And that's also the topic of this venue, of this seminar. But I want to say that it's about solving the pending issues and then moving on to exchange with North Korea and pushing forward for a dialogue. I believe that this is something that we really need to put priority on. With regard to Korea-U.S. relations, we talk about the burden sharing, but I hope that we can quickly come to a conclusion and find a middle ground on the cost-sharing negotiations. And the policy recommendation for both governments is that if we want to see dialogue between the North and the U.S., then South Korea needs to find the justification for such dialogue. It was Professor Seo also talked about politics being about justification. And of course, for the U.S. government, it would be focused on COVID-19. But with the U.S.-North dialogue, we need to understand what kind of diplomatic outcome we can drive from that. And if we can provide that information to the U.S. and the North, I think that maybe we can find a way to see some dialogue between the two. And I think that the U.S. really needs to be proactive in understanding the position of South, because denuclearization could be a security issue and only a security issue, but for Korea, it's more than that. It's about coexistence of the North and South. So denuclearization sometimes may be too much confined as a security issue for the U.S., but I think they need to expand the scope. And in the same vein, the end of declaration and the peace treaty for the South Korean government, this has relevance with denuclearization, but it's not confined to denuclearization. And I hope that U.S. understands that and try to reflect that particular perspective in their policies. And regarding U.S.-Korea relations, our two speakers talked about the public opinion, and if I may add to that, the relationship with the North, if we do have a stalemate with the North, and if we have high intentions, we can see that negative perspective towards the North strengthens, and a positive view towards the ROK-U.S. relations goes up. So let's say that if the Biden administration focuses on human rights and strengthens sanctions, or in line with strengthening alliance, if they decide to resume joint military exercises or even expand or increase joint military exercises, of course we may be seeing resistance from the North. So if that is the case, of course we have to find a way to manage the position of the North. But of course I cannot say we should manage public opinion. I don't think that's the right word, but it's important to really observe and try to build a consensus with the public on this. And also on the transfer of wartime OPCON. The majority is not in agreement, but then we may be seeing a slight disappointment when we see U.S. taking a different approach. But then I think our concern lies with Japan. Biden wants multilateralism, and Biden wants to find a way to tackle the situation with the allies. But let's say that if you look at Korea and Japan, we have territorial disputes and many historical issues. But this can be a hurdle. And for peace and security in Northeast Asia, we may have to make the right choices, but as a government. But if we look at the public poll, there's an even negative view towards Japan than the North, and in many cases, well, more than 80 to 90% of the Korean population believes that we should not give in at all. Therefore, the political decisions made by the government and the public, whether they're on the same page with the government, I think that it's easier said than done. There may be a gap between the two. So once again, if we want to push forward for certain measures, we need to make sure to have a convincing argument for the public. And Professor Su's question was quite interesting. So how much time does the Biden administration have? You said that it's just 1 year, but if I want to give my view, we need to have the same perspective towards the Biden administration. But I think the reason why you said 1 year is because there are the general elections and because Biden is not going to go for a second term. And that's why you anticipate it as 1 year. But my view is a bit different. Of course, many people say that, but whichever president it may be, in the American context, as long as you're not ill, Biden, of course, is saying that he's aged, and since he was a savior for the Democratic Party, he says that he's not going to run for a second term. But I don't think that will always be the case. So once again, I don't think that it should be just a year, but I want to say that I disagree. I think that he will be taking a longer term perspective in his foreign policies. And if we may name the policy, of course, naming is important. So how would Biden name his policy? Well, I've never thought about that, but maybe afterwards I would like to think through on what would be the right naming. But right now, I don't think there is anything that I can share on the top of my head on that very question. So once again, thank you for your questions. I'm not sure whether I answered all of your questions, but in lieu of time, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are almost out of time, so I'm afraid I would have to close the session with just a few last closing remarks. Dr. Min said that we cannot rule out the possibility of a US DPRK summit. Listening to that, I felt again how important US presidents really are. Earlier on, we heard from other speakers saying that Trump really opened up various possibilities, one of them being the US DPRK summit. The fact that we can actually anticipate another US DPRK summit and actually discuss the possibility of having that in the agenda is really amazing, and I don't think that we would not have been able to have this kind of discussion at all if it weren't for Trump. In the comments that were raised today, we also heard that if these different academic conferences that there is a hope that these academic conferences can be more constructive and can actually be a contribution. I think that if we engage in studies with agendas for a possible US DPRK summit or for other summits, then that could be very useful. In the peace process of the Korean Peninsula. So if we can engage in research towards that regard, that would be helpful. And I do hope that this international conference has contributed towards that. And I hope that you have all walked away from this with a lot of food for thought. So we are out of time. We do have many participants online and also our speakers, so 4 speakers who are joining us online as well. Thank you so much. The participants who are watching us on YouTube, thank you very much for your participation. And also our audience members here offline, thank you so much. And to our 2 speakers here offline. So with that, we would like to close the first session. Thank you.
예, 오전 세션.
So we would like to close the morning session. Please give them a big round of applause. We will take a lunch break for about 60 minutes, and we will begin the afternoon session then. We'll see you back soon. Thank you.
예, 반갑습니다. 이어서 1단
Very nice to meet you all and welcome back. Let us begin the 1-2 session. This session is on 2021 North Korea's internal and external strategy, choices, and prospects. If you have any questions with regard to this session, please check our Q&A link, and if you submit your questions, we will deliver the questions to our moderator. The moderator of this session is Vice President and Professor of Ewha Women's University, Professor Choi Dae-seok. Professor Choi Dae-won was a research fellow at KINU, as well as the Dongguk University Professor of North Korean Studies. And let us now invite our moderator. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. It's a great pleasure to be back at KINU, and it's a great honor to moderate a session of a conference organized by KINU. The topic of today's conference is seeking a peace process on the Korean Peninsula after the U.S. presidential election. And this second session will be on North Korea's internal and external strategies. We have 3 speakers for this session. From KINU, we have Hong Min, Director of North Korean Research Division. A big round of applause, please. And our second speaker is Kim Il-gi, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for National Security Strategy. And our last speaker for this session is the Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of North Korean Studies, Professor Yang Moon-soo. The 3 speakers will be talking about the current economic situation as well as their internal and external strategies. As our panelists, we have a total of 4 panelists. We have from the U.S., Toby Dalton, Senior Fellow and Co-Director of the Nuclear Policy Program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. So a big round of applause for Dr. Toby Dalton, please. And our second panelist is the Director of Institute for Policy Studies. We have Dr. John Ferrer. Thank you very much for your participation. And we have from the Korea National Diplomatic Academy to my right, Professor Hwang Il-do. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Research Fellow at KINU, Dr. Choi Ji-young. Speakers have 15 minutes for their presentation, and panelists have 7 to 8 minutes. So then, let us now begin the presentations. Dr. Hong Min from KINU, your presentation, please.
예, 안녕하십니까. 소개받은
Hello, and good afternoon here for the participants in Korea. My name is Hong Min. I've just been introduced. And today I would like to give a presentation on the inauguration of the new U.S. administration that is about to take office. I think that there might be many interests about the new incoming U.S. administration's North Korea strategy. But I think that we also have to take an interest in what the DPRK is going to do in formulating its U.S. strategy in response to the new U.S. administration. So we would have to sort of predict what the DPRK is going to do in terms of policy formulation. And to do so, we have to look at the trends or the orbits of what DPRK has shown in the past. This would allow us to have a better understanding of the policy demands of the DPRK, and we can also look at what kind of actions the DPRK engaged in, and to see what it is they really want out of the new U.S. administration. So I'm going to talk about North Korea's strategy on the U.S. pre- and post-2018. I'm going to do a comparison on that first, and what is likely to happen going forward. And lastly, I want to talk about disarmament in the DPRK and these different discussions that are currently underway in the U.S. for nuclear disarmament. I want to try to see how different parties view this issue of nuclear disarmament in the DPRK. So from 2009 to 2017, this was before Kim Jong-un's era, but in many cases, Kim Jong-un started having some level of influence in North Korea's policy. And from 2009 to 2017, there are some of the things that the DPRK really stressed. First of all, it continued to demand that the U.S. withdraw its hostile policy on North Korea. And it said that there needs to be trust building before nuclear negotiations. They also said that nuclear weapons are not an object for dialogue, and it also said South Korea is not a subject for nuclear talks or negotiations. This was the position of the DPRK during this period. But as we know, we've seen some changes after this period. The first is that there is a change in Republic of Korea's position in nuclear negotiations. So the DPRK has come to respond more to South Korea. And initially, North Korea said that nuclear weapons are not an object for dialogue or negotiations, but the DPRK is now using nuclear weapons as leverage in their negotiations. And so that's something that we've also seen. North Korea's perception of the U.S. hostile policy has been a long-standing demand. North Korea has, for a very long time, asked America to withdraw its hostile policy, and I think that many of you are very familiar with this, in that the DPRK has asked U.S. to withdraw its hostile policy and continuously threatening the use of nuclear weapons, and it's saying that it's asking for a stop in the U.S. and Korea ROK joint military exercises, and it has to withdraw the threat in the form of strategic assets deployed to Korean Peninsula. And it said that it has to withdraw oral defamation, including insults to the region and its leader. So these were the core demands that the North Korea has made. So it has asked for stop of missile tests, and it has asked for trust building in the early part. And when there is some level of a trust that is built, then maybe later on we can have discussions about a peace agreement and normalization of ties between the U.S. and DPRK, and later, ultimately, disarmament and a denuclearization. So, trust building would have to come first before denuclearization, and this was a basic demand by the DPRK before 2017. This talk about nuclear disarmament has been there for a very long time, but in the past, when they talk about nuclear disarmament, it was usually about use a policy tool to sort of criticize South Korea or criticize the U.S. or try to have more political capital domestically. However, for the first time after 2017, they talk about a staged nuclear disarmament. So there's going to be trust and then staged or phased nuclear disarmament leading to ultimate denuclearization. So they've started talking about this, a phased approach. So in the past, nuclear disarmament was used as a rhetoric tool, but after 2018 or so, they started using nuclear weapons as leverage in negotiations. And after 2018, we've also seen some big changes in the approach to North Korea's nuclear issue. This argument that we see from North Korea, where the end of war declaration should come first and the peace agreement later, started to show up. The peace agreement was put on a back burner after end of war declaration, and they've continuously started to say that the end of war declaration should come first, and that there is a linkage between peace agreements and denuclearization. In the past, if you remember, peace agreements and denuclearization were kept separate, but after 2018, DPRK has started to stress the linkage between peace agreements and denuclearization. And it has also been seeking a development strategy by making nuclear weapons an object for negotiations. And it has started to see that South Korea be an active mediator for denuclearization. So how should we look at this? This a synchronous approach or a phased approach, an equivalent approach is something that we're seeing here with DPRK. And when there is a process of nuclear armament, it was difficult to have a synchronous or equivalent or phased approach, which is why in the past their demands were more about attacks. But after 2018, DPRK can be sort of equivalent, a counterparty in these demands and making phased demands, asking, using nuclear weapons as an object for negotiations. This is a diagram that I've come up with to try to provide you with a bird's eye view on the changes in the DPRK after 2018. There are 4 inflection points. So there's the U.S.-North Korea summit in Singapore and the 3rd visit of U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to North Korea. And then there is the 4th visit by Pompeo and the Hanoi summit in February 2019. And then there is the Supreme People's Assembly policy speech and the plenary meeting of the 7th Central Committee of the Workers' Party. So in the first inflection point, trust building has been really emphasized. And then later, DPRK switched to talking more about sanctions. And then they talked about withdrawal of hostile policy. Every time there was a stalemate in the U.S. DPRK summits and talks, DPRK has been tried to be more critical of South Korea and the U.S. You know, every time there was a stalemate, what they would do is try to shake or criticize South Korea to try to get what they want. And they would sort of try to use South Korea as a pawn to try to pressure U.S. into doing something. In October, I believe it was, Kim Yo-jong, after the summit, was very detailed in making some demands towards the U.S. And if we take a look at this, up until Hanoi, there was talk about a partial denuclearization and partial lifting of sanctions. So it was equivalent and reciprocal, but then it said that the sanctions have to be lifted for them to come to the negotiating table, and then later on they would have to that they asked that the U.S. should offer some sort of comprehensive regime guarantee. So this is something that we've seen recently, that Kim Yo-jong has been asking for more comprehensive concessions, and this is a big framework of the DPRK's demands towards the U.S. If we take a closer look at this, there is denuclearization of the DPRK and the hostile policy that the DPRK wants to approach this both on an equivalent basis, on a tit-for-tat basis. This is a logic that is effectively used in disarmament, and this is not a new logic. This has been there for a very long time for equivalency and mutual reciprocity. And through advanced nuclear armament, DPRK has effectively been preparing for this moment. This exchange for regime security, regime guarantee, and denuclearization would come after trust building, and they would be exchanged at an equivalent basis. That is what the DPRK has presented. And there's going to be a phased agreement to this. And then after that phased agreement, then later on there's going to be another phased agreement. So this is going to take a phased approach. So again, denuclearization is not seen as a duty and something that given to the DPRK as a benefit, that both all of the tit-for-tat items here would be duties that each party would have to fulfill for the other party to fulfill their duty. After Hanoi, within a Trump administration, they've been a little bit more flexible in their statements. We don't know exactly what went on behind doors, but in many cases, it appears that Trump at least said that there's going to be some sort of a temporary provision of the benefits that the DPRK wants, at least on a temporary basis and in a reversible degree. And then I want to take a look at North Korea's strategy towards South Korea. This is also a diagram that I tried to draw, which looks at the decision-making system on South Korea and the U.S. at the DPRK level. So we see Kim Yong-chol, Kim Yong-jong. Kim Yong-chol and Lee Sung-gun are members of the military. Kim Yong-chol worked for Lee Sung-gun in the past. So for South Korea policy, these two have had a long time experience. Kim Yong-chol and Ri are in charge of South Korea policy and U.S. policy. Choi Sun-hee appears to be a little bit in a lower rank compared to these two. And at the bottom, you would see there is the Department on U.S. Affairs and Department for Negotiations with the U.S. So this is a foreign policy line that we see here. What is very particular to note here is the role of Kim Yo-jong. Kim Yo-jong has been in charge of South Korean U.S. affairs starting in 2018. She has been directly involved in summits with South Korea and the U.S. So she has been effectively dealing with all the sensitive issues, both at home and abroad. In the interest of time, I'm going to be a little bit quicker in this. North Korea's basis for assessing the Biden administration's policy in North Korea is to see whether there exists a message of inheriting the existing agreements and negotiations between the U.S. and North Korea. And the GPRK is also going to look at the policy priorities given to North Korean issues and whether there's going to be what level of U.S. ROK joint military exercises there's going to be, what the attitude of the new U.S. administration is on inter-Korean relations, whether the U.S. imposes additional sanctions on North Korea, the announcement of the position on issues of North Korea's human rights or democracy. These are going to be important points of consideration. The Eighth Party Congress is likely to take place before the inauguration ceremony. The reason that the Eighth Party Congress is being held before the U.S. presidential inauguration is to try to see that they want to present a preemptive message to the U.S. It's going to continue to try to keep that strategic standing. But there's going to be an emphasis on a defensive non-proliferation doctrine, asserting that nuclear weapons are a byproduct of U.S. hostile policy in North Korea. Based on this, what we can expect out of the Biden administration is that there's going to be a new look at North Korea's mid- and long-term strategic goals for the U.S. Thus far, we've seen corresponding measures in exchange for denuclearization, including establishing diplomatic relations between the U.S. and North Korea, lifting of sanctions, and securing the security guarantee via conclusion of a peace agreement, thereby creating the conditions for economic development. Therefore, North Korea's strategic baseline would be that it is possible that North Korea may simultaneously continue to develop strategic weapons and express its intention for resuming the negotiations. And it is possible that North Korea may strengthen the logic of its own style of nuclear disarmament and try to gain negotiation leverage by setting the bar for negotiation higher. It is possible that early on, the DPRK would say that the existing agreements should be inherited, that there should be a gradual and phased approach, and demand for early trust-building measures and comprehensive demands for the withdrawal of U.S. hostile policy on North Korea, and normalization of relations. Because we know that the Eighth Party Congress and the Supreme People's Assembly are going to be held, we believe that there's going to be a replacement or reshuffling of personnel in the negotiation lines toward the U.S. and UN diplomatic lines in North Korea. We might see the emergence of a seasoned expert capable of responding to a sophisticated logic of nuclear disarmament. We might see an adjustment of the positions of Kim Yong-chol and Ri Sung-gun, who led the diplomacy toward the U.S. and a hawkish policy on South Korea. The point for observation is whether a negotiation line will center around First Vice Foreign Minister Choi Sun-hee, a Department on U.S. Affairs, and Department for Negotiations with the U.S. So again, because we're out of time, I want to briefly touch upon the difference between North Korea's version of nuclear disarmament and Biden's version of nuclear disarmament. As I mentioned before, North Korea's version of nuclear disarmament is something that is symmetrical. This means to say that both sides, that is to say the DPRK, should minimize its nuclear disarmament, minimize its nuclear armament at the same level of the U.S. minimizing its extended deterrence or its nuclear umbrella. So that is DPRK's version. It's symmetrical in nature, so it's a little bit different from what Biden is possibly thinking in terms of nuclear disarmament. So what can we do to try to have actual disarmament in DPRK? We've tried to see Biden's advisors, the people that he's surrounded around him, is that there's going to be a sort of a comprehensive approach, that we have to say that there's going to be a stoppage of all making of further nuclear weapons, and that we're going to make use of all means necessary to monitor the situations and developments. And that it's going to be a very long-term a phase reduction. So again, it's going to be a comprehensive declaration on freeze, setting the range and cap of nuclear weapons, which is going to take a very long-term approach. And after this is over, there might be a possible conclusion of nuclear agreement. Based on the nuclear agreement, there will be phase reduction and ultimately complete elimination. These two camps, DPRK and the Biden camps, have a different interpretation of nuclear disarmament. One side is symmetrical, the other side is unilateral. And another is that in the U.S., in exchange for disarmament, what is the U.S. willing to offer? How are they going to interpret the scope and the definition of this withdrawal of hostile policy that the DPRK wants? And I think that is really what President-elect Biden should have to look into. And how these different opinions on the verification system in the nuclear disarmament process can be coordinated. The actual disarmament process can take a long time. It could take a long-term approach, but the verification is going to be more strict and more thorough in the future. But when there's a difference in opinions, how is the verification system going to be scaled? And this nuclear disarmament approach has a practical effect of recognizing North Korea's nuclear possession. So are we ready to see North Korea in that status? And while it is important to recognize and manage North Korea's nuclear possession for a significant amount of period in a phased, gradual nuclear disarmament, how can an agreement on that point be reached? So although we do not have a clear idea on what the Biden camp is going to do, I think there's going to be a gap in interpretation between the DPRK and Biden, and so we have to consider that. However, some of the possibilities that we can look into is that this logic of nuclear disarmament is not just about North Korea, because they said they're going to strengthen the NPT and they're going to realign New START treaty. And Biden has said that they're going to return to the Iran nuclear talks to a JCPOA and going to minimize nuclear weapons and decrease the amounts of nuclear weapons arsenal, and to ratify CTBT and put a ban on the development of new nuclear weapons. So all of this leads us to point that there's going to be a stronger denuclearization or disarmament regime. This is the discussion that we see within the U.S., and that's the same attitude that they will likely bring to the DPRK, which is why for Korea and for Korea in the U.S., we have to try to come up with a realizable nuclear disarmament roadmap for DPRK, and it has to be attainable to a degree. Some people are worried that the U.S. is going to accept DPRK as a nuclear power, and that is just a recognition of the nuclear status of DPRK. But if we actually look into this denuclearization or nuclear disarmament logic, it's going to be a very long, very thorough process. It's not going to be very easy on the DPRK. We have to really look at how are we going to overcome these differences in the interpretation and in the quality of nuclear disarmament. And with that, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Hong. Dr. Hong is currently at KINU. He's a director of North Korean Research Division, and he has a very high level of impact in South Korea's North Korea policy. And just briefly, he has talked about North Korea's approach towards nuclear weapons after 2018, how this approach has changed, that they're actually considering nuclear weapons as a subject for talks and negotiations. And in the future, although Trump is out of the office, that DPRK will want the existing agreements to be inherited and to be implemented. And the DPRK will likely consider these different factors in dealing with the incoming administration. And at the 8th Party Congress, that there is going to be a message for the United States that will come out of that party Congress. And lastly, I think that this is going to be important, but this DPRK-style nuclear disarmament and the definition of nuclear disarmament under Biden are very different, according to Dr. Hong, and that this is going to be a key point in U.S. DPRK negotiations next year. Next, so we would like to hear from our two discussants from the U.S. First, we'd like to hear from Dr. Toby Dalton. Mr. Dalton, we'll give you about 8 minutes.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be with you remotely. I wish I could be with you in person. Perhaps we'll all be able to gather again soon in person now that the vaccines for the coronavirus have started to be administered, so maybe next year. I very much appreciated Dr. Hong's detailed analysis of the situation, and I agree with many of the points that he made. In his presentation, he posed some very good questions about North Korean and U.S. ideas about disarmament. In my remarks, I want to take up his invitation to explore these hard questions from a U.S. vantage point. I'll start at a somewhat more abstract level and then work towards a few specific issues. First, what is the nature of the North Korean nuclear problem today? In my view, for too long, the U.S. policy towards North Korea has been based on non-proliferation principles. So the Libya model advocated by John Bolton, for instance, is based on this idea that North Korea never really achieved nuclear weapons, and thus it can make a strategic decision for unilateral disarmament. But this is clearly no longer an appropriate framework for thinking about and planning for the North Korea problem today. North Korea possesses nuclear weapons and will continue to do so. In my assessment, it now has a minimum deterrence capability against the United States, even if this is politically inconvenient for people to acknowledge. North Korea's demonstrated unwillingness to unilaterally disarm, despite maximum pressure, and the existence of this basic level of deterrence, I think, frame the problem today. And any strategy for managing or changing this situation must start from there. So what does this framing mean for alternative approaches? I think Dr. Hong worked through and mentioned several of them. To begin with, I think to affect the beliefs of North Korea's leaders about the necessity of possessing nuclear weapons requires changing the underlying security conditions such that nuclear weapons become costly and unnecessary. And this is the same basic logic that is required for global nuclear disarmament. Now, North Korea's nuclear weapons are not necessarily a global disarmament problem. They may still be resolved on a regional basis. But I think there is utility in drawing parallels between the two situations. Let me point to 3 inferences. First, peace is necessarily prerequisite. And that means a careful transformation of security relations such that the absence of war becomes a durable condition. Second, achieving peace over time requires the careful management of nuclear and conventional deterrence. such that it is only slowly replaced by alternative means of security. And I think this is really important, particularly for getting past the difficult first steps in this kind of process. And third, in my view, the most appropriate conceptual framework for guiding the transition from deterrence to another more cooperative security model is arms control. Not US-Soviet nuclear arms control, but arms control as it was originally defined, namely steps taken between two adversaries to manage arms racing, to limit the possibility that conflicts can escalate, and to reduce the consequences of conflict should it occur. I don't think that arms control requires equivalence or symmetry or reciprocity. It can be done in various ways, different types of agreements, tacit or explicit, that could include monitored restraints, confidence building measures, verified reductions, shared communications and coordination infrastructure, etc. It also does not mean explicitly, as many people fear and as Dr. Hong raised, that we have to treat North Korea as a state that retains nuclear weapons forever. I think this is a little bit of a boogeyman in my view and is not that important. So how could we translate these inferences into a different set of long-term objectives towards the Korean Peninsula? Foremost, it requires a focus on peace, and not primarily or even solely about denuclearization. The process to achieve peace can both enable and reinforce steps that could reduce nuclear dangers on the Korean Peninsula. Beyond this, we need to reconceptualize what we mean by denuclearization as the desired end state for North Korea. And let me suggest two objectives that could guide rethinking of negotiations in these terms. First, we need to denuclearize North Korea's military, basically to get the military out of the nuclear weapons business and return it to what militaries traditionally do, which is to use conventional instruments and capabilities. And second, to de-weaponize North Korea's nuclear enterprise. So these kinds of objectives imply a different focus of negotiations, both in initial steps and over time. So again, starting with the logic of peace, I think there has to be an effort first to remove the potential for conflict to escalate and to establish a baseline. From that baseline, in terms of the military, you could start by addressing issues of nuclear posture and readiness, aiming over time to create a so-called recessed deterrence. And ultimately, the objective would be to ensure that the remaining missiles that North Korea could possess would only be conventionally armed. In terms of the nuclear enterprise, that would also mean ceasing and then phasing out and dismantling activities or materials or infrastructure that has no plausible non-weapons purpose. So these are just a couple of suggestions, and for a more detailed discussion, I would refer to a publication that I wrote with my colleague George Perkovich called Thinking the Other Unthinkable, as a report for the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. In conclusion, I want to say that my hope is that we can shift governments toward this perspective and away from the historical non-proliferation approach that has long dominated policy towards the Korean Peninsula. Perhaps the Biden administration will also think along these lines. At this point, I think the contours of US policy under a Biden administration are still fairly vague. Principled diplomacy, working on peace and denuclearization, these are kind of broad concepts, and the specifics we'll have to see probably some months from now. So my hope is that by reframing the problem in these terms, we can do better and have more success than prior efforts have achieved thus far. Thank you again so much for the invitation to be with you.
네, 달튼 박사님 감사합니다.
Dr. Dalton, thank you very much for your comments.
I think that I'm going to give Dr. Hong to respond to what Dr. Dalton has said, and then after we've heard from Dr. Hong, I'll give Dr. Dalton a time to respond.
Next, I would like to ask Dr. John Farrer for his comments, please.
예, 페퍼 소장님.
Yes, Dr. Pfeffer, can you hear us? Yes, would you like to comment on Dr. Hong's presentation, please?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm not sure what I can add. I think Dr. Hong's analysis of the shift in North Korean thinking and Toby Dalton's analysis of arms control are spot on, and I'll try to add to that. I'm not sure what I can provide, but I will share screen. Obviously, there's going to be a shift in Joe Biden's foreign policy team, and here in Washington, that's what everyone is focused on, but I'm not going to talk about that because I don't think it's very interesting, and I'm more interested in the principles of the Biden foreign policy as they are emerging. Here are, I think, some of the key foreign policy priorities. Obviously, to reverse the foreign policy efforts of Donald Trump, and in some sense to reestablish the status quo ante, the priorities of the Obama administration, to restore relations with allies in Europe and in Asia, obviously NATO, obviously South Korea and Japan, to champion multilateral approaches to global problems, to reemphasize human rights and democratic norms, and to promote selective engagement. The reason why I list these here is because, well, if you're here in the United States or you're in South Korea, you might find these entirely benign priorities, even perhaps praiseworthy priorities. But I think Pyongyang looks at this very differently. From Pyongyang's point of view, of course, they were very happy, or at least Kim Jong-un was very happy with Trump's approach of personal diplomacy, and not very happy with the Obama administration's strategic patience. The effort to restore relations with allies looks, from Pyongyang's point of view, like traditional containment, encirclement of strengthening of the encirclement of the country. Multilateral approaches, well, Pyongyang, generally speaking, has not been thrilled with multilateral approaches and prefers bilateral negotiations with the United States. I don't have to say anything about human rights and democratic norms. Obviously, the DPRK is not particularly interested in that. Joe Biden, of course, has promised that he will not have the same kind of personal relationship with Kim Jong-un, no more love letters. As I said, closer policy coordination, multilateral effort, human rights. None of this looks particularly good from Pyongyang's point of view. So I think there's already going to be a level of skepticism heading into potential bilateral discussions. The other problem, of course, is that all the U.S. strategies towards North Korea in the past have proven to be failures. And I don't really have to go over this history very much in detail because you're all aware of it. Maximum pressure has not changed North Korea's regime or its behavior. Negotiations have taken place, of course, and we've had agreements, but those agreements have not lasted. The effort to kind of outsource our policy to China has not worked. China has been reluctant to follow U.S. Lead and is even less likely to do so. Strategic patience, which is basically to ignore North Korea and hope that it stops being obstreperous or stop being a problem, didn't work. North Korea didn't disappear. And of course, Trump's summits produced no significant results. Dr. Hong gave us and Toby Dalton some sense of what has changed with North Korea's nuclear inventory. It obviously has increased its deterrent capabilities and its ability to deliver nuclear weapons. So I don't have to go into that. Dr. Hong identified what North Korea's demands are and the evolution of those demands: end of war declaration, lifting of sanctions, withdrawal of hostile policy. Toward what end? Well, I mean, that's pretty clear as well. North Korea's stated Kangsong Taeguk policy has been in place for quite some time. They have well, of course, this is the rich nation, strong army. They now have the sufficiently strong army, at least when it comes to nuclear deterrence, they don't have the rich nations. So, of course, what North Korea wants most of all is the lifting of sanctions and the access to the global economy to jumpstart projects like this one in Wonsan. Now, the question is, and this is, I think, at the essence of Dr. Hung's paper, will we see a kind of flexible approach or return to arms control, as Toby Dalton said? And I'm not so sure that we've ever had really a flexible approach. Trump certainly never had a flexible approach, tit for tat, kind of staged set of arms control negotiations. That was certainly not in his mind, regardless of what he said. It was always maximum pressure plus personal engagement with CVID, or complete, verifiable, irreversible dismantlement, as the ultimate goal. There was ambiguity on denuclearization, as Dr. Hong has pointed out, and no real sense of what arms control means. And so I think what Toby Dalton points out, a return to kind of arms control is to be expected. And Dr. Hong's understanding of the Biden commitment to arms control is, I think, correct. However, I would caution listeners that whatever Biden might say about certain arms control goals, that doesn't necessarily mean he'll be able to push them through. Yes, obviously an extension on New START, but something like Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, well, of course, Biden would like to see that ratified, but the Senate is certainly not amenable or supportive of that. What can we expect? And this is how I'll end here. We have this quote from Antony Blinken. Of course, he's the nominee for Secretary of State, emphasizing the importance of arms control and also basically saying, well, you know, we're going to have to de facto recognize North Korea as a nuclear power. So now that he wasn't the Secretary of State when he said this, so it's not necessarily true that he will repeat these sentiments, but it leads me to suggest a possible way forward on this, modeled on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And this is kind of the opposite of the non-proliferation approach that Toby Dalton was referring to. As you probably know, the NPT is based on basically a trade-off. Non-nuclear states will forego nuclear weapons if they gain access to nuclear technology for civilian purposes, and nuclear states commit to nuclear disarmament. Now, of course, there has been the so-called atoms for peace, or the distribution of nuclear technology for civilian purposes, but nuclear states have basically not followed through on the nuclear disarmament side of things. They've engaged in arms control periodically, but with the exception of Obama's pledge for nuclear disarmament, we haven't seen anything in effect. So what can we expect for an NPT option for North Korea? Well, it essentially is a de facto recognition of North Korean nuclear status, but it's North Korea commits to eventual disarmament in the same way that the nuclear powers commit to eventual disarmament under the NPT. And it's somewhere down the line. It's not tomorrow, it's not next week, it's not next month. Yes, of course, it would be, we expect, you know, step-by-step arms control to follow on to that, with various possibilities, with the end result, one would hope, dismantlement, but, you know, a recess deterrence, as Toby Dalton said, somewhere along the lines. And then finally, instead of the provision of civilian nuclear power, in this scenario, it would be clean energy cooperation. The reason I point this out is because the whole nuclear negotiations with North Korea are predicated on a strange asymmetry. And that asymmetry is that North Korea has one fundamental power that South Korea doesn't have, and that's nuclear weapons. So why should North Korea give up its one fundamental positive asymmetry on the Korean Peninsula? It's not likely to do that unless it somehow manages to even the playing field on the Korean Peninsula. And certainly, to a certain extent, even the playing field security-wise with the United States. One possible asymmetry that does exist, aside from nuclear weapons, is the carbon footprint that North Korea has. As you see here in this graph, North Korea's carbon footprint is comparable to a Pacific Island nation compared to South Korea, which is carbon footprint is comparable to the United States or a European nation. So it might be possible, in fact, to offer this as a substitute down the line asymmetry, North Korea becoming a kind of clean energy economy that is, in some ways, more advanced at some point than South Korea. The model we have in place already with China, with the Clean Energy Research Center, 10 years basically of cooperation on these issues with China, could serve as the basis of a new agreement with North Korea involving clean energy. And with China perhaps providing infrastructure for North Korea and the United States research and technical cooperation. And that, I hope, would ultimately provide a more secure, shall we say, relationship among the four countries, United States, China, South Korea, and North Korea, shifting the emphasis away from nuclear weapons and towards something that was more positive, both for the Korean Peninsula, but I would say globally as well. And I'll end there. Thank you very much again for inviting me.
네, 페퍼 박사님 감사합니다.
Yes, Dr. Pfeffer, thank you. Dr. Dalton and Dr. Pfeffer, thank you very much for your comments. And particularly, Dr. Dalton has mentioned that the Libya model is no longer valid, and the typical denuclearization would be very difficult, and that North Korea hosts minimum deterrence, and that the focus should be not on only denuclearization, but also peace. Yes, thank you very much for your comments. And also, you said that military denuclearization should be the focus, and also about the denuclearization that should take place in the research front. And Dr. Pfeffer has talked about Biden's administration of the principles that may be in place for this new administration, and especially in its foreign policy. And he also talked about the fact that it would be no more love letters, and that Biden would be more flexible. And he also talked about the NPT option, and he also mentioned the clean energy cooperation, which is not as familiar with to us, but he talked about North Korea's carbon footprint, and that some sort of clean energy cooperation can actually help us with the denuclearization effort. These are some key issues, and I would like to ask Dr. Hong to provide a response to the comments made by our panelists.
두 분의 토론 너무
Thank you very much for these two comments. I don't think I have to respond to those comments raised, because I agree with what the two commentators have said. I would just like to add some of my own thoughts on how we should explore this territory in the future. And I think that when it comes to reciprocity and equivalency and synchronous nature of these approaches, I think that we need to try to engage in some more specific measures to align all of these different natures. In the past, we've engaged a lot of pressure on the DPRK and tried to make them follow a very strict denuclearization roadmap, which failed. But now, perhaps with a more equivalent and more of a synchronous and reciprocal approach, that would be more helpful. So we have to design the right approach going forward. But as Dr. Dalton said in his comments, I think that this is very close to what he said, that this is a more of an approach that is centered on peace. I think what I said is not very different, because peace is melted into the denuclearization process, and peace can go in tandem with denuclearization, and we need to come up with a framework that addresses them both together. And perhaps we can engage in some sort of a preemptive actions ahead of time and be very aggressive and very conscious about that. This means to say, instead of just having a tit-for-tat approach, instead of waiting to see what DPRK does first and then thinking about what we're going to give them for that, perhaps we can be the first to move and do something in a preemptive fashion. And I think it's important for us to come up with very specific, very various initiatives. This means that Trump's approach was that they would ask for a shutdown of a major nuclear facility and then ICBMs after that. So they, under Trump, was an approach that was focused on military arsenals and nuclear weapons arsenals. But I think we need to come up with something more comprehensive, more phased, but with a very strict and very thorough monitoring mechanism, so that even if this is going to take a very long time, we can start out small and then have that build trust between the two parties. And we have to design a very good approach to make this happen. And in that regard, I think that what Mr. Toby Dalton said, I had the opportunity to read the report that you wrote, and I think that it's full of very good suggestions for us to apply to the Korean Peninsula. And I think that we can be very thorough in applying these on the Korean Peninsula, and the U.S. and the ROK should try to explore these together. That is all. Thank you. Dr. Dalton, Dr. Pfeffer, would you have anything to add to what Dr. Hong has said?
Except we're in pretty much violent agreement amongst ourselves, which I think is very good. I would just say I think that in thinking about the very early steps that could be useful in creating momentum, from the U.S. standpoint, there has to be priority on steps that would concretely reduce nuclear threats and nuclear dangers. And I think you see that inclination, not just in statements from officials that would go into the Biden administration, but from other Democrats as well. And so I think, as Dr. Hong suggested, the need to think about a new framework is clear. We need to also be much more specific about the types of steps that we could see and seek early in a new negotiation.
I would just add that trust building is extraordinarily difficult between the United States and North Korea, not only because of the history of mistrust, but because of the asymmetrical political structures. I mean, as Dr. Hong pointed out in his many slides, North Korea has a set of negotiators who have been consistently addressing the issue of the United States and the nuclear question. The United States, we shift our administrations around, we shift our personnel, so we don't have this ability for people to build up interpersonal trust, and so negotiations are actually quite difficult at that level. Obviously, we could offer, I think, some humanitarian assistance in response to the COVID crisis. We have tried other kinds of trust-building exercises around specific projects, divided families, Pentagon missing in action, a POW remains. So we've tried those things, but it is a fundamental asymmetry in the personnel that I think makes it so difficult to restart this process every 4 years and expect different results.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dalton, Mr. Pfeffer. I think that they were very important, very valuable comments that you made. I understand that in the U.S. it must be very late over there right now, so thank you very much for staying with us until such a late hour. And I really hope that you stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
두 번째 발표에 들어가겠습니다. 두 번째 발표는
Let us now move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is by Dr. Kim Il-gi from the Institute for National Security Strategy. The title of his presentation is Kim Jong-un's Governor Code and Internal Policy and Prospects in Pandemic Era. You have 15 minutes. Very nice to meet you all. I'm Kim Il-gi from Institute for National Security Strategy. I would like to talk about the current situation of Kim Jong-un's domestic policy as well as some future prospects. 2020 carries two meanings for North Korea. First, through its 5-year economic plan, it was about trying to celebrate their 75th anniversary of the party, but it went to a failure. And second is before the Hanoi summit, the North had certain concerns, but these concerns became a reality. In other words, they wanted to find a way to lift sanctions by destroying the Yongbyon facilities. However, it's that the economic crisis has come square in the face for North Korea. So based on the failures of 2020, the North has hosted will be hosting the 8th Congress of the Workers' Party quickly than expected. 2021 would be the 110th anniversary of Kim Il-sung's birth, and 80th anniversary of Kim Jong-il's birth, and 10th anniversary of Kim Jong-un regime. And originally, that was probably the point in time when they were going to host the 8th Congress of the Workers' Party. But I believe that this 8th Congress, personally, I believe they've decided to fast forward this Congress. In 2021, for North Korea, it will be fostering regime solidarity and preparing for the next leap forward in 2022. And next is on the governing code in this pandemic. So it's about stability, development, and quarantine or prevention. It's true that before COVID, it was basically focusing on political stability and economic development, and was trying to find a way to exchange the nuclear facilities for lifting of sanctions. However, now with COVID, you can see that economic development has fell in the back burner, and stability and the concerns over stability has heightened. Therefore, political stability seems to be at the front burner compared to economic development. I believe that Kim Jong-un wanted to find a way to build his achievements on economic development and find a way to idolize himself, and maybe starting from next year and in 2022, he wanted to break away from Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il to create a new era for himself. I believe that that was his purpose. However, we can see that the situation is not as easy as expected. With regard to domestic policies, I want to say that COVID-19 is the greatest variable out there. And as you can see here, North Koreans' expectations, I think, will follow this route. We believe that going forward, continuation of COVID-19 and sanctions, or easing of COVID-19 and continuation of sanctions will be the possible scenario, which was quite detrimental for the North. And then priorities on domestic and foreign policies. Right now, we can see that it's domestic first and foreign policy second. And for next year, it's probably going to be the same. Because it's focused on political stability and economic development, both North Korean and U.S. relations and inter-Korean relations are subordinate to domestic issues. So I believe that they're going to take on a very conservative approach. And because the North, domestic policies are important, so they may be very sensitive to changes in the foreign policies. Recently, Kim Yo-jong, her comments with regard to Minister Kang Kyung-ha also indicates that they're very much focused on domestic policies, and they're very sensitive to what's being said on the outside. But if we do see some ease COVID-19, a proactive approach may be possible. And I believe that this will have to do with the necessity for lifting the sanctions. And a friendly approach to inter-Korean relations can be expected after the 8th Congress. The reason why I say that is because the Moon administration will have about 1 year left under its belt upon the 8th Congress, and it's going to try to find certain achievements, and they cannot go right to tackle the Biden administration. So they're going to find some achievements in the inter-Korean front. So domestic and foreign policy trends will be in the order of first domestic, including prevention of the pandemic, region stability, and economic development. And in terms of their foreign policies, we believe that they're going to try to be they will be trying to press the U.S. for a change in attitude. So a conciliatory approach towards South Korea and establishing a bridge for North Korea and U.S. negotiations, I believe, will be their stance going forward. Next is on my views on their new line of struggle and strategic and tactical policies. With the sanctions and with COVID, and also due to the flood, they had to look into their policies. Right now, the North is trying to develop a socialist economy, and they're taking the bull by the horns approach, which is what we call a revolutionary line. And we can say that this strategic line of building a strong socialist country is the goal for the party and the government, and the revolutionary line, or the bull by the horn approach, refers to the policy, method, and means for achieving this strategic line. We believe that North Korea will continue on with the all-out focus on developing a socialist economy. Suggesting a new strategic line requires a leap forward towards a new and higher level of revolutionary development, which requires the declaration of victory regarding the all-out focus on developing a socialist economy. So at the 8th Congress, we believe that such line will continue, because a change in strategic line will likely come after fulfilling the 5-year economic plan, potentially at the 9th Congress. And revisions to strategic and tactical policies are expected in order to replace the bull by the horn strategy. We do understand that failure of the bull by the horn strategy has only left with sanctions. And this bull by the horn strategy is unsustainable because it's about a competition between self-reliance and sanctions, and securing self-reliance, which will lead to a demise of the scheme to blockade sanctions. But unfortunately, this self-reliance seems to be a failure, and at the 8th Congress, of course, they will not be able to announce the failure. But the 80-day battle achievement may be cited as a great achievement to somehow dampen the failure in self-reliance attempts. Next is on regime stability. Kim Jong-un, in this COVID situation, has been particularly focused on stabilizing the regime. Kim Jong-un has established a Workers' Party-centered governance structure in tandem with the strengthening of Kim Jong-un's unitary ruler system. Kim Jong-un's public appearance was the lowest, but the sessions of Worker Party's meetings was the highest in history. And in terms of the way of meeting, it's quite diverse, including quick and on-demand local meetings as well as video conferences. And I personally believe that in line with the Workers' Party-centered governance, they're hosting so many meetings of the Workers' Party. But in addition to that, I think that he believes that he's met with a crisis. And rather than trying to provide directions to the individual officers, he wants to bring them together and deliver his plans. And I believe he thinks this is a more transparent way to communicate with his subordinates. And there's also the restructuring of the Workers' Party organizations by Kim Jong-un. The Ministry of People's Security was established. I think Choi Boo-hee will be leading that. And there was also an announcement at the 7th Committee 6th Politburo meeting that a new public security organization will be established. Not only that, there was a reorganization of the party's ideology sector, which is the Propaganda and Agitation Department. And these exclusive departments of the North are were quite complete in its nature. However, this attempt to reorganize probably has to do with Kim Jong-un's will to enhance the efficiency of the governance, and it has led to these reorganizational efforts in the party as well. Kim Jong-un his style was about being a leader, personally and actively engaged in all aspects of governance while emphasizing division of labor and delegating. Kim Jong-un officially and substantially has control over the party government and the military and continues to divide the work across centers. Choi Ryong-hae is in charge of the foreign policy, and Park Bong-joo and Kim Duk-kun is in charge of the domestic side. And then we have the standing members individually responsible for specific tasks. In the case of Kim Yo-jong, she's in the fields of South Korean and U.S. policies. Especially the South Korean and U.S. stance is an area that Kim Jong-un is most interested in, but it's very difficult to achieve some sound results. Kim Jong-il was also in charge of light economy in the past, and you know that North Korea needs to find a better outcome there, but it was very difficult to reap fruit. And Kim Jong-il was involved, and I believe that for Kim Yo-jong, her role with South Korea and U.S. has to do with Kim Jong-un's will to find some fruitful outcome there, which is very difficult to do. There's a lot of say on Kim Yo-jong's status in North Korea. And there is a high likelihood that if a new department is in place, the Administrative Department of the Workers' Party will be an organization where Kim Yo-jong may become the deputy director there. In the case of North Korea, it's about bringing order and building a socialist economy, and maybe Kim Yo-jong will be in charge of that function of party and policy guidance function. And of course on the overall governance process of the North. So this indicates that Kim Yo-jong will be involved in not only South Korean and U.S. policies, but also on the overall governance of North Korea. In terms of society, we believe that they will be focusing on solidarity through their public security institutions. What the North is trying to do is to caution the bureaucrats by providing catharsis through disclosing punishment cases. There were certain executions of individuals and high-ranking officers who violated laws to achieve that and to meet that purpose. And heightened control over citizens and high-ranking officials at the party, government, and military through public security institutions like the Ministry of State Security, Ministry of Social Security, and the Ministry Security Command of the Korean People's Army would be some of the examples. And there was an institutional reorganization to extend the function of the role of public security at the 7th Committee. In terms of the ICBM, they will be refraining from strategic provocations like nuclear testing and test-firing ICBMs, but we believe that they will be focusing on some strategic weaponry or strategic provocation. Till the first half, it's highly likely that they will be severing these attempts, but after the first half, once they see Biden's foreign policy line brought together and complete, then there may be some provocations in the second half. Next, on economic development, I believe that the following speaker will be giving an in-depth analysis on that. So just briefly on my views, the reason why they switched to the 5-year economic plan, well, plan is more detailed than strategy. And because they are met with a crisis, it seems like they find it very difficult to bring in place a comprehensive strategy. That's why they decided to go for this 5-year economic plan. The current North Korean situation, and particularly for next year, with their self-driven containment, a food crisis will be a major challenge, as we see it being a hindrance this year already. And if that is the case, of course, North Korea will find it very difficult to isolate themselves like they're doing right now. Next is on the prevention of epidemics. For the North, they perceive the situation as a security threat. And the reason why they think of this as a threat to national security is because if there is a spread across the North, there is no way for them to respond. we can say that treatment cannot be provided. Therefore, they're trying to engage in strict prevention measures. And in addition to that, they're also interested in COVID-19 diplomacy. For instance, diplomacy towards China, Russia, the U.S., and Korea. They believe COVID-19 diplomacy can be a positive way to find a breakthrough, and exchanges of handwritten letters are just some of the examples. And last but not least, they're trying to utilize COVID-19 as a propaganda for Kim Jong-un's leadership to potentially connect this with future idolization of Kim Jong-un. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Kim Il-gi, thank you for your presentation. Dr. Kim talked about the domestic policies for 2021. He mentioned the structure of the domestic policy in North Korea, and also the strategic and the revolutionary line that they have in the run-up to the 8th Congress of the Workers' Party, and also on economic development as well as quarantine or prevention measures. But what's interesting is that for 2021 can be a very important year where it's about preparing for 2022. And in the pandemic era, he talked about the governing code of Kim Jong-un, which is about stability, development, and prevention, and that these three are well aligned and they interact with one another. So now let us move on to Dr. Hwang Il-do from KNDA for his comments. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I agree mostly to what the speaker said, but because I am a panelist, if I may be faithful to my position here, I would like to raise an issue with a different angle. Overall, for those that observe the North, they do say that these external variables have been a major challenge for the North. And not only Dr. Kim, but all other experts who say that. However, if we look at the North state-owned media, they have a different view towards these actions. In other words, they believe that this is a way to transform, or this is an opportunity to switch this crisis into an opportunity. So once again, to take advantage of the current situation and make this as an opportunity for the next leap forward is what the North is saying. But is this just a rhetoric to stabilize the regime? Or is it that the second or third option is really justifiable? And do they believe in that? So I wanted to talk about that. In other words, with the acceleration of sanctions, we do know that the time for North is dwindling, and that we are at an advantage. However, if we look at some of the twists and turns, I do agree, but then I cannot say that this is something that we can guarantee. For instance, with the prolonged border closure, especially in this economic situation of the North, it's true that the border closure has led to instability in the markets. It led to a fall in exchange rates, so it seems like a negative for the North. However, we can take a different angle because they have this issue of foreign currency. And I do know that the other professors will be giving us some more details on this very point. But in terms of foreign currency reserves, it was true that 2019 was a crisis. Exports were impossible. However, they had to import daily necessities, which has led to a depletion of foreign currency. But now, even imports is banned. So at least the foreign currency is not being depleted in that same pace. So then, the prolonged border closure due to COVID-19, in some sense, considering all of these factors, may be a calculated move by the North. In other words, negotiations are quite prolonged, and it's true that they need to have a certain amount of foreign currency reserves, but with COVID-19, they have a reason to close the borders, and there is true rationale to tell the people that this was the only way to go. So I think that there may be a certain logic behind this move, and if that is the case, we can say that North Korea's approach, it may not be just taken for granted because there may be a logic behind this. And due to the border closure, state-owned media has been focused on the fact that the regime was trying to increase the share of the official economy. In other words, 장마당 economy has led to smuggling as well as a private economy, but they were trying to reduce the share. And with an inactive 장마당, they believe that the official economy will be gaining share, and which will, of course, strengthen the control that the regime has over the economy. In the 80s, labor and resource was, of course, key, but it was also about seeing the resources move out from the official economy to the unofficial economy, or this gray economy. And this 80-day battle campaign was a way to have the traditional workforce come back to the official economy. And the 장마당's foreign currency, it's going down. And I'm not an economic expert, so of course I cannot say a lot to that. But it's something that cannot be explained, and many people think that there is a political force that came into play. So why do you think they would be doing that? We can see that if they want to maintain certain values that come out from working for the formal economy, they need to close the gap between the formal economy and the 장마당. So in order to do that, some of the measures that they are taking may seem justified. In 2018, the rhetoric was moving on to a diplomatic path to create a condition conducive to economic development. And the logic of 2020 is about an emphasis on the importance of militarily guaranteeing a peaceful environment for economic construction. And here, economic development and economic construction is different. Economic development of 2018 and economic construction of 2020 go the other way. The former is about easing sanctions and increasing trade, as well as opening their doors to tourists. However, right now in 2020, they're currently closed and they're isolated, but they want to construct a self-reliant economy under such a circumstance. So the two stances are very much different. In 2020, I believe that the reason why they're using this logic is probably in consideration with the negotiations with the U.S. because ever since the Hanoi summit, it seemed like they did not have any leverage. So North Korea is trying to portray the fact that they do have a self-reliant economy and that they can change a crisis into an opportunity, and that sanctions will not be an impact. Recently, if we look at the trending of U.S.-China relations, they may be trying to find another option from that of 2018. And of course, this may just seem like propaganda or rhetoric, or maybe they really believe in these ideals. Let us take the example of COVID. Whether it be Korea or the Western world, we want to find a way to bring North Korea out to the international community. But we see there's a lot of interest by North Korea in SCO or with Russia and China. And the vaccines seem to create blocks in US and China and US and Russia. And we see that countries, depending on their location, their interest in the vaccine project it seems like they're siding with the U.S. or either Europe or China. So in terms of North Korea and the way forward, for them, they believe that it's better to be a part of the bloc of China and Russia, and they think that there may be another open that would open for them. And one more point. Sometimes many people talk about the pendulum approach in foreign policy for the North. And it's true that there was a point in time where they put a lot of gravity into China, and there is a concern that this may continue for quite a long period of time in the future. Yes, Dr. Huang, thank you very much for your comments. It's true that the North is in a crisis situation, but in the eyes of North Korea, they might have a different idea about the situation. They're closing their borders and they're trying to make this crisis into an opportunity based on Dr. Huang. So Dr. Kim, is there anything that you would like to add or respond to? Yes, Dr. Huang, thank you very much for your comments. It was interesting and there were some insightful comments. Thank you. I think that I'm not the right person to answer the questions on the economy. Professor Yang will be doing that. And with regard to the border closure, foreign currency and exchange rates are, of course, some of the factors that were put into consideration. But if I speak with those that were at the North, they say that border closure wasn't something that Kim Jong-un willfully decided to do. It was something that was forced. Under this COVID-19 situation, the reason why they have nothing to do but prevention is because diagnosis, prescription, and treatment, well, maybe diagnosis they can do, but in terms of treatment, it's basically impossible to be done in the North. So with the resurgence of COVID, the North had their only option to close their border. So I think that would be the right way to understand the situation. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And let us move on to our last presenter.
This presenter is going to talk about the 8th Workers' Party Congress and prospects for the 5-year Economic Development Plan. Yang Moon-soo of University of North Korean Studies. So I'll give you about 15 minutes.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. My name is Yang Moon-soo. I'm at the University of North Korean Studies. So the task that was assigned to me was to look at the 8th Workers' Party Congress and try to come up with prospects for the 5-year Economic Development Plan. Before that, I would like to talk about the 5-year Economic Development Plan that was presented forth at the 7th Central Committee, the plenary meeting, and to try to understand what that means and try to ascertain the prospects for the 5-year Economic Development Plan. And Dr. Hwang Il-do, when he was commenting on Dr. Kim Il-gi's presentation, he also posed a question to me, and if time allows, then I would like to respond to that as well. If not, I will try to respond to him in a different manner. But I did receive a question from him, so I would like to respond to that later on. So first of all, if we look at the DPRK economy, this 5-year economic development strategy was first proposed in 2016. And this is a vision for a new sort of future economy, a future society. But what interests us is not just the official proposal, but the unofficial proposals, specifically what the Mainichi Shimbun has reported on, which is that from 2016 to 2020, for about 5 years, the DPRK's goal was to achieve an economic growth rate of 8%. And to try to attain this, they're going to diversify its trade and develop technology and come up with new measures to manage its economy. But it has its over-dependence on the Chinese economy, and the DPRK saw that as a problem. And they said that there's a 100% dependence on the Chinese economy. It's actually a little bit lower than what KOTRA came up with, but in any case, DPRK came up with actual numbers and said that there's an over-reliance on the Chinese economy, that they have to do away with that. And so they also came up with several concepts. I don't know exactly what's going to happen at the 8th Workers' Party Congress, but this is what happened in the last time around. The current economic situation in DPRK is quite poor, as you know. The sanctions and COVID-19, there's a triple whammy of the economy right now with the floods, and the sanctions have accumulated over time, which is when COVID-19 hit. However, we have to separate the two. We have to separate the sanctions and COVID-19 because in the past, even when there were sanctions, DPRK were able to bring in at least some consumer goods and some intermediate goods. So the sanctions really had an effect on capital goods and some intermediate goods. However, even with the sanctions, the unofficial markets were still open, and while agriculture and energy did not receive a lot of shocks under sanctions because of COVID-19, however, all of this came crashing down for the DPRK. No consumer goods, no intermediate goods, and even no unofficial economic transactions, no trade whatsoever. And this is coming to really have a severe impact on the DPRK economy. If you take a look at this graph, you would see that this red line here is North Korea's exports with China, and the black is imports. You can see that the exports have completely gone down. But because of COVID-19, we've seen both of them come crashing down. Exports and imports, they're both really hitting rock bottom. So from January to October, we can see that the total trade volume shrunk by about 76%. This is probably the worst time that exports and imports fell so much, so hard in its history. In April, when they announced their national income and its budget, we were able to see that they were able to predict that their revenue is going to be quite poor. And even with agriculture, we don't have the specific numbers about that, but we can estimate that the agricultural numbers are going to be quite poor as well. That it's going to contract by about 4 to 5% year on year. With rice prices and foreign exchange, I think if we have time, I'll come back to this later on, but I can tell you that the instability for these prices and inflation and exchange rates have been quite erratic. The inflation has stabilized somewhat, but the exchange rate has become really been erratic, and the experts have different opinions regarding this. What's interesting is that the DPRK's official media outlets have also said that this is an issue. If we take a look at the media reports of the DPRK, when there are difficulties, DPRK has been acknowledging those difficulties, and they've usually said that this is not our fault, that the fault lies elsewhere. In 2020, we've seen that very harsh sanctions and border closures, and we've also seen very big changes in the national priorities. As Dr. Kim Il-gi mentioned in his presentation, that instead of economy, they are prioritizing disease control, that this is the #1 priority for the DPRK. This means that the economic front is going to be sacrificed somewhat as a result. From the point of view of Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-un came to power in 2012, and from 2012 to 2016, there was a little bit of an economic recovery, but starting in 2016, things took a downturn. Through marketization and with manufacturing exports to China, these two pillars came crashing down under the current COVID-19 situation. So even if COVID-19 gets better next year, we still don't know exactly what's going to happen, and that's a bit of a challenge for the DPRK. But this is not as bad as the arduous march. First of all, the economic decision makers are different, and also there is the existence of China. In 2017, it was minus 3.5, then minus 4.5, and then minus 0.6. This year, it's going to be maybe about minus 5%, or maybe possibly. According to the BOK. The BOK has been looking at DPRK numbers for about 30 years now. the lowest point was 1992, which was minus 7.1%. Perhaps right now it might be around that territory or even lower, so the situation is quite bad. The sanctions until 2016, the impact of the sanctions were interpreted differently by different experts. Some experts have said that the sanctions have been terrible, but some people have said that they're not as bad as what we thought. So there were a difference of opinion, but in 2020, all experts really are saying that things are very difficult for the DPRK right now. There's almost no dissenting opinion in that regard. So if you take a look at the indicators here, you can see how much of a decline we're going to see across these different indicators for the DPRK. In 2020, as I mentioned before, with the COVID-19, when COVID-19 first hit, things were a little bit unsure, but it's becoming more prolonged, and it's getting to be 1 year on. So now, instead of the economy, DPRK is prioritizing disease control, and this is changing things around for the DPRK. So for the DPRK leadership, they could predict sanctions. They actually expected that there were going to be UN sanctions, but with COVID-19, they were not able to predict that, and they don't know exactly what to do to counteract COVID-19. So the problem is actually going to be compounded next year. So if we were to look at the prospects for the 5-year National Economic Plan, it's difficult for them to come up with very revolutionary measures. Even if they try to come up with different slogans about breakthrough or front breakthrough and etc., that really does not have any bearing on the economic development. And even if they talk about self-reliance, there is really no ground to have a self-reliance on. So economically speaking, they don't really have a lot of substance. But however, they might come up with something similar to what they said at the 7th Party Congress, which is something about our own economic management system or socialist enterprise responsibility management system. But this is just a different way of calling the same thing. I think that this is essentially going to be the same thing. However, there is some movement within DPRK to try to mobilize all the central resources. But even so, that is not going to change around the complete situation. So I think that we can expect that the targets will be very less ambitious and set at a far lower level. The 5-year strategy is not going to be set for an annual economic growth rate of 8%. In fact, I don't think that they might even come up with a specific number. And for the Chinese overdependence, that's going to be an issue of concern right now. DPRK might actually try to get closer to China to get out of this very challenging situation. But then there might be voices within DPRK saying that we should not go towards over-reliance on China. And also, given the current situation, if they come up with the next 5-year economic development plan, what should they really emphasize in the future? I think that they're going to look at the possible recurrence of other pandemics in the future. I know there may be many different opinions about this, but I think that because of COVID-19, the different challenges and the crises that were posed by COVID-19, for the DPRK to try to turn that into an opportunity is going to come much later on. Because right now, the situation is so hard for the DPRK that they have no other recourse than to stop and prevent these different challenges. So maybe they might be able to try to come up with an opportunity later on, but they have been very dramatic in trying to come up with pandemic control. I think that was possible because DPRK is the DPRK. In the future, I think that the DPRK will likely come up with very lax policies, very lax market policies for at least the next 10 years out, and try to come up with various opportunities that it may see. But other than that, I don't think that this current COVID situation can exactly be used as an opportunity. So for the next 5-year economic development plan, they're still going to prioritize disease control. They will understand and they will acknowledge that their healthcare system is very poor and their public health system is very poor. And they will know that this is directly related to their national security. So they will likely try to prioritize resource mobilization. In the past, they would try to balance between military and the economy, but now public health or healthcare has been added and thrown into that mix. But right now, it is healthcare that is going to be prioritized. So in these three different areas of healthcare and economy and military, they will have to prioritize healthcare, and this means that this will come at the expense of the economy. And the economy, which is something that they prioritized in the past, will likely be put in the back burner. However, we don't exactly know how they're going to come up with a 5-year development plan, what the specific details are going to be. So the DPRK would have to also present a vision of sorts to its people. We expect that they're going to probably emphasize the fourth industrial revolution or science and technology. They're likely not going to use the terminology fourth industrial revolution, but something similar to science and innovation. That's going to be their vision. And they're going to try to reinforce science and technology as future industries. And at the plenary meeting recently, they talked about how they're going to rationally manage their economic fundamentals. They're going to try to have qualitative growth of the economy, and instead of pursuing short-term pursuits, short-term gains, they're going to go for long-term benefits. That will make it a little bit difficult to mobilize resources very effectively. They're going to focus on changing around the fundamentals and rationalizing their economic fundamentals, and that will later on lead them to reshuffling the economic order. And when that happens, they might start putting emphasis back on the economy and maybe try to focus on industrial goods again. Energy and agriculture are areas that have always traditionally been important. Chemicals and metals have also been very important for them. I think that machine industries have been very hard hit under sanctions. The machine industries, with the import ban on intermediate goods and with their relation to nuclear energy, I think that they have been very much curbed, but construction is a little bit different. But even with that, there might be a little bit of an uptick in construction, but it's still not going to be enough, very substantial. So again, DPRK is finding it very difficult to try to come up with a grand vision, but they will start to talk about a qualitative growth. Just briefly on the exchange rate. DPRK, we have to see a depreciation in value, but we're seeing an appreciation instead. We're seeing a very strong North Korean dollar, a North Korean won. We feel that this is due to the fact that the regime has intervened in this. They did so because there is no demand for foreign currency, and so people do not have any motivation to hold on to US dollars. Even in the past, with other currency reforms, they are putting a ban on the use of dollars, and when that happens, people would try to purchase more dollars to try to hoard them, and that would lead to a currency appreciation, but that has not happened. No, I think that the media reports, they are slight nuances there, but recently there's been a report that the person in charge, the supervisor in exchange rate, has been killed for currency rates value manipulation, but we still don't know exactly why that was the case, because if the regime wanted the people to not purchase these dollars, but because he also participated in the purchasing of the dollars, that confused the market even more. And in trying to go against dollarization and go with dollarization, because of these contrasting trends, this led to what the regime perceived as a market manipulation. And these financial controls ultimately failed by the party and by the regime, which is what I think is quite possible is what happened. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang. He is really a leading expert when it comes to the DPRK economy, so I feel that it might be a little bit difficult for our discussants to respond to that. But Dr. Yang said that there is a triple whammy right now for the DPRK economy, with the sanctions, with the floods, with the storms, and with the border closures. Right now, this year, DPRK economy is expected to see negative growth, perhaps even lower than what it saw in 1992 at negative 7.1%. Next year, the different variables affecting the DPRK economy will likely be COVID-19 again, and so they were trying to prioritize disease control at the expense of economic growth. The new 5-year development plan, which is going to start next year, if we were to try to forecast that, DPRK will try to focus on qualitative growth, a sort of a long-term survival rather than short-term profits. And there might be some resource redistribution or reallocation to try to focus disease control. That is what we're likely going to see. So next, we'd like to hear from Choi Ji-young of KINU for her discussion. Hello, my name is Choi Ji-young. I listened to Dr. Yang's presentation. He talked about the DPRK economy in 2020 and what is likely going to come out in terms of the 5-year economic development plan at the 8th Party Congress. I don't have any big dissenting opinions regarding that. I just want to provide some opinions and some of the specifics, and maybe some of the areas that we have to take a note of in the DPRK's economic policies going forward. Dr. Yang said that in 2020, the DPRK economy is going through a lot of challenges, and that they don't have a lot of policy options that they can take, which is why for long-term survival, that is going to be the priority for the DPRK. I think that this is something all the DPRK economy experts would agree with that. If we take a look at inflation and growth, the projection for global growth rate for 2020 is minus 4.4%. The DPRK economy is also going to see very low levels of production. I think that it's difficult to come up with exact numbers, but the scope of the decline and the scope of the decline per industry is going to be different from what we saw in 2017 and 2019. Because first of all, sanctions took out about 10% of the growth in mining and heavy manufacturing to about minus 3% to minus 4%. So in some of the industries, there were particular impact because of sanctions, but there was also a base effect on certain other industries. In the case of this year, for industries, for trade, exports really had an impact, and instead of that impacting overall growth, we're seeing that industrial growth overall is going down. So instead of some particular sectors being hit, it's going to be across the board. And because of natural disasters, there's going to be low levels of growth in agriculture, and in light industry or in light manufacturing, there's going to be no exports of intermediate goods because of sanctions. These were areas that even under the sanctions regime did not have a huge impact. But because of COVID-19 and because of the border closures and the stopping of trade, these sectors that had an impact to the everyday lives of the people of North Korea are also being hard hit. Agriculture takes about 20% of the total DPRK economy, so it will be very important to see the level of impact to the agricultural industry to see overall economic impact. Even if there is a low food production levels, it is going to not be about minus 10% to about 2001, which is when the last great floods were. But we feel that this is still going to be on par with the economic decline that we saw in mid-1990s, maybe about a little bit above that, maybe to about minus 3 or minus 4%. As for inflation, there were fluctuations to the first half of this year, but beginning in May, they started to stabilize. However, the exchange rate has been very erratic. So for exchange rate and growth levels, they've been very poor this year. When we talk about the DPRK economy, we have to talk about the fundamentals. In terms of growth and inflation, the numbers are better than what we saw in the mid-90s. Inflation-wise, it is better than what we saw before the currency reform, so before the 1990s. So it's not as unstable as we saw before. So after Kim Jong-un came to power, there were inflation spikes in 2012. And then after that, inflation and exchange rate, the inflation moved between about 5 percentage points and exchange rate within about 10 percentage points. It was within that range. But in the fourth quarter of 2020, exchange rate gone past the negative 10% mark to about negative 10.1%. So we can't say that the crisis has become very much expanded, but depending on how much swings we see with the economic rate, with the exchange rate, we might see that the economy is going to fall more than the past. And as Dr. Young has said, the 5-year economic development plan with the sanctions becoming prolonged, that we can expect that they're going to look at the sustainability of the economy. But there are many policy options that the DPRK can take. Because of sanctions, they cannot have external funding, and because of the public health crisis, they cannot look into tourism cooperation to try to expand their services balance. But that is also stopped right now. So they don't have a lot of policy options right now. Well, right now, they might try to look for production efficiency for more efficient allocation of resources to try to get out of this challenging situation. Their actual policy stance is going to be very similar to the framework that we've seen in the past, which is putting the country first and putting the economy first. And I think that with the resource reallocation, there might be some difference in the directions that the DPRK will try to pursue in the future. And so in that regard, I agree with Dr. Yang said. Right now, there's much difficulty in getting external funding. So the DPRK has to make efficient use of its internal domestic funding. Depending on what kind of policy stance it takes, that's going to be very interesting to see. This is something that we've seen with Kim Jong-un coming to power. Is it going to go on the road of the own economic management system, or are they going to be a little bit more conservative in the domestic funding prospects? I think that there might be some changes towards more conservatism, but I think that the Kim Jong-un's position on own economic management system is going to prevail. And in fact, they've tried to maintain that framework with slight changes to the legislation. So in the broader framework, they're sticking to the own economic management system, but depending on certain situations, they can come up with some flexible policy adjustments to try to reallocate the resources. And I think that another thing that is very important is that together with this long-term survival, we want to see how much of a policy intervention that the DPRK is going to engage in to absorb the sanctions. There have been some positive aspects regarding the intervention of the DPRK regime. So even when trade went down in 2019, its economic status was quite okay. However, under COVID-19, there were some instances of the DPRK's response that I don't really understand. I don't really think that border closures were absolutely necessary, especially considering how poor their healthcare situation is. Maybe they did so because their healthcare situation is so weak, but that does not make sense from the economic front. And also with the inflation, for it to, after it stabilized in May, that's because of government intervention, because of regime intervention. Through the PDS system, they intervene to try to stabilize prices, and this also makes us see that the regime has ample capabilities in that regard to try to stabilize inflation. But the exchange rate is a different issue. They try to appreciate the value of this currency, which failed, and they try to do so again at the end of October. This is because, and this has led to the fact that the current FX rate in the DPRK is very different, and there's a huge gap between that and actual international foreign exchange rates. And if this can rebound to actual normal levels, which is what we saw in April, then we will see that the regime has tried to intervene, but the market forces prevail. This means that at least when it comes to the exchange rate and foreign currency absorption, that the DPRK regime is not sufficient in that regard. Thank you very much, Dr. Choi, for your comments. Dr. Yang, would you like to respond to that? No? Well, if not, we would like to turn to our online participants.
질문을 받겠습니다.
We would like to entertain the questions from our online participants. We had 3 speakers and 4 panelists. And I would like to ask our online viewers to submit their questions.
네. 온라인 시청자분들 아직 안 들어오고 계시.
I don't think we have any questions right now, but we have Dr. Dalton as well as Dr. Pfeffer with us. Do you have any comments based on the presentations?
Can I ask a question?
네, 누구한테 하실까요? 네, 좋습니다. 네.
I'm very curious, what do you think on the panel are the most important points of difference in how each of you interprets the decision-making requirements in North Korea? So I heard some people say that public health is most important. Other people say that sanctions relief is most important. How should we interpret what North Korea most prioritizes at this point?
자, 이 질문에 대해서 어느 선생님께서 답을 좀 해주실까요?
Yes, who would like to respond to this? What exactly will the DPRK prioritize? At least next year, are they going to prioritize easing sanctions or on disease control or on the pandemic? Dr. Kim Il-gi, would you like to respond?
간단하게 말씀드리겠습니다.
Well, simply put, right now, North Korea's top priority is COVID prevention. And sanctions, it will probably come next after they deal with the COVID situation, because COVID prevention has to do with their survival, because if something goes wrong, then this will have a detrimental impact on regime stability, so their top priority would be COVID-19 prevention. Yes, thank you. So Dr. Kim has mentioned that prevention, quarantine is the most important priority for North Korea. Maybe it was a very short answer. Would any other panelists to chip in?
제재 문제는 기본적으로
I think that you would understand that with the sanctions, that is something that we can only get out of through compromise and negotiations.
스탠스는
The current stance of Pyongyang is that the rhetoric is that they will not be swayed by the possibility of U.S. negotiations. So the sanctions, both domestically and externally, they are not saying that this is their challenge at hand. It's about prevention of COVID. But when we do see negotiations, maybe if the possibility springs up, maybe that's when they will be talking about the sanctions.
네. 다른 어떤 질문?
Yes, are there any further questions or comments? If not, Dr. Yang? Earlier on, Dr. Hwang raised several comments that I think were relevant to my presentation. So if we look at DPRK's position when it comes to pandemic control, it's similar to the foreign currency reserves. I think every one of us predicted that because exports have gone down by about 90% or so. So in real terms, the exports downsized by about 90%, which led us to believe that imports would also fall by then, but imports did not fall by that much. And so we wanted to know why. And we looked at the different items that were being exported. In a country like the DPRK, all of the import decision-making is not completely done by the regime. There's a little bit of a decentralization. So there's these trading companies and other economic agents who do have some decision-making power. And so we have to consider that as well. However, the imports did not come down as much as exports did in the past. This means that the sanctions, the regime really tried to do its best to try to absorb the impact and the shock from sanctions, and they tried to create some sort of a buffer zone. And this also leads us to think that the foreign reserves, the regime's foreign reserves and the foreign currency reserves holdings by the people, they made use of that as well. So before COVID, under sanctions regime, imports did not come down as much due to the conscious efforts by the regime. However, in 2020, imports came down significantly so, together with exports. We have to look at foreign reserves, foreign currency reserves, because if imports come down so much, then they could save on the foreign currency reserves. But if we look at the different behavior shown by the DPRK regime and its official state media outlets such as the Rodong Shinmun, it appears that the DPRK is feeling a sense of urgency, that they're feeling a sense of rush. I don't know how to put it. They're not being very calm in their response to all of these different circumstances. They feel very hurried and very rushed. And so we can feel a sense of urgency coming from the DPRK regime. I think that they're going to try to work on the economy a little bit later. They're going to try to pursue economic expansion later on. Right now, they're going to announce a 5-year economic development plan, which has been in the past. There were 5-year plans that were announced in the past. And as Dr. Kim has said, there is a plan and there is strategies. In the past, there were strategies or plan that were announced, and in some places, there were plans that were announced. In the past, the DPRK said that the market should also be reformed. That economic agents would come into the market economy, would come into the market, and that they would participate in that as sort of a planned economic participation. I don't think that they're going to prioritize that right now. No, rather than trying to allow the official economy to try to work, I think that they're going to focus more on resource reallocation.
Yes, we have a question for Professor Yang.
I'm a student at your university. At the 7th Central Committee plenary, they talked about that 4-point plan. Do you think that there's going to be mention about this in the 8th Workers' Party Congress? Maybe this 10 goals, the 10-point goals, do you think that would be also prioritized in the 8th Workers' Party Congress? So this is my own personal opinion, but this 10 goals, the 10 outlook goals, I think we also have to look at the context when they were announced. When the 5-year economic strategy seemed like it was going to be impossible to implement, I think that's why the DPRK came up with this 10-point outlook goals as an alternative to that. In 1980, back when Kim Jong-il was in power, and back when he was named as predecessor, at the 5th Party Congress, I believe, that was when a similar 10-point goals were announced. So this is different and separate from the economic strategy or an economic plan, but these goals were later on superseding the economic plan. So from the DPRK side, because they feel that the economic strategy or economic plan is going to be very difficult to achieve, they come up with an alternative, this 10-point goals, so that the focus would be shifted there. Right now, because the situation is so severe for the DPRK, I think that they have to do something else other than the 10-point goals. So that is why for them, they feel it's more powerful to come up with a 5-year economic development plan. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to come up with actual figures. Back when they came up with the 5-year economic strategy 5 years ago, the economic situation for the DPRK then and now are completely different, because next year is going to be very difficult. Back in 2016, the economic situation in DPRK is quite good. In fact, there were no sanctions. The sanctions were not as severe as they are right now. The situation with the U.S. was not that great, and things were quite good, relatively speaking, for the DPRK. But next year, 2021, is going to be very terrible for Kim Jong-un. Even at a good situation with the 5-year economic strategy, there weren't very specific targets that were announced. So now, given how the situation has been made worse, I don't think that realistically speaking, they're going to announce the specific concrete targets under the 5-year economic development plan.
마칠 시간이 됐습니다.
I believe now it's time to wrap up the session. We heard from 3 speakers and 4 panelists. They were very active in their discussion. And what we can all agree is that ever since Chairman Kim Jong-un took power, this is now the most challenging situation and moment for them. And next year with the 8th Workers' Party Congress, North Korea is trying to bring about an optimal policy. So with the Biden administration, the North, of course, will be sending out a message to the U.S. at the 8th Congress. And Dr. Hong Min predicted that they will be taking on a flexible approach. However, the devil lies in the details. In other words, when there is an actual negotiation in place, there will be the disarmament issue. And then there will be a difference in positions and views between the U.S. and DPRK. And Dr. Dalton said that the Libyan model is no longer valid, and a unilateral denuclearization would be very challenging. And he also mentioned that we need to change the mindset of the North on the necessity of nuclear power, and that the purpose should be on peace, not only on denuclearization. And there were also many other insightful comments. And Dr. Pfeffer talked about the principle of the Biden administration and the foreign policy principle, and that there will be no longer any love letters of the U.S. to the North, and that we really need to take on a flexible approach to understand the needs of North Korea. And he talked about denuclearization, as well as disarmament, as well as the NPT option, and they were all very insightful comments. And Dr. Kim said that the most important code of both internally and externally for North would be stability, development, and prevention or quarantine, and that especially the latter will be of top priority. And 2021 will be the year to prepare in earnest for 2022. And Professor Yang has mentioned that the current North Korean economy, due to sanctions, COVID, and a flood, and with the closure of borders, they had to struggle, and that the struggle will continue for next year. Not only that, in the 5-year economic plan, they will be striving to engage in qualitative growth and also prioritize resource allocation. Ladies and gentlemen, North Korean issues, of course, is a difficult area to agree on all of the details, but at least we can say that the North is currently struggling, and at this point in time with the change in administration in the U.S., we need to have them come out from their isolated state. And to do that, we need a flexible approach, and we also need to cooperate. So with that, let me conclude this session. Thank you very much. And particularly, I would like to thank the 2 doctors from the U.S. Thank you very much, and stay safe. Thank you. Yes, thank you. A big round of applause, please. And with this, we would like to conclude this session. We will take a 20-minute break and engage in the last session of the day. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
그러면 제가 이렇게 넘기는 거예요? 이걸로? 네. 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 네, 네. 네, 알겠습니다.
예, 반갑습니다. 이어서 1-3
Let us move on to the next session, 1-3. This session is hosted by Korean Peninsula Peace and Prosperity Research Group of NRC, and the topic is Sustainable Inter-Korean Cooperation in Post-COVID-19 Era. Once again, you can submit your questions through KINU's Q&A link on YouTube. The moderator for this session is Jae-hyang Lee of KINU. He is an expert in international politics. He was also the research professor of international law at Yonsei University. A big round of applause, please.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be a part of 2020 KINU International Conference, and I would like to extend my gratitude to our online and offline participants. This is the third session of the day, and as mentioned, the topic of this session is Sustainable Inter-Korean Cooperation in Post-COVID-19 Era. And the overall theme of this conference is seeking a peace process on the Korean Peninsula after the U.S. presidential elections. The U.S. elections, of course, are an important variable to inter-Korean relationship, but we, of course, cannot disregard COVID-19. We are still in the tunnel, and if we do see this sustained next year, it will, of course, impact inter-Korean relationship, and we would like to understand what kind of breakthrough measures and policies exist. So let us identify these measures during this session. Our Korean Peninsula Peace and Prosperity Research Group at the National Research Council is comprised of experts in multidiscipline, and we talk about inter-Korean relations, politics, as well as an array of domains. So then, I would like to now begin this session, and let me briefly introduce you to our speakers and panelists. First, we have Associate Research Fellow of Korea Peninsula and East Asia Research Center from Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements, Dr. Kang Min-jo. She has been conducting research on North Korea since 2014, and her expertise is on land use for border areas between South and North Korea using remote sensing and GIS techniques. And let me introduce you to our second speaker from Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade, Dr. Kim Soo-jung, Associate Research Fellow of Northeast Asia Industry Division. Dr. Kim Soo-jung is especially home to the North Korea economy, inter-Korean economic cooperation. And we also have Dr. Seo Jong-won, who is joining us online. He's the head of the Center for Transport in Northeast Asia and North Korea at the Korea Transport Institute. So Professor Seo, can you hear us? Hello, I am Seo Jong-won from the Korea Transport Institute. He worked at Coty since 1996 and has built various research and experience in transportation and logistics. And recently, he has been conducting various studies on inter-Korean transportation cooperation. Let me now introduce you to our panelists. We have Senior Research Fellow of the Security Strategy Division at the Institute for National Security Strategy, Dr. Choi Yong-an. Dr. Choi Yong-an is an expert, and his academic interest includes North Korean foreign policy and inter-Korean relations, as well as security of Korean Peninsula. And we have Dr. Choi Jung-ho connected online. He is the head of International Cooperation for Korea Unification team at the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. A big round of applause, please. Dr. Choi is currently the head of the International Cooperation for Korea Unification team, and he is currently researching North Korea, the economy, as well as North Korean sanctions. And we have the head of Northern Railroad Research Center at the Korea Railroad Research Institute, Dr. Park Jung-jun. A big round of applause, please. Dr. Park joined the Institute in 2019, and he's been working as the team head of his center. And not only that, he has been carrying out research on inter-Korean railways since he joined the Institute. So that was a brief introduction on our participants, and just briefly on the topic that we're going to handle today. Ever since the U.S. presidential elections, we've been trying to predict the Biden administration policy, especially pertaining to Korea as well as the North. But we would like to say that irrespective of the denuclearization agenda, there's also an arm of cooperation, and we believe that these cooperative efforts can facilitate the negotiations on denuclearization between the U.S. and Korea, and also facilitate the Korea peace process. So the experts here today will be giving us insights on what kind of cooperation is possible, and they will also be giving us some ideas to facilitate that cooperation between the two Koreas. So let us now move on to our first presentation. Dr. Kang Min-jo from KRIS will be giving us a presentation on inter-Korean human security cooperation. You have 20 minutes.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello, my name is Kang Min-jo. I will be giving a presentation today on inter-Korean human security cooperation, cooperation in the fields of health, quarantine, and water resources, and inter-Korean border cooperation. I'm at the Research Institute for Human Settlements. And I would like to first of all talk about the different areas for inter-Korean human security cooperation, main tasks for border area cooperation, and with an installation of a possible inter-Korean border committee, and some sort of legislation and different institutional support that we can provide. And I would like to include all that in a policy proposal. I started this research because of the new economic map that has been formulated by the administration, and for the need to form of a peace zone in the border, as is promulgated by the Korean administration. We looked at the Panmunjom Declaration, the Pyongyang Joint Declaration, and the DMZ International Peace Zone that was proposed by President Moon Jae-in at the UN General Assembly speech. This new economic map for the Korean Peninsula, I think, is something that you all understand. It's made of 3 belts, such as the Pan-East Asia Belt and the Pan-West Belt. And with all of these different 3 belts, we feel that the border area can be an experimental area to try to work together with different cooperation projects with the DPRK. This is a little bit of a differentiated belt and more of a multilateral belt compared to the belts in the past. This is a little bit of a leading area, and it can ease tensions between the two Koreas, and it could be a buffer zone. Oh, and this could be an experimental area for us to move ultimately towards a peace zone. We have to look at humanitarian aid. We can start there, which is what we can do with under the sanctions regime. And then later on, we can move into tourism cooperation. And then when the denuclearization process has been started and the sanctions have been lifted, then we can lead to ultimate economic cooperation in the border area. So with exchange and cooperation in the border area, later on, we can realize a peace zone. And this could be a bridge to sort of facilitate the Pan-East Sea area and Pan-West Sea area belts. A research team at our research institute tried to come up with a framework for a border area cooperation. This border area has been recognized as an area for conflict and tension over the last 70 years. But if we can try to create a peace zone in the border areas, we have to change the awareness for this area as a place for peace and coexistence and harmony rather than conflict and tensions. Rather than just withdrawing GPs and maybe having Panmunjom used by both sides, those sort of physical activities are also very important, but we have to broaden the national awareness and national consensus to try to have more understanding and trust between the two Koreas. We need that sort of emotional peace building as well, and that is going to be very important to facilitate border area cooperation. Before the inter-Korean relations have been thawed, I thought that it would be helpful if we can move into this territory and try to look at the different interests in the different areas for cooperation in the border areas, and so that when inter-Korean relations have improved, we can move straight away into border area cooperation. So we could start with maybe public health cooperation, then culture and tourism, and then later on in actual economic cooperation. And this would come after the sanctions have been lifted and after some level of progress has been made on denuclearization. And this is the framework of inter-Korean cooperation that we came up with at our institute. Before the sanctions are lifted, right now, at the current moment, what we can do is to try to revitalize the regional economy in the border areas and prepare for ultimate ties and exchange between the two Koreas, so that later on, when we start actual cooperation, then we can have a foundation of a trust and mutual understanding, which can ultimately lead to a peace zone. Before we selected several main tasks for border area cooperation, we came up with 4 different directions of the main tasks. For border area cooperation, we have to look at the new economic map initiative for the Korean Peninsula and the Panmunjom Declaration. And under these, we have to implement border area cooperation to enhance regional competitiveness based on cooperation projects that can drive economic growth. And that will be a reflection of the national policy tasks. And secondly, we have to, when we propose the area selected for development and management, we have to consider objective data so that we can actually facilitate border area cooperation. We have to utilize actual data on the existing data on the border areas. In the past, if we look at the other projects, many of the projects are sort of encyclopedic in nature, and they were just listing all of these different projects, but they have not been actually very feasible or effective. There are about 186 similar projects in the past, and if we take a look at their efficacy and those projects that have been budgeted for, they're below 9%. So many of these projects, instead of listing a bunch of different projects, I thought that it would be more helpful to try to come up with more effective projects. And for that to happen, we have to base on objective data before we propose the area selected for development and management. So that is the second research direction. The third research direction is that we have to consider the existing laws and plans, such as the Special Act on Support for Border Area, or the enforcement decree of the Act on Support for Border Area. There are all of these different legislative institutions that could be relevant. So we have to take those into consideration, and also to try to protect the environment around the area. So we have to take into consideration the existing regulations and the existing enforcement decrees and the laws before we come up with the areas selected for development and management. And we have to also consider what existing regulations could possibly undermine border area cooperation as well. The last direction could possibly be the most important, but in coming up with these border area cooperation, coming up with these tasks, in some cases, in the past, we've only tried to factor in the demands from the South Korean side. So, for example, if the Ministry of National Unification goes to the negotiating table and to try to have the DPRK side accept this, we have to reflect some of the DPRK's demands and needs as well. It's difficult for us to outright ask the DPRK for their opinions. So we have to look at the 10-year economic development plan by the DPRK or the policy objectives of UNDP or UNEP for the DPRK, and that will give us a sort of a good idea to DPRK's demands and needs. So for the main task for border area cooperation, we have to take into consideration the international sanctions that are currently valid. And so we have to see what we can possibly do, which is humanitarian aid or health and medical quarantine aid and assistance. Because of COVID-19 or MERS, all these different cross-border diseases, and even in the border areas, African swine fever and malaria are some of the diseases that are being seen as very severe threats. So we can start out with health and medical cooperation and build some trust. And through that, when the inter-Korean ties have been improved, maybe we can move to environment and forestry cooperation, and then from there, when the inter-Korean relations have improved and sanctions have been lifted somewhat, then we can move to infrastructure, tourism, and then later, when the international sanctions have been completely eased, we can have a cooperation in industry and economy. So we need to come up with a different phased approach on different stages. So for these main tasks for border area cooperation, there's some preparation tasks that we have to do at South Korea's side and sort of a mechanism for inter-Korean cooperation, something that could do this at the international level. And we have to prepare for the different considerations that we have to take into account, such as the UN sanctions. And this would have to be used to come up with a roadmap for border area cooperation so that this can allow us to come up with the main tasks and the main directions forward. So, for example, in the early stage, perhaps we have to come up with a more of an implementation mechanism of the domestic side, and later maybe when the two Koreas situation has gotten more improved, then there could be inter-Korean implementation mechanism. And when the sanctions have been all eased, then the joint inter-Korean implementation mechanism can be also brought to the private sector. So these are some of the different ideas that we can come up with in terms of pursuing this. The spatial linkage and expansion for each phase of the cooperation projects, I believe, are very important because we wanted to try to come up with a different phased approach depending on the improvement of inter-Korean relations, and that will also orient our direction going forward. So right now, before inter-Korean relations have improved, and while we are still under UN sanctions, what we can do is to take into account the specificity of the border area to try to revitalize the regional economy in the border areas. So first of all, we can develop the border areas in the South Korean side, and then later, when things have improved, then we can engage in outright border area cooperation with the border areas in the North Korean side, so that there could be inter-Korean border cooperation at the actual borders of the border towns and the border villages. And later on, when there is a full implementation of denuclearization and the sanctions have all been lifted, then this inter-Korean border cooperation with focusing on the border economies and the local economies and the border towns can be expanded further. We have to prepare for this inter-Korean border cooperation and try to prepare for that in advance, which will be ultimately preparing for a peace zone in the border area. If you take a look at the implementation of the border area cooperation projects by phase, you would see that there is ecosystem, DMZ ecosystem culture tourism belts, and agricultural, fishery, and livestock products, a sort of a common market project. Those would be the major key tasks. There are other ways as well. The West Sea Economic Zone under the Pyongyang Declaration, or the East Sea Tourism Zone as well. And the Ministry of Unification has also seen that forestry cooperation could be a priority sector, or water resource cooperation could also be a priority sector as well. For all of these different projects to work well, then we also have to engage in railway and road connection and modernization, so infrastructure cooperation could also be a priority sector. For economic cooperation projects, obviously we can think of Kaesong Industrial Complex and Mount Kumgang tourism projects, and try to come up with different projects that could solve the existing problems. And lastly, in a post-COVID-19 era, something that would be very important in the future, which is medical health and quarantine cooperation. Right now, we've seen COVID-19, we've seen MERS, and all of these different diseases which are cross-border in nature. So this is not something that South Korea can solve on its own. And as you all know, the African swine fever outbreak in the border areas have really been impacting the local economies there. In 2008, when there was a malaria outbreak in Gyeonggi-do province, the two Koreas came together to successfully have a prevention and disease control for malaria. So we have that experience, and we can expand on that going forward. So we can come up with different implementation measures surrounding healthcare and medical and quarantine cooperation. So for this border area cooperation to be really effective, we need more than just efforts from the South Korean side. So for us to try to pursue these different projects, it would be best to come up with an institutional measure like an Inter-Korean Border Committee. At the Oslo Declaration, President Moon Jae-in has said that the Border Committee is a very model example, especially for the two Germanys. And the East and West Germany, when they came up with the Border Committee, it was ultimately, first of all, signed and first of all launched to work on water resources cooperation. And when there was successful cases in water resource cooperation, it was later moved to transportation, infrastructure, and industry, and later on to Greenesvant, which is also cooperation in the environmental sector. Well, through this border committee, East and West Germany Border Committee, we can benchmark that to come up with an Inter-Korean Border Committee. There are four things that we have to consider, some lessons from the German Border Committee. There was a basic treaty of 1972 that was signed between the two Koreas, and that later launched the Border Committee. And this was established to ease political and military tensions and try to forge a new relationship. And it was evaluated to have successfully done its job. Through this, the Inter-Korean Border Committee can also be set up and become operational to ease tensions and promote exchange and cooperation with a mutually beneficial agreement under consistent discussions on policies. And this could be a win-win outcome for both two Koreas. And it could also build some level of confidence. And also on the establishment and operation of the Inter-Korean Border Committee, East and West Germany created and constantly utilized the Border Committee to discuss issues related to the border areas, so not just water resources, but road and connection, environmental protection, and industrial infrastructure as well. There were subcommittees on different sectors that could engage in in-depth discussions on each sector. There were actual concrete cooperation between the two Germanys. So even before unification, there was a lot of trust building on both sides through this border committee. Through these different implications, we can see that a specialized consultative body needs to be established and operated, as the DMZ and border areas have potential for exchange and cooperation in various areas. Next, on a mutually beneficial strategy, With a win-win strategy, we want this to be founded on an implementation mechanism that will provide win-win benefits for both parties. And other than just the central government playing a part, local governments and different provincial governments should also participate within an integrated governance structure in this Inter-Korean Border Committee. Even with the two Germanys, there was some rough starts in the very beginning, but there were some technological incentives that were announced or some financial incentives that were offered to try to allow the East and West Germany Border Committee to be very competitive and lead to some outcomes. So, in the beginning, we would also have to consider providing financial and technical incentives in North Korea. And later, for the DPRK, their deforestation issue is a very severe problem. Since the 1950s, UN and international bodies have continuously asked for support and restoration. So, in forestry and water resources, if we can engage in cooperation, that can allow for a win-win solution for both Koreas. We have to reflect the DPRK's demands and needs. The 16 priority areas that the DPRK has proposed to UNEP should be reviewed to allow for win-win cooperation. This slide shows a sort of an example, a win-win strategy for cooperation in forestry and water resources, and I've presented this to you as an example. There are other examples as well, sort of a win-win strategy for cooperation in a post-COVID medical health and quarantine sector. Here, the issue of pest control and forest diseases, it's going to be a very detrimental, and this could also impact South Korean side as well. So we have to respond to forest disease, pest, and deforestation. And in fact, Yeoncheon-gun and Paju have been directly impacted by the flooding that we saw in North Korea. So we can engage in water resources cooperation and these different areas as well to try to have win-win outcome. And if we can deliver these outcomes to the DPRK, then I think that we can see mutually beneficial inter-Korean border cooperation. For the border committee to be really effective, I think for the border cooperation to be really effective, we need to have the establishment of a border committee. And for this, possibly a third party, maybe the UN or another international organization, should participate as a permanent member. And so this could lead to a sustainable border committee. Even in South Korea, there needs to be a division of roles between the central and local governments and cooperation among local governments as well. This is going to be very important. So there will be a very important control tower, but the central governments, the local governments, and experts would formulate a decision-making body, and they would together come under a larger governance scheme. There are about 8 government ministries that work together in the border areas. So the ministries, division of labor among the different ministries, is also something that is very important because right now the division of labor is not sufficiently done. This is very challenging. The Ministry of Unification is actually the one at the negotiating table. So the Ministry of Unification will be do the macro planning. And the different ministries, 8 different ministries in total, such as Ministry MOTI or Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Environment, and etc., can all participate in this integrated governance scheme. By combining all of these things, we can come up with an Inter-Korean Border Committee and perhaps a consultative body in South Korea and a cooperation platform among the different relevant ministries in South Korea to really allow for an efficacy for the Inter-Korean Border Committee. Lastly, I would like to present some border policy proposals for border cooperation. First of all, alleviate excessive regulation and modify the legal system and acts to maximize effective border area support. Those are some of the items that you see here on this chart. And to try to have a very effective border cooperation, the budget issue is going to be very relevant. And so we have to think about different funding mechanisms, public and private alike, in a phased approach to try to have all these different funding tools work in different phases of border cooperation. And you can refer to my slide for more information. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
예, 강민주 박사님
Thank you very much, Ms. Kang. For a sustainable border cooperation, we have to have a cooperation that is founded on objective data, and we have to look at the different laws and institutions, the governance system for the border area cooperation, and we have to try to satisfy the needs and demands of both Koreas. That is the proposal that you have given to us. And you've also touched upon the past East and West Germany example of their own border committee. And you also talked about the lessons and implications that has for us here in the Korean Peninsula. You also finally touched upon how the government, CSOs, and international organizations should work together for border cooperation for the two Koreas, that they have to explore different measures to do so.
한국판 뉴딜과 남북
The next presentation is on Korean version of New Deal and Inter-Korean Cooperation. Dr. Kim Soo-jung from Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade will be giving us her presentation.
네, 안녕하십니까. 산업연구원
Hello everyone, I am Kim Soo-jung, Associate Research Fellow at Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade, and as mentioned, the title of my presentation is the Korean version of New Deal and Inter-Korean Cooperation. The theme of this session is on sustainable inter-Korean cooperation. Therefore, I wanted to suggest an economic cooperation model that is different from that of the past, and that's why it's titled the Korean version of a New Deal. This is not a program that can be conducted in the short run. We need to improve inter-Korean relations, and of course we need the internal and external circumstances to allow cooperation. In other words, this can be seen as a mid to long-term strategy, but I do want to extend a new idea in inter-Korean economic cooperation. So I hope that you can take that into account when listening to my presentation. As you are very well aware, the inter-Korean economic cooperation environment has changed, and ever since the standstill of economic programs, we are seeing changes in the environment of both Koreas. Korea is trying to find the growth engine in the post-COVID world and amid Industry 4.0. And also the net zero goal was announced last October. Under a new climate framework, we need to put in the right programs in place, and the North is no exception. What we need to pay attention to is that North is also very much interested in the cutting-edge industries, and they have strong political will in that regard. They signed the Paris Agreement, and they also submitted their INDCs. As you can see here, as a country, they are interested in these environment programs. The CDM project is also something that the North has shown interest in. So then, what kind of problems persisted in the existing inter-Korean cooperation projects? It's true that this cooperation was only confined to the Kaesong industrial complex, and it focused on only light industry sectors. And even within the light industry sectors, it was for the labor-intensive and low technology sectors. Korea is at the forefront of cutting-edge technology. It's a global trade power. However, in inter-Korean projects, they were mostly limited to utilize North Korea's low-wage labor. if you look at the structure, it was that South Korea supplied technology capital and was in charge of distribution, and North Korea supplied labor and land. This was the only option during the times because the gap in industrial development and economic growth was quite significant, so there was no other way than this option. And the South Koreans thought of this inter-Korean cooperation relationship as negative because they saw this as a unilateral support towards the North. In addition to that, the global agendas were not well reflected in this cooperation. Of course, it was to improve the relations with the North. That was the purpose, and it was only natural. But in the late 90s to the mid-2000s, sustainable development, climate change, energy transition, were some of the themes that were included in development assistance. However, unlike such development assistance, inter-Korean cooperation projects were just focused on improving relations and just focusing on the industrial programs. So then, how should the direction change? It's important to make sure that this cooperation should be a way for South Korea to spur its new growth and to restore vitality. Not only that, creating a synergy through this cooperation would be necessary, and there needs to be a clear economic incentive for the North. South Korea can offer some ideas to the North. For instance, this, rather than being thought as a way of acquiring foreign currency reserves, or to better external relations, this project can be used to improve the economic growth situation of the North and also help them improve in various sectors. And sustainability is a challenge, and with sustainability, can we actually see a robust outcome? So this the following inter-Korean cooperation should be that it's sustained and not severed, and it should not have just a mere simple structure of division of labor or division of input, but to make it a more sophisticated way of cooperation. Let me now move on to the Korean New Deal. Korean New Deal was a national strategy and is a national strategy for grand transformation. Is to move from a catch-up economy to a leading economy, a carbon-dependent economy to a low-carbon economy, and from a divided society to an inclusive society. So for the well, there are two parts to the New Deal. We have the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal. Green New Deal is about promoting digital innovation and dynamism in the economy, and the Green New Deal is to accelerate the transition towards a low-carbon, eco-friendly economy. It's about transitioning to a green economy. And I'm not saying that we should impose the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal on North Korea. Rather, I believe that there can be some good ideas to have a digital as well as a green element to inter-Korean cooperation. We can pursue carbon neutrality and green transformation across the Korean Peninsula. And pursue digital cooperation between the North and South. So I hope that these two can be some key subtopics of inter-Korean cooperation. So this slide is on the specifics of the Korean New Deal, so let me skip that. Now let's talk about digital cooperation and Green New Deal cooperation. In the development assistance programs for developing nations, already supports digital transformation. We've seen a shift in the direction of these development assistance programs. And there's a lot of discussions on digital transformation. Not only that, digital cooperation was reflected in UN SDGs. Let us now go into the specifics. It involves higher education, and it also has to do with having access to science and to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth and employment and decent work for all. Korea is trying to engage in digital transformation, and in November 2018, it launched its new Southern Policy. It emphasizes digital technology-oriented cooperation in the fields of science and technology and new industries. And in 2019, the first Mekong Republic of Korea Summit dealt with the topic of ICT cooperation. As you can see, Korea is very active in digital transformation, and especially collaborating with many countries in digital transformation, and I hope that North Korea would be in the scope. With regard to Green New Deal in environmental energy areas, there's a lot of support provided to the developing nations, but still out of the total ODA projects, this environmental ODA is still only a minor share. But environment, agriculture, renewable, and in forestry, Korea is currently running various developing nations program, and most of the programs are concessional programs. These programs, as you can see, are geared towards developing nations, and I truly hope that we can engage in these projects with North Korea. So then how can we link the New Deal with inter-Korean cooperation? Let me present you with a couple of strategies. I may be a bit redundant, but North Korea is interested in digital transformation as well as collaboration in the new economy area. So it needs to cooperate in digital transformation and Green New Deal. I believe that energy transition is a key priority for the North. Right now, oil imports are banned to the North, but irrespective of the sanctions, even after the sanctions are lifted, North Korea does need to make that energy transition, because just like Korea, North Korea is also fully dependent on oil imports. In terms of forestation and preventing environmental pollution, we need digital transformation and a green economy, and we need to deliver on our carbon emissions commitments. The green and the digital collaboration that's underway with other developing nations is a good model for our collaboration with the North. The North has their own INCs. It's an unconditional reduction of 8% from BAU by 2030. However, as mentioned, the unconditional reduction is 8%. However, if the international community offers financial support, the North says that they can reduce an additional 32.25% to come with a total of 40% reduction. North says that they are willing to take part in these global actions, but they're asking for financial support as well. And I believe that this is an area where we can forge cooperation. If we look at the North's industrial policies, there's a lot of focus on energy. For instance, in terms of energy generation, they're trying to reduce their dependence on oil. So expanding the coal gasification-based power generation processes are one of the plans that they have, and they're reconfiguring to the grid system. And the North is abundant in water resources. Therefore, hydropower systems are very effective in the North. So they're trying to establish these mid-sized hydropower stations as well as micro hydropower systems to meet private demand. The share is still small, but they're also focused on renewable energy. And just like South Korea, there are a lot of policies in place to increase the share of solar energy, or PV. Not only that, they're also focusing on biomass. And this is linked to agriculture. The farms have a lot of wastes to deal with, or rice husks and poultry manure. And methane can be recovered from this biomass to produce energy. The North does not have a nationwide transmission and distribution line, so it's true that the individual regions have to generate their own power. They are interested in wind energy, but there wasn't any installations or actual generation of electricity from wind power. This is a similar slide to what you've just seen, and it's about the cooperation that's possible in power generation. In addition, we can see some cases of PV power generation in the Pyongyang province. And in Gangnam-gung and Hwanghae-namdo, they're using biomass. And in Hwanghae-namdo, we're seeing some cases of biomass converted to energy. So then, how can we connect the Green New Deal with international or inter-Korean cooperation? As mentioned, cooperation was focused on the light industries or labor-intensive sectors. However, future inter-Korean collaboration should be green. I don't think we need to call this Green New Deal projects. It's green projects. I think that this would be the right way to go, and this is my personal view. Based on these green projects, Korean companies can involve themselves in emission reduction projects where Korea can earn emission reduction credits in the process. Not only that, with regard to green innovation and renewables, R&D testbeds and implementation of demonstration projects can take place in the north. And inter-Korean cooperation needs to be expanded to the international level. In the past, it was a collaboration that was focused on the private sector and the public sector, but in the future, we believe that this can be expanded to the private sector level and to the local government level, and we of course need to expand on bilateral and multilateral ODA. When we think of the Green New Deal and green projects, we have to connect this with CDM and ETS projects. The CDM and ETS not only contributes to North's efforts to reduce carbon emissions, but Korea can also earn credits. So this means a win-win is possible. This slide, I hope that you can refer to the materials. And there are a couple of models of CDM. The North cannot engage in any strategic projects right now because the electricity generated in the process is not only used for the private sector, but it can be used for different purposes. So there is a limitation. However, when it comes to afforestation and reforestation, this is acknowledged as a CDM project. So maybe the North can start off with these forestation projects. The core in the Green New Deal has to do with expanding renewable generation from the private sector. There may be multiple issues. However, to start from the underdeveloped areas, including farms and remote locations, or areas where power supply is not stable, can be areas where pilot projects and demonstration projects be conducted between the two Koreas. Demonstration of offshore wind farms and PV and biomass power generation projects are some good examples. North Korea can get energy from this project, and Korea, through the demonstration project, can enhance their technical skills. Not only that, shifting old cars to green cars is a key part of the Green New Deal. We cannot switch all cars in the north to green mobility. However, in the industrial complexes of inter-Korean collaboration, we may be able to set zones that invite green mobility. North Korea has an experience in the CDM world. Topic Energo of Czech Republic. was a participant of this CDM project of the North, and there were 6 projects that were registered under this program. The North, as you can see here, is interested in these CDM projects. And based on the CDM projects, there can be benefits that they can gain from hydropower. Next is on the CDM projects in Southeast Asia. Other than hydropower, they have industrial energy efficiency sectors, renewable sectors, and transportation sectors where CDM is conducted. I hope that in the North, cases of using biomass, using industrial waste, and green mobility, and various CDM projects, I hope can take place in the North, and I hope we can provide support that is the case in DPRK. Last but not least is on the strategies to link the Green New Deal and inter-Korean cooperation. You see here the tasks and the candidate projects for inter-Korean cooperation. I'm not saying that they should be done right now, but if we do want to link the Green New Deal with inter-Korean cooperation, I believe that these are some of the possible cases. We have supply energy saving facilities for buildings, to training professionals. So there can be an array of projects under this topic. Now let me move on to my conclusion. The Korean New Deal is in line with global development paradigm. And I believe that this paradigm also should be reflected in inter-Korean economic cooperation. The goal is to make these projects sustainable and also contribute to sustainable development on the Korean Peninsula. And I hope that we can expand our past projects to green projects and go one step further to engage in economic cooperation for digital transformation. Of course, to make this possible, we need to have detailed discussions on digital and green cooperation between the two Koreas. Not only that, we have to identify projects that can be implemented even under sanctions. And in order to design the project, we'll need some further discussions between and amongst experts and countries. With that, let me conclude my presentation. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Kim talked about the Korean New Deal and inter-Korean cooperation. She said that inter-Korean cooperation is not short-term, it's a mid to long-term strategy, and she gave us some novel ideas to do this. Cutting edge, climate change, and environment were some of the themes that she mentioned for inter-Korean cooperation. In the past, there were limitations to inter-Korean cooperation as well as issues and problems, but she said that we should find a way to correct that and to have this cooperation be sustainable. The contents of the Korean New Deal indicates that not only Korea but China and U.S. They have policies as well, and sustainable development and various policies were brought together under the Korean New Deal, and we need to find a way to cooperate to have North Korea engage in inter-Korean cooperation. So thank you. Let us move on to the last presentation.
Our last presenter is Seo Jong-won. He is going to be talking about the Korean direction of inter-Korean cooperation and transportation logistics in the post-corona era. He's from the Korea Transport Institute.
안녕하세요. 한국교통연구원.
Hello, my name is Seo Jong-won. I'm from the Korea Transport Institute. Can you see my screen? Yes, we do. Okay. First of all, I'd like to extend my congratulations to you for this international conference hosted by KINU. I'd like to congratulate you on opening this in this COVID pandemic, and thank you for giving me the chance to come and speak here. Today I want to talk about the direction of inter-Korean cooperation in transportation logistics in the post-COVID era. I think earlier there was a sort of inter-Korean cooperation in transportation logistics that was pursued in the past, which have maybe changed a little bit because of COVID-19 pandemic, and also with the new incoming U.S. administration, and with the trade wars between U.S. and China, and with the different industrial structural changes that the Republic of Korea is pursuing. So in that context, I want to share my views on the direction of inter-Korean cooperation in the specific areas of transportation logistics. So I want to talk about the transportation logistics before COVID-19 on the Korean Peninsula, inter-Korean cooperation before COVID-19, and changes to this transportation cooperation after COVID-19, and what the direction of inter-Korean cooperation in transportation will be after COVID-19. So I think that you're all familiar with this, but before COVID-19, if we look at the level of transportation cooperation, it also began in 2000 with the June Declaration, and then later for about 10 years there was a stalemate after there was an administration change, and in 2018 with the Panmunjom Declaration that became an impetus to relaunch transportation cooperation on the Korean Peninsula. With the April Panmunjom Declaration, there was a TKR and road construction, road connection. These were announced at the Inter-Korean Summit at Panmunjom. And there was also a groundbreaking ceremony that was held not long later. And this made us feel that there's going to be an actual Inter-Korean railway and a road linkage. This is a very rosy outlook for all of us. However, in February of 2019, the Hanoi Summit ended as a no-deal summit. There was no progress made after that, and COVID-19 pandemic began to spread, and so now we are at a very unfortunate point in time where there is no progress being made on this front. However, in terms of any kind of cooperation that we're going to have between the two Koreas, the road transport is going to be very important because this has to be a prerequisite to facilitate any other forms of cooperation between the two Koreas. Next, I would like to talk about the different policies of the surrounding countries. I think this also has been mentioned by the other presenters before me, but under this current administration, this new economic map for the Korean Peninsula, the new Southern policy, and East Asia Rail Community, all of these different initiatives have been pursued by the current administration. However, they're about 3-4 years already. We have not seen any tangible outcomes, and the result of this is because of different hardships such as the UN sanctions, different international and diplomatic pressures that are being exerted on the DPRK. And also for the DPRK as well, after Kim Jong-un came to power, this economic policies, there are about 27 economic development plans that DPRK is pursuing that is similar to what his father's done. There are 11 in the west, 10 in the east, which is actually corresponding very well with the new economic initiatives pursued by the ROK administration. And for all of these different economic initiatives to be successful, both Koreas understand that there needs to be very good transportation cooperation. There needs to be very good road transport as well, with China and Russia as well, who share borders with the DPRK. In the case of China, the northeast region is quite dilapidated. And even for Russia as well, they want to try to have a railway or transport construction in those areas to try to develop the local economies. Xi Jinping's One Belt, One Road strategy, the 6 economic corridors under there, the China, Mongolia, Russia corridor has not seen a lot of progress, and this is also because of the fact that there is a lack of economic power or sort of funding in that area. to have that corridor be successful, there needs to be some linkage with the ROK, with the DPRK. This is something that the Chinese government understands. So for certain provinces like Jilin province or Guilin province, they are looking into ways to engage in exchange. With Russia, Far East area is quite dilapidated and underdeveloped. Russia wants to develop those areas through offshore, through road transports and infrastructure or gas pipelines. As all of these different things point to that even with the surrounding nations' strategies, that infrastructure and transportation logistics cooperation will be very important. But this has been discussed in the past, and this will be continued to be discussed in the future. Next, I want to talk about inter-Korean cooperation and transportation logistics before COVID-19. But before that, just briefly on the current status in the DPRK. And this is something I think you are well aware of, but the transportation in North Korea centers on the railway system. The roads are supplementary. So the railway system is key. And because of its geography, it has a difficulty in establishing its road transportation logistics. However, even if we take that into consideration, there's been a breakdown of the logistics system, and a lot of the networks are very old and very aged. They have east and west transportation systems, which are also very ancient. The infrastructure is very ancient if we compare that to the situation in South Korea. These ports and these different railways are similar to what we had in the 1970s and 1980s. So there's a bit of a 40-year or 50-year gap between South Korea and DPRK. This means that the logistics breakdown is being seen in the DPRK, and there is a breakdown in infrastructure. If there is no modernization in transportation and logistics, then this will make any sort of cooperation or even integration between the two Koreas very difficult. But after the June declaration in 2000, till then, there are about 4 different inter-Korean summits. And at each inter-Korean summit, one of the key priorities and one of the most symbolic discussions that were had were cooperation in transportation and infrastructure, because this was something that they believe could lead to visible outcomes. So for Gyeonggi lines and Donghae lines, there were these different connection projects that were discussed, but because of administration changes or different changes in the international community or nuclear tests conducted by the DPRK, there was not a lot of visible outcomes from these different cooperative projects. The nuclear tests and international sanctions are big problems, but I also feel that the Gyeonggi line and Donghae line connection projects that were maybe decided on in June of 2000, they require a lot of funding. And these are mega infrastructure projects that will require a very long timeline. And that is why there was not a lot of visible progress made on these connection projects. Next, I want to talk about the changes to transportation cooperation after COVID-19. This is something that you are very familiar with, and right now we are experiencing it today because of COVID-19. We are here in this virtual setting. I don't think that this is going to go away completely, even after COVID-19. And we might have frequent disasters in the future, so we're going to see these wider untacked or contactless transactions, more increased online shopping, more video conferences, and we're going to see more pandemics. Even after COVID-19, people say that there's going to be regular occurrences of pandemics. Another thing is a global value chain, that if we look at the international trade structure or the global supply network, that they're going to change, but we don't exactly know how this is going to be restructured. In fact, nobody really can predict it with any level of certainty, but in this area, there's going to be a lot of these different changes, and this is going to impact transportation cooperation, especially an inter-Korean transport cooperation. Going forward, some of the areas that are going to have a lot of influence on inter-Korean transportation cooperation among many different variables is the election of President-elect Biden, which is leading to possible North Korea policy changes, and with the U.S.-China trade wars, that could also impact us, and it could impact the DPRK and also transportation cooperation. And as Dr. Kim mentioned in her presentation, that the Korean New Deal that Korea has proposed to overcome COVID-19, and also the leapfrogging strategy that Kim Jong-un has said, and even his father said, that this is going to have an impact on our cooperation, especially transportation cooperation. First, on Korean New Deal, Dr. Kim had gone into detail on this, so I don't have to elaborate, but it's made up of Digital New Deal and Green New Deal and a stronger safety net.
막대한 제재
This will also be a mega deal with a lot of funding, and this would allow for more growth engines for Korea in the future. Transportation takes up a very big part of this, especially in Digital New Deal. You would see that for next generation smart systems or all railway IoT will be installed on all of the networks, and even in the cities and mountain regions, there's going to be a lot of digitization. And this is also going to have a very relevant impact on transportation, on smart logistics, or transport, or online shopping, as I mentioned before. If you see with all of these e-commerce giants like Coupang, we're seeing a lot of more transactions there. And also with Green New Deal, with EVs or hydrogen vehicles, green mobility is going to see a lot of development down the road. And for safety nets as well, for public transport and transportation for the socially vulnerable members, that's going to have a bearing on transportation as well. I did mention the leapfrogging strategy. So leapfrogging is, if you can imagine a frog leapfrogging literally over existing stages and trying to get to a higher ground. This is what DPRK has said. So Kim Jong-un is very much interested in high-speed rail, or what we call the CNC. We know that Kim Jong-un is trying to spearhead this science and technology development. This is something that we were able to see in other developing countries, and also with China as well. In the case of China, they leaped over VCRs and gone straight to DVDs. And they've gone over credit cards and gone straight to other payment systems. And instead of internal combustion engine cars, they've gone straight to EVs, for example. So DPRK has seen China's example, and they also want to leapfrog the different interim stages and get to another platform. And South Korea holds a lot of advanced technology in these regards. So if there is very good cooperation between the two Koreas, then this could actually help DPRK do this leapfrogging that they really want to do. So if we can promote this, then this could lead to a more win-win cooperation for both sides. I think that you've already seen this in the press, but we've seen a lot of transformations in the DPRK as well. So they have all these CCTVs, or they have all of these different meters that could read transport volumes, and they use smartphones to order takeout, or they also have online e-commerce shopping available. And they have these CD readers or credit cards, payment terminals that you see widespread in DPRK. And there are reports that there are about 8 million smartphones available in the DPRK as well. There's a lot of exchange that we see in the 장마당, in the private markets. You know, the private markets, the 장마당 exchanges have been very active, and this has led to a lot of goods exchange and people-to-people exchange. This is something that we've seen in the press, and we've heard from defectors as well. So this has led to some interest in transportation congestion. So instead of just having a passive recognition of what is going on, the DPRK wants to be more active in trying to embrace science and technology. So next, moving on to direction of inter-Korean cooperation in transportation. As I mentioned before, about 20 years ago, the Gyeonggi Line, Donghae Line, these massive mega infrastructure projects were agreed on, and the agreements have been there for about 20 years, but we have not seen visible progress. And we cannot blame one party, but there were many different factors involved. However, we still have to ask ourselves, are we going to keep holding on to those past deals, Or in the face of the fact that a lot of these new industries are coming about and new developments are being made, maybe we can consider new things that we can do. Maybe we could diversify the scope of inter-Korean transportation cooperation, maybe come up with a new methodology. In that regard, South Korea is being praised for its advanced transportation infrastructure, and the DPRK wants to leapfrog. We can maybe converge those things and maybe engage in cooperation in advanced transport. And it could be a win-win outcome for both sides. And I think this is something that Kim Soo-jung said in her presentation. But I think that this could be a very good, desirable outcome for both sides. Perhaps maybe have more experts engage in ties, relevant institutions can engage in more research. And I think that maybe a Korean New Deal in transportation and cooperation with DPRK would be very necessary. So we've only been talking about modernization of Gyeonggi lines, and that's about it. But we can also talk about high-speed rail, for example. Although we cannot start building right away, maybe we can do a joint feasibility study or come up with a master plan so that when the conditions are there, we can start right away. So I think we have to engage in these preparatory activities. And also for the high-speed expressway, high-speed rail, we can help deploy the next generation ICT solutions, which Korea is very good in the major cities across DPRK, that we can maybe help deploy these smart systems there. This is going to be good for DPRK, and also for South Korea, we are going to be deploying technologies that we already have. So this is going to be a win-win solution for both of us. We have to prepare in advance for reunification. So come up with infrastructure development for a balanced development, a sort of a diversified balanced development for big cities as opposed to rural areas, and to come up with a transportation network that is very specifically tailored to the city and to the region's needs. Lastly, and this is my last slide, I did mention earlier on, but I want to emphasize this further, which is on smart city transportation in Korea. This is an area that we are already very advanced in, and we are already engaged in a lot of R&D. We're seeing a lot of accomplishments here. In fact, even in transportation, I think that this is a very major Korean New Deal accomplishment. This is something that Kim Jong-un is very interested in. He's very interested in smart city transportation cooperation. In fact, if you look at this picture that you see here, this was when Kim Jong-un visited Beijing. He visited the Beijing Traffic Control Center in June 2018. So he personally visited this area, and this shows his personal interest. And at the bottom, you would see that there are these lines of people waiting to get on this double-decker bus in Pyongyang. So I think that this smart city transportation process, different IT, location tracking, GPS, traffic car system, all of these would be very important. This smart city transportation cooperation would be more feasible because the funding is not as large as some other mega projects. The R&D costs might be a little bit higher, but they can be deployed right away. And also, this is something that is really closely related to the lives of the actual residents, and they can have a satisfactory outcome. So this could be a pump priming project that can satisfy North Koreans and achieve early implementation. The Korean New Deal success should be translated to overseas success as well. So if we can use DPRK as a testbed for our own technologies, this could also be a very good opportunity for our industry and for our companies. And with that, I would like to close my presentation. I hope that next year that COVID-19 will go away, that we can have more facilitated inter-Korean cooperation so that we can all contribute to Korean development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was Dr. Seo Chung-won of Korea Transport Institute. He talks about the different areas, the different accomplishments that we can make in terms of transportation logistics in the post-COVID era. He said that there were a lot of different limitations and problems with the existing transportation cooperation, that the infrastructure in the DPRK is very ancient, and with the Gyeonggi Line and Donghae Line cooperation projects, they were agreed upon, but with the regime changes, that this was not connected, that there was a lack of funding. So he pointed these out as problems. So in the post-COVID-19 era, we have to engage in sustainable inter-Korean cooperation, especially in the field of transportation logistics. And to do so, we have to look at the different changes in the DPRK and understand the different cases, not just in China, but in the international community, to try to come up with realizable, deliverable projects that we can do in a short period of time with the budget that we have, and engage in projects that can really bring about satisfying deliverables to the North Korean residents, one of which would be the Smart City Transportation Project. So we listened well to the three presenters. We'll now move on to listen to the discussions to these different presentations. First, we'd like to hear from Mr. Choi Yong-hwan, who is the director of the Security Strategy Department of the Institute for National Security Strategy, who's going to be talking about the border area cooperation. Presentation by Kang Min-jo.
국가안보전략연구원의 최영환입니다.
Hello, my name is Choi Yong-hwan. I'm at INSS. So just been introduced, I want to talk about Kang Min-jo, Dr. Kang Min-jo's presentation. So I know that Dr. Kang has been looking at border area cooperation for a very long time, for the past few years. So I think that the information is well organized in her presentations. I don't think that I can find any dissenting opinion towards the presentation. But I do want to talk about a little bit about the fundamental issues regarding border areas. So that's what I want to talk about.
잘 아시는 것처럼 한반도는 1953.
As you know, after the armistice was reached in 1953, we are still under an armistice regime, and that is underpinned by the armistice agreement. If we read the armistice agreement, obviously back when this was signed, people did not think that the armistice situation was going to last for about 60, 70 years, because the armistice agreement does not properly delineate the boundaries of DPRK and South Korea. So they look at demilitarized zone, but they did not look at the ocean, the seas. They thought that at the Paris Accords that something might be held then, but this unstable treaty, this unstable agreement is still currently valid to this day. Which means that there are three different types of borders with different characteristics that exist between South and North Korea. The first is demilitarized zone. This is an area of about 4 kilometers width. All crossings across the DMZ are completely regulated and are completely off limits. And the DMZ has been established to prevent military conflicts. You cannot enter the demilitarized zone at all. We tried to come up with a DMZ Peace and Nature Park. This plan would be impossible under the armistice agreement because other than civilian troops of about 1,000 in number, we cannot have more people brought to DMZ. So that is the nature of the DMZ. And then there are the neutral waters of the Han River estuary. So in principle, the Article 1, Paragraph 5 of the Korean War Armistice Agreement allows this, and there's civil shipping allowed here. You can go to this area with a ship, and you can have unrestricted access to these neutral waters of the Han River estuary. And there have been examples of actual ships going there, but by practice, not many ships can go there, which was why there is no MDL in the neutral waters of the Han River estuary, and is being managed as a zone, like the JSA. And then in the seas, as I mentioned before, the armistice agreement does not delineate the seas. So the NLL basically is rejected by North Korea. There were several naval skirmishes that occurred there. And so for the Northern Limit Line, it's also something that the South Korean residents are unwilling to give. This is not under the command of UN Command, but it's by Combined Forces Command. So it's these three areas, these border areas are very unique in their characteristics. So depending on what we're going to do and how we're going to define these areas, we would have to define border area cooperation as well. After the war ended, there are many talks about what we're going to do with the DMZ. So there are many different proposals on trying to use DMZ in a peaceful way. Even in the Cold War era, there were proposals on how we should make use of the DMZ. Most of the Cold War era proposals were to try to have a demilitarization of the DMZ, because we call it demilitarized zone, but it's heavily militarized. So in the Cold War era proposals, people were calling for a demilitarization, actual demilitarization. But in the post-Cold War era, there are many different proposals on peace, environment, and etc. And this also, the DMZ Peace and Nature Park was one of them, and the DMZ Ecology Park, and before then I think it was a Peace Park. I don't exactly remember the names, but there were all these different parks ideas that were proposed. But this never came to fruition because of the passive attitude of the DPRK. And also, recently, the issue of jurisdiction in the DMZ has been recently raised. This is an area that many people are interested in, but for the border areas, for this particular DMZ area, there are all of these very severe issues that are consistently being raised. So Dr. Ka mentioned this, and it is very clearly outlined in her presentation. But there are various areas where inter-Korean cooperation is needed in the border area. So at first, it was about migratory birds. So because there are wired fences, barbed wire fences, people cannot go in, but insects and birds have access. So a lot of these different airborne diseases, such as foot and mouth disease, bird flu, malaria, they are being brought over, carried over by different birds, migratory birds, and even local birds as well. And when there was a big spread of foot and mouth disease in South Korea, people have said that it originates in the DPRK. And when there was bird flu in the DPRK, our disease control tower was very worried that this is going to have an impact in South Korea as well. And within the DMZ, there are wildfires that occur, and sometimes flooding occurs within the DMZ that could spill over to our side, but we don't have any jurisdiction, so we have to ask the UN command for permission to do something about it, but that will take a delay, and so there's nothing we can do later on. The Pukan River and Imjin River go across these areas. The DPRK has erected a dam here, and sometimes they would just open the dam without warning us. That will lead to flooding downstream, or sometimes they would just close the dam without telling us, and that will lead to a lack of water downstream. This is something that we cannot do on our own without the cooperation of the DPRK. The Imjin River, which goes across Gyeonggi North Province, maybe in about 5 years or so, it is going to be very difficult to have any development there because we would not have any water. There's a severe water scarcity issue there. But despite all of these different issues, we do not have any cooperation because North Korea is very skeptical regarding the peaceful use of the DMZ. When we talk about turning DMZ into a peace park, or maybe having that inscribed a U.S. UNESCO World Heritage Site, North Korea has been very critical of those plans. And under Kim Jong-un, so there has been some changes, very positive changes regarding the environment, but they still do not really appreciate the value of environment, of protecting the environment, of protecting wildlife. The Cultural Heritage Administration said that they want to try to inscribe the DMZ as the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Was when some of these outlets such as Uri Minjokgiri and Echo of Unification were very critical of that plan. When we say that this is an ecological asset or cultural asset, that does not really ring with the DPRK. They just see the DMZ as a military zone, and after unification, they feel that the DMZ should be done away with completely. However, we did have different cooperations with the Kaesong Industrial Complex and Mount Kumgang, which also touch upon the DMZ. But for those cases, they have very economic profits. And so that's why North Korea was open to that. With malaria and pest control cooperation, North Korea was willing to engage with those as well because they knew that they had a very severe, very concrete benefit to get out of that bargain. And secondly, this is the issue of jurisdiction of the DMZ, as I mentioned. The DMZ jurisdiction is on the UN command. However, The UNC's jurisdiction is being questioned regarding the non-military use of the DMZ on the grounds that the Korean War Armistice stipulates that its conditions and terms are intended to be purely military in character. So the Tamiflu passing, that incident was a very caused a wide uproar in South Korea. But as I mentioned before, this armistice agreement, nobody expected this to last for 70 years. And yet it lasted for 7 years. So there are all these different practices and rules that were created over those 7 years that continue to be valid to this day. The Article 2, Clause 13 of the Natural Environment Conservation Act actually has a definition for the DMZ. It says, demilitarized zone for 2 years from the date when it falls under the jurisdiction of the Republic of Korea. So we are basically admitting that we do not have jurisdiction there. We have seen that this issue of jurisdiction is very complex, and within the current armistice framework, it will be very difficult to resolve this issue of jurisdiction. And also there's the perspective changes by the South Koreans regarding border areas. There are these massive military complexes, and the border areas saw a lot of military tension. So these areas have not been developed completely. So for the different development plans have really not occurred in the past, but with the Kaesong mountain tours, Kaesong complex and the Mount Kumgang mountain tours, many people thought that this would revitalize the local economies. So when we talk about border areas, the residents living in the border towns are very much interested, but most of the cooperation is held not in a wide swath of a regional economy, but only in a very specific portion. The Ministry of Unification also said that we should have a special economic zone be designated. This has never been legislated. Many of the border town residents and the politicians and all of these different stakeholders are very much interested in this, because they believe that they can, if the economic zone is designated, then they can have a lot of local economic revitalization. So there needs to be an actual goal in mind. I think it was in 2002 when there was a biosphere designation, Cheolwon was left out of that because there's the military regulations, metropolitan area regulations, agricultural regulations there. They thought that the biosphere designation would add to new regulations, that this could also be a further environmental regulation. So the community said no, and Cheolwon got out of that, and the designation process failed. And so we have to also reflect the interests of the South Korean community, or else the policy will not be sustainable. And then there is the debate over development and conservation, as I mentioned before. This is something that is very difficult to have. The DMZ is more valuable from the perspective of life, the environment, and peace. But most initiatives on a border cooperation, maybe 100% of all initiatives, focus on development. We have been trying to propose various different environment-related programs, but they have never been realized. And they have never really talked about what they're going to do in terms of environmental protection with the forestries and habitats and the rivers. If they are going to be severely impacted by the development plans, then I think that there's going to be a lot of outrage in Korea. But there's so many different plans that are being spearheaded by different ministries, and many of them sound the same, and many of them overlap. And so I think that this is a very big issue going forward. So if we look at the considerations for inter-Korean cooperation in border areas, we can look at feasibility and expandability and sustainability. For feasibility, I think that for all inter-Korean cooperation projects, this is the first thing that we have to see, whether this is actually feasible. Because we could talk about the best project, but if it's not feasible, then it's not going to be worth anything. For us, it might be a little bit unfortunate, but we have to really consider North Korea's immediate needs, or else we would not even be able to have a groundbreaking ceremony. And secondly, we have to take into account the South Korean residents' needs. So when we engage in a border area cooperation, this cooperation project has to last at least longer than one administration. So there needs to be more support from the community, and this should come from the reflection of the needs and demands of the South Korean residents. And then because of the UN sanctions that are in play, what can we do in the face of these sanctions? So that is the first thing that we have to ask ourselves. And then, very fundamentally, is that within DNC, what are we going to do about the UN command's jurisdiction? Oh, the armistice agreement, which people thought were going to last about 60 days, are we going to let it last? If we cannot transform it to a peace agreement, maybe we can amend some clauses of the armistice agreement to try to give us some legal room for maneuver. Next is expandability. There are a lot of different issues in the DMZ, but these issues are also very different from each other, and they exist simultaneously. So we have to try to link different cooperation projects into a package. And I think that would be a more desirable way forward, because that means that even if one project fails, the other project will continue to go forward. And lastly is sustainability. I think this is true for all inter-Korean projects, but we can start any project, but they never really last. So I think that we need to have some sort of institutional safeguards for sustainability, maybe an inter-Korean border committee or a military committee, some sort of institution or framework to allow this to happen, and also to try to have a cooperation with third parties. That is all. Thank you.
예, 감사드립니다. 우리 조영관 실장님께서는 또 하나의 새로운
Yes, you mentioned some new proposals for us to think about. You pointed out the different challenges and the problems with the existing border area cooperation projects. There are these critical attitudes of the to communities and a passive attitude of the DPRK, and although there were some existing cooperation projects in the past, that DPRK only engaged in cooperation when there were actual benefits to be had, and when there were no actual benefits, that the cooperation didn't last. And also you mentioned the relationship with UN command, the jurisdiction issue, and also with the competition with the regional communities and among the different ministries, that all these overlapping development projects. And you made three proposals at the end, that in the post-COVID-19 era, for inter-Korean cooperation projects to be sustainable, that they need to be feasible, and that all of these different issues should be linked together, and that need to be expanded. And lastly, that there needs to be some institutional and governance mechanisms in play to guarantee sustainability.
김수정 박사님께서 발표해
With regard to Dr. Kim's presentation, we would like to hear from Dr. Choi Jong-ho, Head of International Cooperation for Korea Unification Team of Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, to provide his comments. Hello everyone, I am Choi Jong-ho from Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. The presentation was so interesting, and it would have been great. It would have been great if I was there in person, but I will have to settle for this online participation this time around. My discussion will be on the Korean version New Deal and inter-Korean cooperation. Dr. Kim talked about some new concepts and new attempts. When the Korean New Deal was first announced, I did see certain groups talking about this and the relationship it can have with inter-Korean cooperation. It wasn't an easy task, but Dr. Kim, you did make that attempt, and I believe you were successful. If I look into the presentation, there were a number of principles that you have set forth. There was also a reconsideration on the ways of cooperation resulting in failure, and also the fact that the simple division of work and negative perception of past inter-Korean cooperation should not continue on. In other words, you've mentioned the importance of structural and qualitative and quantitative improvements to inter-Korean cooperation. And not only that, you also mentioned that the principle should be that this cooperation must be beneficial to the South as well as the North. There were also some policies that she introduced, which was about the North Korean authorities' strong political will to nurture high-tech industry. Furthermore, inter-Korean cooperation that follows international practices and SDGs were emphasized throughout her presentation, and pioneering new methods in areas of inter-Korean cooperation to cooperate with North Korea and connect with the international community was a necessity. So the presentation was very interesting. Dr. Kim Soo-jung did say that this wasn't something that we can implement overnight. In other words, we need the right circumstances in the mid to long run, and then can we implement these programs. But I would like to take a slightly different angle, which is that we need to understand this Korean New Deal. And well, before we do that, I would like to talk about the current circumstances, and especially the 2017 New Economic Initiative of the Korean Peninsula. This was an ambitious initiative, and that was when North Korea was engaging in nuclear testing. And unlike the circumstance, this new economic initiative of the Korean Peninsula was announced. And I think that maybe, Dr. Kim, your presentation may not be in line with the current situation in the international community, but it is truly an initiative. So I would like to talk about this new economic initiative and its link with the Korean New Deal, and how it can also be fed into inter-Korean cooperation. So in 2018, this was implemented, and there were 3 summits. There were also a due diligence done on the railway systems of North Korea. But with the impasse and the summit of Hanoi, we started to see the new economic initiative of the Korean Peninsula break down. And with 2020, with COVID-19, North Korea closed its borders and severed all external activities. Recently, Minister Kang Kyung-hwa said that the pandemic has made North Korea more North Korean. This indicates that North Korea is now ever isolated and is going down that spiral of uncertainty. It's been 4 years since the launch of the new economic initiative of the Korean Peninsula, and the Moon administration has 1 year, 1.5 years to go. And with the end of the administration, the initiative will also come to an end. The new economic initiative was not able to draw a positive outcome. And under such a situation, to talk about this new type of inter-Korean cooperation may be going too ahead. Maybe it does not fit reality. Of course, I'm not saying there were no results at all with the initiative. We saw peace on the Korean Peninsula, and we were able to get support from the international community. And with better relations between the two Koreas, we did understand that there is a potential to stage some high economic growth. And also, it was a good opportunity for South Koreans to understand what unification is all about and what North Korea means to us. During the summit, Chairman Kim and Deputy Director Kim Yo-jung was also portrayed by various media outlets, and we were able to enhance our familiarity with these figures. But of course, there are some dark sides to the initiative. The new economic initiative that was anticipated by the South and what was anticipated by the North was so different. Dr. Kim Soo-jung's presentation in some sense, may be an idea that's identified and framed in within the perspective of South Korea and the South Korean industrial structure. North Korea has a different framework and they have a different trajectory in economic growth. So we can say that what they think and what they foresee may be very different. And the design that we have here may be something that might not meet the needs of the North. But of course, Dr. Kim Soo-jung said that green energy is an area of great interest of the North. But regardless, I believe that the mindset of the North, because it doesn't follow international norm, there may be some skepticism towards this type of design. External environment is quite negative right now to pursue any inter-Korean cooperation, but with the prolonged denuclearization negotiations, sanctions will probably remain. And what about COVID? Due to COVID, North Korea closed all borders and remains inactive to any external factors. That's why it's very difficult to pursue inter-Korean cooperation. And there's a major asymmetry between the North and South. And we see that the GDP is in total 1,700 trillion. And with 2% economic growth, the Korean economy will be adding 34 trillion to their GDP output. However, this annual growth, this 34 trillion, actually for us may be not significant, but for the North, this is a very significant number. In other words, there's a major gap in the economic situation between the two Koreas. And is cooperation possible in the first place? It's true that we don't see a momentum amongst the residents on the necessity for inter-Korean cooperation. There is a uniqueness here where if we suggest any type of cooperation, North Korea would respond with cooperation plus provocation, and that's why we're seeing a sense of fatigue amongst South Koreans. But with this new type of Korean New Deal, would North Korea respond positively, and will the South Koreans be willing to be a part of this? And second is North Korea, because it refuses to follow international relations right now. Will it be catering to the SDGs? I do know that there are a couple of SDGs they're trying to achieve, maybe 2 or 3, and particularly one goal they are very much interested in. But for the remaining 14 SDGs, they are not putting any action to these goals. So what will happen to these domains? This is something that we also have to think about. When we suggest the Korean New Deal, North Korea has only limited options to choose from, and there's not a lot of flexibility for us in pursuing this type of cooperation. And Dr. Kim also talked about mutual economic benefits. However, the fruit of a peace economy and a new economic initiative of the Korean Peninsula maybe was an exchange of security for economic benefits. But I thought that rather than having this as some sort of exchange, it should be on peace and prosperity. And is cooperation possible in the digital front, in the digital economy? Would this be feasible? Was also a question that I had. Wouldn't it be better to just focus the cooperation for peace and prosperity rather than going into the advanced industries? And I would like to ask this question to Dr. Kim. And the Korean New Deal. This New Deal represents Korea's will to lead the digital economy. But if we expand this to North Korean relations, it may mean that we want to lead this relationship. So will North Korea agree to cooperation led and dominated by South Korea? In other words, North Korea would want to take the lead because they're at a disadvantage economically speaking. I don't think that a cooperative front in the digital economy be possible. The North is, of course, interested in environmental protection. However, developing nations are actively engaging in such projects as well, but for North, they are prohibiting any FDI. So if we do suggest this type of cooperation, will they say yes? The economic and humanitarian support may have some space in the North, but we don't think that this can lead to economic cooperation in earnest terms. And also about carbon emissions. If we try to forge carbon neutrality and green transition, maybe this could be a hindrance for the North. South Korea is also not showing good results in reducing carbon emissions, but if we suggest to the North on carbon neutrality and green transition, can we say that this is an optimal recommendation for the North? Is the question that I have. There will be further uncertainties in the North, and COVID-19 is making North Korea struggle. We do have now a new administration in the U.S., and with economic difficulties, the North may be seeing some visible impact from the sanctions, and it may seem like the North will take a proactive action in the negotiations on denuclearization. So there may be a motive to strengthen the sanctions. However, the North may respond with provocation. On the Korean Peninsula, we have more uncertainties, but would cooperation be the best way to go? Of course, as a mid to long-term vision, I do believe that it is appropriate. However, in the short run, in this current situation, I think it's better to manage peace rather than going on to inter-Korean cooperation. And will this cooperation be our driving force? From the Noto administration, we started to engage in these northern policies, but we weren't able to see any substantial results other than resources. Of course, there was and there should be cooperation, but can it really be a true driver for the Korean economy? I'm not so sure about that. I have some doubts. And once again, we see a lot of uncertainty surrounding the North Korean economy, but can we overcome this wall of sanctions and pursue digital transition and green economy? In other words, I think that the policy on the Korean Peninsula should be focused on peace rather than inter-Korean cooperation. So that is all for my comments. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Choi, for your remarks. You talked about the Korean New Deal and inter-Korean cooperation, and you also had some questions. Not only this Korean New Deal, but you also talked about the new economic initiative of the Korean Peninsula. And you mentioned that we weren't able to see a substantial outcome from the initiative, and the reasons being the skepticism from the North, their attitude, and the negative international environment, the prolonged sanctions, and that North Korea does not follow the international norm, and that there aren't a lot of flexibility that we can employ in this cooperation. Dr. Choi also talked about the Green New Deal and whether carbon neutrality and green transition is the North capable to take this in. And he also talked about the desirability of such policies for the North considering its economic situation. And we will be having Dr. Kim to answer these questions posed by Dr. Choi. And let us now move on to our last panelists.
We will hear from our discussant, who is the director of the Northern Railroad Research Center at the Korea Railroad Research Institute, Mr. Park Jung-jun. Hello, my name is Park Jung-jun of the Korea Railroad Research Institute. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Can you also see my screen? Yes, we can see your screen. Okay, I will begin. I'm very glad, and it's an honor for me to appear here as a panelist for the 2020 KINU International Conference. And today I want to talk about post-COVID-19 era task for inter-Korean railway cooperation. Mr. Saw talked about this big picture transportation cooperation and inter-Korean cooperation going forward on this. And I really enjoyed his final proposals on smart city transportation cooperation, and I do agree with that. And the reason for that is because if we look at the Chinese case, China is using a mobile payment scheme. So they've gone beyond cash and credit card payment schemes to go to mobile payment. So that's a sort of a leapfrogging. And I think that the DPRK can also do something similar where they can just leapfrog to the most advanced technological solution that there is without having to go through the interim solutions. And for Pyongyang, going forward, we consider economic development and the fact that there's a lot of population density there, that there's going to be a need for an urban smart transportation solution. So in that regard, I think that this is something that the DPRK would be very interested in. And they also have their own in-house tram technology that they would like to see deployed. And also for hydrogen as well. I think that there might be different examples to this, but this is still being developed. If the DPRK were to actually engage in denuclearization, or maybe the US DPRK relations really get better and their economy opens up, then I think that this technology can see an acceleration, and hydrogen cars or these future mobility solutions can also be deployed in DPRK. So in that regard, I also agree with what Dr. Saw said. I want to focus a little bit more on railways in particular. First of all, I want to talk about the impact and response to COVID-19 in the railway sector. And secondly, to talk about the direction and challenge for inter-Korean railway cooperation. As Dr. Saw has already provided sort of a big picture outlook and the future prospects, I want to talk about something that we will see in the near term. Right now, when we're seeing sanctions, how we're going to approach this for the time being. As you know, after COVID, I know that there's been a lot of good explanations on the macro front, but for shipping and transport, these different industries have seen a huge impact. On the graph on the bottom right, you would see that back in March, when COVID really, the outbreak started to happen in earnest, we would see the changes in the number of passengers that went down to about minus 85% in terms of passengers in KTX. Korail is seeing a very high level of deficit, about 600 billion for the first half, and combined 1 trillion won deficit this year. And this is not something that is limited to South Korea. Even in other countries like in Europe, they have stopped rail transport for a particular time. And even when they have restarted, they have been minimized. And this is something that we see in China, in the US, and other Asian countries as well. In the case of the DPRK, I think you might know that on January 31st, all of the railway and air transport with China have been stopped. There were some media reports that saying that this is going to be restarted, but we have not been able to see meaningful restarts recently. This means that governments around the world are offering subsidies or tax reductions, various different measures to try to boost their transport systems, for the rail system in particular. I think that even if we recover from COVID-19, there's this change needs for public transportation in general. So this is something that the railway system has to take into account. The railway is preparing for the post-COVID-19 world in this manner. First, on safety or assurance. So increased credibility through railway safety system to try to have prevention and disease control. And secondly is on the measure of service, to try to increase service convenience with no contact technology. So to try to make this all mobile, for instance. This is also tied in with number 3, which is on innovation, enhance work efficiency with IT-based smart railway system. So the mobile solutions will not just be used by consumers, but also in maintenance as well for the railway system. So this is something that we are working on right now. And lastly, these different technologies like hydrogen rail, hydrogen trains. There's a lot of interest in hydrogen rails and hydrogen trains, hydrogen trams or liquefied hydrogen used to allow for long distance carriage. This can be a competitive edge with a low carbon railway project. This is what Dr. Kim has already mentioned in her presentation, but this post-COVID-19 response, together with the Korean New Deal, with Digital New Deal and Green New Deal, we will also see new changes in railway transport, and also with the Human New Deal that we can have a safe railway that can reassure its users. Now, what does this mean for the direction for inter-Korean railway cooperation? I think that the presenters have already touched upon many of these areas, so I think that some of these items overlap, but I just want to say that after 2018, after the no deal out of the Hanoi summit, we have not seen progress in the two Koreas, and this has gotten more aggravated because of COVID-19, and this has allowed for a severe constriction of the DPRK economy because of sanctions and etc. So now we're also seeing stalemates in inter-Korean railway cooperation, but I want to propose 3 different directions for inter-Korea cooperation in this regard. The first is that we have to promote an early opening of rail speed project. Second is to enhance cooperation with China and Russia. And thirdly is to continue the efforts to persuade the U.S. And we have to take all of these into consideration together. The first is to promote early opening of rail speed project. In 2018, we were able to exceed in OSJD. China and Russia, and all of these railway that lead up onto a transcontinental way. There's a speed of about 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, and international railways have an average speed of about 70 kilometers per hour. So if we can just renovate a little bit of a DPRK railway, then I think that the DPRK railways would be on par with the international railway project. So this is something that is doable. This is something that is feasible for us to try to enhance the speed of DPRK railway. Second is enhancing cooperation with China and Russia. A rail system is really all about the network. So if this is more than just utilizing DPRK railway. We want to make use of that, but also tie that in with Chinese and Russian railway systems, maybe through the Gyeonggi line with China, and with China with Najin Hassan project, or other offshore transportation to connect with a Russian rail. The third direction is continuing our efforts to persuade the U.S. After the U.S. presidential election, we're going to be seeing incoming a president like Biden, but it's going to still take a lot of time to come up with a specific policy formulations in this regard. The U.S. opinion leaders, we have to try to persuade them to try to move away from the existing Cold War era thinking. We have to really try to have them take a more open approach. Unlike Kaesong Industrial Complex or Kumgangsan Tours, the Inter-Korean Railway project is not involved with an immediate cash inflow, so there could be some support from the U.S. side. And as Dr. Seo said, in 2018, there was the admission to OSJD, and then the Pyongyang Joint Declaration or Joint Inter-Korean Railway Survey. So there are these very substantial levels of cooperation, and even a groundbreaking ceremony. However, there is a stalemate right now, so we have to start small with realizable, feasible projects. That is why I think that it would be important to promote an additional detailed survey to establish a plan for inter-Korean railway operation and modernization. And I think that this is a way for us to engage in cooperation without worrying about sanctions. And of course, we will be able to ensure safety by repairing the Sachon River Bridge in DMZ, or in the Pyongyang Kaesong line, some of those rail areas we could renovate and repair them to try to engage in some level of connection for the Inter-Korean Railway. Lastly, I want to talk about this gradual approach in connecting and modernizing Inter-Korean Railway. Of course, there are 3 stages that we could think about, but this is going to be very difficult to promote under the UN sanctions. So it's hard for us to take in bulk cash to this project. So it's difficult for us to talk about the concrete stages here. But if we were to find some areas for maneuver, maybe with the international railway could be a good alternative. We can promote China and Russia cooperation for the international railway operation, and maybe the international railway could end not at Pyongyang but end at Seoul, so we can get out of this and find a breakthrough. And in the second stage, we can promote a sanction exemption for pilots' operation and modernization. Because of the political situation in the U.S., if the UN sanctions continue to stay, then it will be difficult for us to try to promote things. But maybe if we can sort of use the operation data of the trains to try to enhance the speed and safety of the existing lines. And we can use the operation data obtained through pilot operation of the international routes as well. So we can promote an exemption from sanctions by first applying to the sections mainly used by South Korea. If the U.S. and North Korea strike a big deal and lift sanctions, we can go straight to stage 3, which would deal together with different major inter-Korean cooperation projects such as Kaesong Industrial Complex, Kumgangsan Tour, as well as railway modernization. With that, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much. We've heard about railway cooperation in particular. Railway cooperation is not being had at the moment, but he outlines feasible, realistic objectives that we can have in mind. And he did talk about many different things, but in the process of promoting these projects, we need to persuade the U.S. and we need to work together with China and Russia, as he mentioned, and that is something that he pointed out. We do have some questions online. We will hear the response to the question, and then we would like to ask Dr. Kim, Dr. Kang to also respond to the panelists' comments. So first, we'd like to go to the online question. To Seo Jung-won and Park Chung-jun, this is a question to you. To try to have a DPRK really engage in cooperation, I think that we need to engage them more in a railway cooperation, maybe through Qingdao, Weihao. Have you thought about the ferry transport through them? Maybe to have the railway cooperation as a mid to long-term goal, and to tie that in with Shandong province in China, to do this together onshore and offshore, do a connection on both sides. What are your thoughts on that? Maybe Dr. Seo and Dr. Park, both of you can respond to this.
네, 제가 먼저 말씀드리겠습니다.
Okay, why don't I go first? If I understood the question correctly, we have to work with Qingdao to have a rail ferry with Qingdao. I think that there's been some talk about that, and in the Park Geun-hye administration, back when things were simpler, I think that there were some study groups that went there, and for Yantai, the rail ferry, there are actually some ports that have already been made. So China is very interested in this, but there needs to be a port set up in Korea as well, a rail ferry port, and we need to purchase a rail ferry terminal, a rail ferry vessel, and this would require a lot of a budget. I think that this could be feasible, but there's a lot of opposition from the Maritime Workers Labor Union. And there's also the issue of undersea tunnel. I don't think that it has a lot of relevance to DPRK transport. This would go through across the north side of China, so Beijing and those areas. It will really not go far south to the DPRK. And I do think that we have to engage in economic cooperation with the DPRK. So for that, we have to look at different other areas for research. Yes, Dr. Park, would you like to add? I think Dr. Saw already explained that very well, so I don't have to add anything in particular. But for the ferries, I don't think that they have a lot of economic viability for DPRK's rail. Instead of using that as an alternative, I think that, as Dr. Saw said, the regions are a little bit different, so I think we have to take different approaches. That is all.
예, 그러면 우리 마지막으로
Thank you. Last but not least, Dr. Kim Soo-jung and Dr. Kang Min-jo, would you like to respond to the comments of our discussants? I will give you 5 minutes each.
강민주입니다.
Hello, my name is Kang Min-jo. Dr. Choi raised some concerns about border area cooperation and some areas to consider. I completely agree with what Dr. Choi said, and for the different considerations that he raised, if I were to give my personal opinions on that, I think at the foundation of the considerations is that we have to come up with the right governance mechanism. And when we engage in research on border area cooperation, the governance mechanism is something that we think in terms of South Korea side, and secondly, from the institutionalization by setting up an inter-Korean border committee, so an inter-Korean governance, and thirdly, as what Dr. Choi said, for the sake of sustainability, to have third parties brought in to have another international level of governance. So these are the three governance mechanism layers that we thought about, and if they can be held together simultaneously, then we can secure a necessity for inter-Korean border cooperation and also secure the sustainability. Just more in detail about the South Korean side of governance, the new economic map or new economic initiative and other economic initiatives really have to secure a broad national consensus, a broad national recognition. So Dr. Choi said that he also mentioned this in the feasibility side, but for the border area cooperation, the South Korean governance mechanism, for us to implement that in South Korea, there needs to be a strong control tower, and ministries and local governments and local communities would have to participate together for this governance structure. And that is a proposal that I would like to make. And this is also building upon the lessons of the German border committee, where the central government and the local governments and the local communities and experts would engage together in a consultative mechanism. In bringing together the local community, maybe we can have environmental conservation subsidies, or have an open debate with the local community, and try to engage in more local economic revitalization projects. And those are some areas where we can have buy-in from the local community. And for this important side in the South Korean governance mechanism is that we have to have a good governance established at the central government level. Dr. Choi said that there is need to try to talk about coexistence versus development, and I think that this is very relevant to what I'm trying to say here. If we undertake tasks, let's say, for example, a Ministry of Unification task, one of the issues is that there are about 8 different ministries that deal with the border areas. So if we were to do a research project for the Ministry of Unification, for the DMZ, at the same time, the Ministry of Culture, Sport and Tourism issued a similar project, and the Ministry of MOLIT and MOE also commissioned a similar research services. So because we have continuously engaged in different advice and consultations, we feel that we're looking at the DMZ. It's the same area, but the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Unification and the Ministry of Culture all look at this in a very different way. So they all have different positions. And the Commission reports also have different outcomes. But the problem is that these ministries, when any of these research projects that concern DPRK, a lot of these research outcomes are made confidential. So actually, when we engage in real cooperation down the road, there's going to be a very insufficient division of labor among the different ministries, and these research outcomes will not be put into implementation properly, and they will be contradictory in certain cases. That is why I'm saying that this governance mechanism, especially for inter-Korean exchange, that there needs to be a sort of a platform at the central government so that there can be a sharing of the research outcomes, and there needs to be a good division of labor. For DMZ development versus conservation, I think that the different ministries, they're engaging in similar research and similar projects, so we have to have a proper division of labor. And this has to be spearheaded by the central government. And lastly, Dr. Choi said for expandability that we should try to think about packages. And I think that this is really a good idea because, as you mentioned before, with all of these different projects that are there, in the summer, there was severe flooding, and we also looked at all of these different flooding mechanisms. And in the DPRK, they would open the dams, and this would lead to flooding in the border areas. So for water resources cooperation between the two Koreas, especially which could lead to a benefit for South Korea, and maybe forest cooperation, which could be of immediate interest to the DPRK, can be put together in a package form. This is something that we are looking at right now, but also in response to COVID-19, as what Dr. Choi said, that one of the most important things is health and disease prevention. That and the environment can be put together in a package deal so that the DPRK, and when they come to the negotiating table, that they can really be swayed by that. And with that, I would like to conclude my comments. Thank you.
예, 김수정 박사님 마지막으로.
Yes, Dr. Kim Soo-jung, your comments, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Choi, for your comments. This Korean version, this Korean new deal has been just recently announced. And I did not have ample time to research the new deal, and I had to present. But thank you very much for your insightful comments. I think that they will be very helpful in my future research. And maybe I may respond to some of your comments. I will have to agree. It's important to first review the new economic initiative for the Korean Peninsula, and then move on to the Korean New Deal. And I would have to agree. We need to, rather than do what we've been doing all along, I think that we have to renew our footsteps and review the new economic initiative of the Korean Peninsula, and then find the right way forward for the New Deal and inter-Korean cooperation. And will North Korea be willing to be a part of this project that Korea is leading? Well, we'll have to make that the case. And it's also important to showcase to the North of what kind of benefits they can reap from this program, and also what kind of role Korea will be playing in the process. And you also talked about peace and stability coming first, and that cannot be denied. But just with peace and stability, it will be very difficult to get the support of the South Koreans. Therefore, we need a plus alpha. In other words, Korean companies, and we'll have to benefit from that, and we need to find and identify that benefit for the country as well. There are topics that we're very much interested in, which would be Industry 4.0, and I hope that we can engage in cooperation in this field. And you also talked about whether cooperation is possible in the digital domain. Of course, there could be leakage of technologies, and it can be used for ill purposes. So such cooperation may not be possible in the near term, but if it has to do with raising the quality of life of residents, or if it has to do with transportation and logistics, and also be used to contribute to the growth of other industries, I think that it may be low tech, but some areas can witness cooperation. And also about the northern economy, whether this can be our future growth driver. There aren't that many successful cases, and I cannot say for sure that this will become our next growth engine. However, reshoring is now the buzzword of Korea's manufacturing sector, and considering that the northern economy, maybe it may not be a new growth engine, but I think that it can be an alternative for the Korean economy. And also about limiting carbon emissions of the north, wouldn't that be a hindrance to North Korea's economic growth? I believe that when it comes to carbon emissions, I'm not saying that it should be controlled. What I'm saying is that North Korea will have to use fossil fuel in the process of economic growth, and they will be seeing increased carbon emissions. However, if they can enhance the eco-friendliness of their industries, and if they can contribute to environmental performance, we may be able to dampen the increase in carbon emissions in addition to engaging in inter-Korean cooperation. So I'm not trying to say that we should limit carbon emissions for the North. It's about enabling North Korea to switch and make that leap forward to an eco-friendly economy. I learned a very interesting word today. The North, I think that this is that opportunity to make that direct leap towards an eco-friendly economy. So rather than controlling carbon emissions, it's about having them reshape their economy to an eco-friendly one. And I truly hope that this Korean New Deal and linking that to inter-Korean cooperation would be an effective way forward for the two Koreas. Yes, thank you very much. Can I also add? Yes, please. If you can keep it short.
님 그 내용에 대해서 좀 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
So as Dr. Choi said, I'm sorry, there are audio issues, there are technical difficulties with this particular speaker. If there is going to be unification in the future, I think that we have to worry about standardization, especially for IT. For the fourth industrial revolution, this is something that is already being had. And the DPRK will also follow suit soon. But if China leads the way in standardization, this means that in the future in DPRK, they will be using Alipay or WeChat Pay and not Kakao Pay, or they will use Chinese smartphones, or the cars will be driving using different standards. So that's why we have to really try to convince DPRK to prepare for a coming unification so that our technologies can be deployed in the DPRK for standardization purposes.
Thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you, speakers and discussants. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to all of our participants, both online and offline, for your comments. 1-3 session on sustainable inter-Korean cooperation in post-COVID-19 era will now come to an end. Yes, thank you. A big round of applause, please. With this, we would like to end day 1 of 2020 KINU International Conference. We have day 2, and it will begin at 10 a.m., both on the online and offline platform. So I'd like to ask for your active participation. Thank you.